Why is Diablo 4 so bad? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's because Lilith's boobs aren't big enough. That's why. If they were bigger, the game would be better. It's that simple.
Everybody, this is the Christian man here, and today I'm really disappointed. Like, more so than usual. Because Diablo 4 started off so strong. Blizzard hooked me in. I was invested in the story, in the gameplay. But I guess I wasn't a fish worth catching. I'm just a lowly sea bass in Animal Crossing, worth only 120 bells. I guess the reason I use this...
oh, bells mean dollars, because you probably got the deluxe edition. You see what I'm saying?
Analogy is because I've accepted that I'm no longer the target demographic of Diablo games. I've realized that Blizzard ain't making these games for people with my kind of interests. In truth, the tastes of modern gamers has evolved and changed, and Diablo is more profitable than it's ever been. But that doesn't necessarily mean the games are better than they've ever been, and I'll die on that cross. So yes, you read the title right. I don't like Diablo 4, and I think it's a bad video game. That is my personal opinion. If you enjoy this game, don't let me change your mind, okay?
If there's one thing I love...
Wait, hold on.
It's the sight of blood.
You know,
in Diablo 4, there are...
I actually think I like this game. I'm not here to police your entertainment. You like what you like, that's fine by me, man. What I'm here to do is whine, bitch, moan, and complain into the ether like an old man. Like an ancient Haradrim who can't understand why everyone's forgotten the old ways. I really wanted to like Diablo 4, but the longer I played it, the more I came to despise it. But before we jump into hell, this video is sponsored by Rocket Money, an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. This finance app allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills,
do people do this where they just have like a bunch of subscriptions to shit they don't even know? I didn't know this was a thing.
Custom budget and grow your savings all in one place. What I love about Rocket Money is
I've always been super stingy with my fucking money, so I never do that.
I don't have to go to 1,000 different places to see what I'm spending all the time. It makes it very quick and easy to manage and or cancel them. I guarantee you everybody watching this is paying some kind of monthly subscription that they shouldn't be or don't need to. Rocket Money can help lower your bills, and you can monitor your spending by setting up custom budgets. No more gambling my life savings on CSGO skins, am I right, fellas? I also like to use Rocket Money to avoid paying taxes. Just kidding, I love the government. To save more and spend less, join the 3.5 million members using Rocket Money today. And your boy has got the hookup. So go to rocketmoney.com/actman or click the link in the description to get started for free. That's rocketmoney.com/actman to get started for free.
And now for something completely different.
I think that they should probably use as like, if they want to sell this product, they should probably use the comparative value of the amount of subscriptions that you could remove and audit as a comparative value versus the subscription cost. Like if I was marketing this product, I would do it differently. That's what I would do, because then they could sell it as in like, you're using this product to save money.
So let's start with the positives. The combat in Diablo 4 is very fluid and fun overall. It feels good to slaughter hordes of demons with lightning bolts. Now, I didn't play much of 3, but between Diablo 1, 2, and 4, this one might have the best enemy design.
I can see what the problem is. I can see why he didn't like it. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. I mean, damn.
Design in the series, or at least the most interesting. In the early game, leveling up is extremely satisfying. When I saw this big skill tree for the first time, I just thought, I can't wait to max this out.
Oh yeah.
And one thing I really do appreciate is that boss fights are more about dodging attacks instead of like the classic brute force. Is my number bigger than that boss's number, you know? Because it adds a much greater emphasis on skill and strategy. A lot of boss fights in D1 and D2.
I didn't even know he could have that many. So he can have a... Wow, so you can have that many pools? See, I never played a druid, so the boss wasn't alive this long. This is crazy. Yeah, I had no idea. Wow. Those are druid mechanics? I see. It makes a lot of sense.
Boss fights in D1 and D2 were battles of attrition that could get pretty tedious. Now, I played as a druid, and all the abilities were cool, flashy, and felt awesome to use. The game certainly fulfills the power fantasy many are looking for in a Diablo title, and I appreciate that Blizzard tried to return Diablo to its gothic horror roots instead of fucking Disney cartoon art style they came up with for Diablo 3. So I think with the core gameplay, they've succeeded. Now, before we get into the real shit, let's discuss some minor complaints. For one, Diablo 4 is a modern video game.
With all the new features that
Is this Battle Pass?
people really love and appreciate in modern games.
Which means it has to be always online just to shove half-assed MMO mechanics in a game that basically has no social features and virtually no
You should be like, why is there not a group finder in Diablo 4? You have an open world, but there's no group finder? Why?
for players to interact with each other.
It's so easy to create a community.
What?
It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Always online also means if the servers get fucked, then so do you.
What's happened to me?
It's like Blizzard literally learned nothing from Diablo 3. You know, when I see someone lose their hardcore character after putting hundreds of hours into it, and they lose it because of a server issue and not a skill issue?
Nah, I don't believe this. I don't think the problem is that it's always online. PoE's always online too, and guess what? It doesn't matter because PoE instantly disconnects you whenever you are disconnected from the server. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with like Diablo or being always online. There are games that like, listen, question mark? Not really, not always. Oh no, I'm right. So basically the way that PoE works is that as soon as you get disconnected, your character is immediately removed from the world. In Diablo, that doesn't work. So the reason why this happens is actually not because the game is always online, because it's actually solvable even if the game is always online. But Diablo chose not to solve it. That's what the issue is. No, it's not. There's a 6-second timer. Well, I've seen logout macros multiple times.
Yeah, fuck that noise. That's bullshit. At first, I thought it was pretty cool that they added a horse into this game until I unlocked the horse. I mean, it's so janky. It takes like 10 seconds to warm up its engine before it starts running. Like what the fuck?
Well, that's just because of like, they have like this weird thing with acceleration where like the horse runs faster the farther away your mouse is from the front of the screen.
Hey-ya! Hey-ya!
Yeah, that's
Come on,
so dumb.
Giddy up! Giddy up, you bastard! Okay, there he goes. Okay, now on to the real shit. Diablo 4, for me, contains 2 crippling, fun-ruining flaws. Flaws so important that if changed, I would continue playing the game without question.
Okay.
Number 1, the difficulty. Number 2, the skills. Let's start with difficulty. So I stopped playing at level 48 after beating the campaign. Now, you can run down to the comments section and tell me what a casual scrub I am, that I need to play on World Tier 3, and how Diablo 4 starts to get fun and challenging after I beat the game and reach level 50.
And this is the thing, is like, I know a lot of people are going to meme on Actman for this, but do you remember how much I was like fucking pressing and saying, please make Druid end game or beginning early game better or people are going to quit and hate the game? Do you remember how much I just kept repeating this over and over and over and nobody wanted to listen? And this is exactly fucking why. I knew this shit would happen because people's first impression with the game is the most important thing. Like this is like, if the game is bad at level 7, people don't care about what it's like at level 70. Because right now it's bad. Well, they don't want, oh, well, you have to invest in it. What the fuck invest in it? What the fuck are you talking about invest? Let's play another game. What is this? Why do I have to play a bad game for an arbitrary period of time until I can have fun that other classes don't even have to deal with at all? It's ridiculous.
And if you're thinking that, you've just proven my point. Why do I have to dump 30 hours?
You said it's difficulty, it's easy. So actually, no, I said difficulty was a factor. But if you actually listen to what I said that playing a druid and playing a barbarian, because barbarian is way better than druid, I think, at leveling, is not fun. Like, that's fundamentally the problem, is that it's not fun to use a bunch of builder abilities so you can use your spender ability for 3 seconds and then it's over. So it's not about, because he played it on World Tier 2, he could have played it on World Tier 1 and it would have been easier. It's that the character doesn't play well.
Into Diablo 4 simply to unlock a difficulty option that suits my skill.
What's this?
And if you're thinking that, you've just proven my point. Why do I have to dump 30 hours into Diablo 4 simply to unlock a difficulty option that suits my skill and experience? Well, because that's how it's always been, Act Man. Yeah, you're right. The big difference is in Diablo 1 and 2, the games weren't this easy. In D2...
Really? I fought Endario in Diablo 2 and I stomped the shit out of her. It was a joke. No, I remember killing her because I killed her in the beta for Resurrected. Yeah, it was a joke. I don't know.
You had some extreme difficulty spikes. The base game is so ridiculous.
Diablo 3, was there anything hard in Diablo 3? Belial was kind of hard. I don't really think so. I think Diablo 3 had the exact same issue. And I think also Path of Exile has the same thing. Like Path of Exile, if you know how to play ARPGs, Path of Exile will be easy.
Easy that by the time I got to that climactic finale in hell, I was bored out of my mind, begging for it to end. After an experience like that, why the hell would I keep playing? I did end up doing the first capstone dungeon, and for whatever reason, that was like a light switch. It's like, oh my god, I'm actually dying to boss mechanics and not just cheap gimmicks like hard crowd control that lock me in place for 5 seconds. I'm not exaggerating when I say cheap gimmicks.
Yeah, look at this, dude.
Was like a light switch. It's like, oh my god, I'm actually dying to boss mechanics and not just...
Watch how bad this is. There's no visual indicator of when this CC is going to be over.
Cheap gimmicks like hard crowd control that lock me in place for 5 seconds. I'm not exaggerating when I say every single death I had, besides this boss, was from hard crowd control. The game had to stop me from moving in order to kill me. This capstone dungeon was like the highlight of my playthrough, likely because I was underleveled for it. So why is this game so...
Well, he'll be happy to know that after he finishes that, he'll be going right back to farming the same bosses he was doing before.
So easy. In Diablo 4, literally everything scales with your level. The cost of items and upgrades, strength of enemies, gear.
Yeah.
It's funny because every quest has a level recommendation next to it, yet it's always the same as your level. So it's like, what's the point? This does provide some positive...
I think there's some minimums, right?
benefits. It makes it easy to play with friends of higher or lower levels. You don't have to worry about your buddy who's played for 600 hours one-shotting everything and robbing you of the gameplay experience.
Yeah.
Another nice touch is that you don't ever out-level quests, dungeons, or the main story. So
yeah, I'm gonna have a really unpopular take, is that I think that the level scaling does more good than harm. I do. I know people are going to disagree with that. They're going to say, no, it's actually bad. I think it does. Diablo is not a game that is like a super hardcore game. The campaign is not meant to be a massive challenge to begin with. And I think that it's really designed for people to play with their friends on, you know, some couch co-op shit or something like that. And I think that's really why it's there. It's not there to make the campaign more of a challenge or anything like that. Like, I'm sorry, but like that's just the way that's just it. It's true, but it's also boring as fuck. You could say that. Yeah. Diablo's not a co-op game. I mean, it's being designed in a way that it's easier to play with your friends. Like, there are a lot of games that have scaling for this exact reason. Like, it's just what I think. I think the scaling is more of a positive than a negative.
You can progress these things in any order you want. However, the drawbacks to the scaling difficulty are so flagrant and obvious, I can't believe more people aren't talking about them. You understand what it actually means for the entire game to scale with the player's level in an RPG? It means that the challenge stays virtually the same from start to finish. Why is this a problem? Well, it's going to take a good long while to explain, but if the only available difficulty option is easy as balls, then you'll be begging for the sweet release of death. Now, we're going to be comparing Diablo 4 to Diablo 1 and 2 and to World of Warcraft a lot. While WoW and D4 are different kinds of games.
You never get stronger? I mean, but you do. Like, I mean, you do. You do get stronger, you don't feel stronger? I don't know. This is in comparison to the mobs. Let me read some of these. You don't feel it at all? I felt like I was getting stronger as I was leveling up. I absolutely did. Because I was getting more legendary effects. I was getting more abilities. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was, I thought it was fine. And I think that if you compare, like, I didn't play all the way through Diablo 3 or Diablo 2's campaign, but, like, I don't think that Diablo is, like, comparatively, I think Belial is harder than Diablo in Diablo 3. Like, I think Butcher is probably the same difficulty as Diablo. I would even argue that Butcher is even harder than Diablo in Diablo 3. So I'm just not really, like, I think that's always how it's been. No way. Yeah, it is. Mechanically different games, though. Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, I think they're about the same. Dodge, hook, and kill. People don't remember the game. It's so disappointing. Butcher had a heart in rage, and Diablo doesn't. It's been a long time? Yes, I know, but not for me. So, against Diablo, you could... Like, the only hard thing in the game were the shadows, right? But you could outrun the shadows, and they would despawn. And then you wouldn't even have to fight them at all. So that's number one. Number two, Butcher, during the fight, there was, like, you know, his arena was, like, I think it was 9 segments. And each of those grates eventually gets caught on fire forever, which makes the fight progressively harder. So you have to kill the Butcher within a period of time, or the entire floor is literally lava, which makes it instantly harder than Diablo, because in Inferno mode, damage is a massive issue. And it doesn't really matter whether it's Butcher or Diablo, because both of them are going to one-shot you. So, like, the damage is effectively the same, even if Diablo did more damage. That's not a hard enrage, though. It is, because on Inferno mode, it would just instantly kill you. Nobody could survive in Diablo. Like, I remember Kungan, for example, one of the best barbarians in the game for Diablo 3, actually lost a hardcore character to just standing into Butcher's fire. And that was like a maxed out barbarian for Act 1 Inferno. And it just killed him in like 2 seconds. So it was a hard enrage. So, like, again, I'm just saying that the Diablo 3 bosses, I feel like they're about the same. I'm going to be honest, I feel like they're about the same. How do you remember that Kungan death? Because I have extremely good memory. I remember all of these bosses. That's why whenever people make these comparisons, they're just not accurate. Like, that's it. They're just simply not accurate comparisons. I don't know what to say.
Games, the core mechanics that make an RPG fun and satisfying to grind, I feel, are the same. So let's imagine if World of Warcraft was more like Diablo 4. Picture this. You just spent a bunch of time grinding levels, doing dungeons, raids, getting the best gear, becoming stronger. You go back to the starting area, and guess what? That boar you fought at level 2 takes just as many hits to kill as when you're level 70. Would you feel like a badass in this situation? No, you'd feel like an asshole. Like you just got duped into wasting your time playing an RPG that fooled you into thinking you were growing and getting stronger. Now, sure, you'd certainly have...
So, I do see why he feels that way, but this is the way that I see it. This is the good level scaling, this is the bad level scaling. Let's just use WoW as an example. Level 1, level 60, and this is tier 3. This is vanilla WoW. I think scaling from like the leveling experience is fine, to where everything is the highest level to a max level character. However, whenever I think scaling is bad, is whenever scaling occurs in the end game, and the player gets better gear and the monsters get more powerful. That's whenever I think scaling is bad, is because at that point it's effectively punishing the player for getting better gear, and the player is not able to feel the growth of their character. Now, I also think that happens in this section here, but I think that the positives outweigh the negatives in this section, whereas I don't believe that the positives outweigh the negatives in this section. So Diablo 4 scaling is bad by that definition? I mean, I think that, like, the scaling that they have for, like, World Tier 4, like this, look, I mean, maybe this is just me, but, like, I outscale the world so fucking hard, it doesn't even matter. I don't even recognize it. Like, by the time I was level 70, I was killing these mobs so fast that it was like nothing to me. People are making scaling like this is some kind of like a massive fucking issue. I was showing Zach my character today, who's over, and I killed a few elites in the open world. I killed them in one hit, one whirlwind. So like, we want to talk about, oh, scaling matters, and it makes you feel like you're not progressing. I feel like I'm fucking progressed, absolutely. I feel like I'm a level 100 barbarian with full fucking great gear. And I don't even think my gear is that good. Like, I don't know. That's the way I feel. I mean, I feel like I got way stronger, because I remember I entered world tier 4 at 60. It was like 58, actually, because I remember I couldn't equip the ancestral items. And then by the time that I was level 70, I was so strong that I had like basically full ancestral items, and nothing in the open world was a challenge at all. And yeah, the open world scaled with me, but so did my Paragon levels. And my Paragon levels, like the scaling in the open world, it was like this, right? It's like, so you have like the scaling, and this is the open world scaling. Oops. This is the open world scaling, and this is my scaling. So like, I was just way outscaling it. I'll be honest, like, as somebody who played it, like, I genuinely never thought the scaling was a big deal. I know a lot of people are disagreeing with me on this. I get it. But I just think that people aren't seeing the perspective that Blizzard has with, like, the friction that it causes with people to be able to play with their friends. And in a game that a lot of people are going to spend their time at 1 to 60, they want to make the friction between allowing people to play with their friends as minimal as possible. And because of that, scaling is necessary. And I understand that some people don't like it. I get it. But from my personal experience, scaling did not negatively affect my gameplay. That's how I feel. Now, if other people feel differently, that's fine. But I felt like I was getting stronger the entire playthrough. Of course, there's no challenge for you. Use the website to play the game. I mean, actually, I didn't really use the website. I used the website to do my Paragon levels. I looked at that for sure, but like I did all my talents on my own. I think you're wrong about people playing these games with friends a lot. Just look at PoE, where 90% of people play solo. Isn't that the point? Isn't that why Diablo doesn't want to be like PoE? It's kind of the point.
More abilities at level 70 than 2, but the point is, when you level up in Diablo 4, you don't get stronger, the enemies do, and you receive a skill point to deal with it. So because the challenge is consistently easy from start to finish, I was basically playing this game on autopilot, and if I wanted a game I could turn my brain off and play, I'd grind RuneScape. But Diablo is an action RPG. I want action. I want something that's fun, exciting, and fraught with danger. And if it's got some spooky, scary moments, that's a huge plus too. This level scaling mechanic is one of the most fucked up things I've ever seen in an RPG. It goes beyond simply making the moment-to-moment combat stale and repetitive. And you might be thinking, well, Ackman, what about Oblivion and Skyrim? Well, that's...
See, like, I don't see that. And the reason why I don't see that is because if there wasn't level scaling, he would just be fighting mobs that were the same equivalent power level, right? Because like if he's saying like, oh, the 38 mobs are stronger, wouldn't he just be going to another area and dealing with those mobs instead? I don't understand it. Over-leveling and under-leveling is a thing. At least you would have a choice. But like, you wouldn't naturally do that. Like, what you would naturally do is you would just play through the campaign, right? I think that's what 90% of people do, is they play through the campaign. They maybe do a couple of dungeons. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is so weird, like, that people, I cannot understand this frame of mind. Because, like, in Diablo 3, for example, whenever you would go from Act 1 to Act 2, the mobs in Act 2 were so much harder than Act 1, I might as well have been fucking nerfed. You would dominate Act 1, and then Act 2 you would just get completely annihilated. So level scaling is just another way of doing that. So if you're having problems with stronger mobs, then, or like you feel like you're not making progress, I don't really see the big difference here. Especially whenever you're going through the campaign anyway and you're fighting different mobs anyway. It's an artificial way. Yeah, it is. Scaling takes away our choices. But what choice are you realistically making? You have to do the campaign, right? I'm totally not understanding this at all. There's no real choice. Like, you have to do the campaign in order to play the game. If you just go through the campaign, you will passively level up to 50. So it should be boring? I'm saying it was boring in Diablo 3. It's boring in every fucking game. Because it's the same fucking thing. Just because you're killing mobs that are a different color, it doesn't really matter. Diablo 2, it's not. I know in Diablo 2, I only did the Act 1. I think I did a little bit of Act 2 as well. So you don't agree with them? It's fine. Let's move on. Yeah. I will make it very clear. I don't think that scaling is a negative issue in Diablo 4. I really don't think so. I think people are massively overblowing it. I think that if you were going to make a list of problems that Diablo has, this would be like number 37. Even after level 70? Yes, even after level 70. Because if you're having problems with scaling after level 70, it's because you made a shit build and you're a bad player. It's got nothing to do with the game. It's not the game's fault you suck. That's what I think.
It's a lot different because you have some control over the difficulty, and the scaling only affects the types of enemies you encounter. So it's a lot different. To be fair, I think Diablo 4 excels in its enemy design. There's a ton of cool
fuck that. You cannot fucking say that shit whenever that piece of shit is on the screen. Fuck this mob. Fuck that mob. Fuck this mob. Oh, I hate these pieces of shit.
Humans like those spider hosts and the walking ball sacks that spawn flies. The Balrogs return, as do the Fallen. Everything fits a theme based on the area it's in, and I like that. Enemies can spawn in unique ways.
Like those
they
mobs.
Unfreeze in the snowy areas or ambush you when you loot certain chests.
Yeah, a lot of the small, intangible type things like that with Diablo 4 are like S tier. They're really good.
Enemy movesets are flashy and fun to play around. Scaling fucks with the world and level design much more than you'd expect, because every corner of the game is now stuck at the same difficulty level. Therefore, no zone stands out or feels more challenging than the last. There is no sense of progression. Again, what if you took this scaling difficulty and added it to Elden Ring? What if you went to Caelid at the start and you didn't get your ass whooped by those giant dogs? Well, then that place wouldn't be as memorable. The desolate atmosphere and red-tinted sky would betray the tone of Caelid. The land of Caelid would not have this stigma among Souls fans of being a challenging, oppressive area of the game. And that's what makes it stand out. You get what I'm saying? When you give players far too much...
I do think that he's making a good point with this to an extent. And I think that there should be areas in the game that are like end-game plus areas. Like, absolutely. But Elden Ring is a completely different game than Diablo. It's a totally different experience.
Explore an open world and you don't gatekeep any sections of it, then they end up having nothing to look forward to and nothing to go back to. It feels like there's no rhyme or reason to what I'm doing in the world of Sanctuary, and it doesn't matter what order I do it in, so it all just feels the same to me. Is this making any sense, or am I just talking out of my Diab butthole? You know how in Breath of the Wild, after leaving the tutorial, you could go straight to Ganon's castle? I mean, you'd stand no chance, but that type of freedom is genius because you're given a sense of progression in the world and the different zones. You're not supposed to be here yet, but the designers still let you. I feel like this is just like basic open world RPG design 101. They dangle a super hard boss.
Yeah, I don't think that that's what they're going for with Diablo 4. I really just don't think so. I think that the open world is just something that they can use to get people to do Helltides. Yeah, that's not what the goal is.
Or tough enemy in front of you and say, come back when you're stronger, bitch. There's plenty of examples. The anti-guy in Paper Mario, the skeletons next to Firelink Shrine.
Ooh, that's the sword
dancer in Tales of Symphonia. That's why going back to Slaughter the Tree Sentinel was so satisfying.
What do you mean going back?
You feel like you've grown stronger and gotten better at the game since he whooped your ass. And it's that feeling of growth and accomplishment that I tend to chase in RPGs. Unfortunately, in my 30 hours of playing Diablo 4, I never once had that feeling.
And I think this is actually an issue, and this point that he's making is good. I don't think that it matters with the campaign that much, because the campaign is just going to be an on-rails experience anyway. But I do think that this is one thing that separates Diablo from Path of Exile. And this is what I was talking about with my chart that I had already made here, is that like, the problem to me with scaling is that whenever scaling is happening above the max level or above, like, the max level threshold, where it's like, you know, the max level in Diablo is like basically 70. The max level in, you know, I would say like PoE is like 90 or something like that. I'd say 95. And like, imagine if Shaper scaled to like your level, or imagine if Elder scaled. And this is one thing that Diablo 3 missed out on a lot, is that there weren't a lot of fights at max level that you could benchmark yourself against that weren't just harder versions of existing fights. But in Path of Exile, there are a lot of different fights that you can do that have objective measurements of like damage and health that you have to overcome. And I think that's really what Actman is saying. I don't think that it's, I think that the value proposition of like having scaling for leveling and the campaign is more positive than negative. However, I think that the value proposition for end game content of having scaling in end game based off of your gear and your level past that, I think is also like it's more negative than positive. So like that's kind of what I mean, and that's why I didn't like Diablo 3, like Reaper of Souls, is I felt like in the seasons there was nothing new for me to do. Like, example is like Greater Rifts. So, like, if I do a Greater Rift 30, what's the difference between a Greater Rift 30 and a Greater Rift 130? Zeros. Zeros behind the numbers. That's it. And that's the problem. That's why I don't like it.
Types of difficulty spikes, they just give me something to look forward to. I need a challenge I can't beat yet, or a super difficult optional boss thrown in my face, a forbidden area I can't access yet. That's what inspires me to grind and get better gear, to see more of the game, right? If you brought Diablo 4's version of scaled difficulty to other RPGs, you'd see how fucking atrocious it is. Like I said, I did the first capstone dungeon at level 48, so I was 2 levels below the recommended, and after 30 hours, like, this was the challenge I'm looking for. The boss is well designed. Dying to him made me pissed. I felt some tension.
Yeah, I got killed to that
close
attack
to
too.
Killing him and was running low on healing potions. My point is, why did I have to beat the game to start being challenged by it? Remember how simple?
Because you're really good at it. That's why. That's really the reason. It's because Actman is in the top probably 5 to 1% of players. That's actually the truth. Most people that play the game are fucking garbage. That's why. And before you say, no, that's not true, just remember the infographic that Blizzard put out that said that most players are still on the campaign 3 weeks after the game was released. So you honestly, like, is there anybody here who is delusional enough to think that you're the average player while you're staying up at 3 in the morning watching me watch a video about Diablo 4? Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Like, these are all, like, everybody here is a serious player of video games here, basically, compared to an average person. Like, have you ever been, here's a really good frame of reference. Have you ever gone to one of the WoW midnight releases? Did you ever go to one of them back in the day? Let me see what people say. Yes. Did you ever talk to any of the people that were there? Because I did. And they were so delusional and so uninformed. I remember I talked to a guy that didn't even know that ICC gave Frostworm Drakes for the release of Cataclysm. Literal garbage players. Absolute clueless dipshits. The people that are hoping to get the item level so they can queue into LFR, and they're looking up a guide for Hazelnutty Games for her to show them how to dodge the one mechanic. Those are the majority. Those are the masses. And that's the point that I'm making. Is that, of course it's easy for Actman. Of course it's easy for me. Of course it's easy for a lot of other people. But it's probably not easy for Dave, the electrician, who the last Diablo that he played was Diablo 2, and his hands hurt after playing with the controller for 45 minutes. Because he plays it on his PS5. Dave is the minority? No. No, Dave is not the minority. You are. We are. And that's the point. I'm sorry. Of course it's going to be easy. You know what I thought? I thought Elden Ring was really easy. I did. I thought it was an incredibly easy game. It was a joke compared to Sekiro. But that's not a bad thing. Cap? Jump attack halberd? So you're saying that... Oh my god. All right, arguments tonight basically come down to just arguing that no one likes good games should play Diablo 4. I think that if you're expecting to get a 1,000 hour experience out of Diablo 4, you will be disappointed. Diablo 4 is a casual game made for casual players that has hardcore elements to it. And I think that's okay. If mostly serious gamers watch these videos, and it makes sense that he's saying Diablo 4 sucks for us and wants to inform us that Diablo 4 will be easier for us. Of course, I understand that, but I'm just saying to contextualize that mindset. I never disagree with you this much. This time I can't agree with you. Well, no, it's okay. Like, a lot of people don't understand it, but it doesn't make me wrong. I'm still right. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, that's why so many people bought and played Diablo 4.
Diablo 1 was, there were 16 levels and each one got progressively more difficult and was filled with different and tougher enemies. The soundtrack and visuals would change as you got closer to Diablo's lair and hell itself. This is a very simple way to convey to the player that the challenge was evolving. This doesn't happen in Diablo 4. It doesn't matter when you go to hell. The challenge will be the same. It's like, this is a game about fighting the forces of fucking hell. Slaying demons. I'm not the Doomslayer. I can't be the scariest thing in the game. I want it to be challenging. I want to run into some big fuck off demon that whoops my ass. Blizzard likes to remind
when was the last time I had that experience with like running into something that was like really hard that whooped my ass? Because like, I don't know. When was the last time that really happened? Diablo 3? Like the Elden Ring Deathbird? Yeah, but that was just like me mauling, right? I would say Jedi Survivor, like, but the reason why that frog was hard was because it was bugged. Like, the hitbox for the frog was bugged. Like, I think that if you understand how to beat that frog, it's actually such an easy boss. Uber Lilith? Well, no, that's just like, I don't even think that's, like, it's not really interesting, right? It's just like, if you make a mistake, you just die. Is that interesting? I think that's boring.
everyone that Diablo 4 was going back to its roots. They say darkness has returned.
Well, the initial direction was Diablo 2.
The art direction for Diablo 4 is really rooted in this idea of delivering on the fantasy of a dark, gothic, medieval world.
And I think, by the way, I'll say again, I think they completely nailed the art for Diablo 4. I think they totally fucking nailed it. I love the art design. I think it's amazing.
The initial art direction of the game in general was darker and grittier, and Diablo 2 was kind of the inspiration.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically more back towards like Diablo 2, the much darker style.
Major redesign to make them feel more grim, a little scarier, a little darker.
And when writing this next chapter, we really wanted to return to our darker roots.
Everything's a little darker, everything's more difficult.
The story of Lilith and Inarius is the darkest story we've ever told.
What? Without me, you would have no victory. And its cost will be more than you can pay.
It's the darkest story we've ever told.
You have done well.
By the way, I think that Diablo 2 is like infinitely darker. It is like, it's not even, and by the way, I don't even think that it's remotely close.
Now I think you shall have your reward. What have I done to deserve
The story of Lilith and Inarius is the darkest story we've ever told.
The dark tone is at direct odds with the gameplay because you're slaughtering.
I don't even think that's the darkest part of it. I think just how bleak and fatalistic it is in general is what's so dark. Like, Marius doesn't even have a good reason for why he follows the Wanderer. Why does the wind blow? Yeah, it's just the bleak hopelessness of it is what's so good. Like, I actually thought, I sat around, I thought about those cinematics for a while. And I was like, what really is like the same vibe as this? And I thought maybe Conan, like the original Conan the Barbarian. I think that had a little bit of that vibe in it. And fuck? Mad Max? Maybe a little bit, yeah. I don't know. But, like, it's just, like, it's so hard to get something like that. Berserk, yeah, maybe Berserk does.
Endless hordes of trash mobs like it's nothing. You could compare this idea to Bloodborne or Bioshock or Dead Space, where the gameplay matches the tone of the locations and narrative. You see, the brilliance of Diablo 1's design is there are very few moments where you can let your guard down, even at the start, because even the trash mobs can surround you and kill your ass. This made exploration in Diablo 1 very tense and methodical. It was an action RPG, but it also felt like a survival game. But this whole aspect of surviving the forces of hell started to become more and more irrelevant when they released the second game. The issue with Diablo 1's design is that it doesn't fulfill the power fantasy modern gamers are looking for in a Diablo game. Like I said, the tastes have changed, and I accept that. Diablo fans nowadays want to kill hordes of demons that fill up the entire screen, and they want to feel like a badass. The problem I have with this is it makes most fights with basic enemies feel totally trivial and pointless, because they serve no actual threat. Now, this doesn't bother me in normal RPGs where you outlevel enemies, because of the scaling, that's not a thing. At some point, I realized that fighting random enemies on the way to a quest was a waste of time, because the quest itself will give me demons to fight, so I might as well skip all combat in the open world entirely. You see, it's not enough to make a somewhat linear ARPG that progresses in challenge through 5 different acts. They need to make
I need to play the Diablo. I need to play the Diablo 2 campaign. I have to do it, man. Like, if the Diablo, like, I need to fucking do this, because I want to be able to compare it to Diablo 2, but I only have Act 1. I need to play this, just to see, because, like, I don't know what it's going to be like. I think I know what it's going to be like, but I'm not sure.
Diablo game into some sort of endlessly replayable grind fest in order to maximize player retention and justify a live service business model. Diablo 2 was more open, but it was segmented, you know? You couldn't just run to the Act 5 area at the start of the game. If they had to have the open world, I would have suggested make the campaign somewhat linear, and then once players beat the game, the world opens up. But there would be a lot more to it than that. The point is, when
Isn't that kind of what happens? Like, I don't know. I think that's what, like, in my mind, that's what happens, right? Or maybe I'm missing something. No? The world's already... Oh, you're saying the world's already open before then. Okay.
Throw hundreds and thousands of trash mobs at me, it trivializes the combat and therefore trivializes the threat hell itself poses to the world of Sanctuary. When I did finally get to hell, there was a brief moment of excitement. I was like, oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start seeing some
crazy... Yeah, this part was really cool.
Ass enemies, and then it was the same demons I was fighting at the start of the game.
Oh, don't forget the best part, where the boss, right before you fight Lilith, is just the world boss with the same abilities. Very cool.
Even the unique bosses aren't all that challenging. Take the Astaroth battle, it's built up quite a bit. I mean, you're fighting a Hell Knight riding a giant 5-headed demon dog. Talk about fucking epic. This should be a major checkpoint in the player's skills, and this guy should be a total badass. Instead, he's a cakewalk because of scaling difficulty. I made a video a long time ago about...
By the way, I mean, yeah, number one S-Fan died to that, I remember that. I think that Astaroth is fine in terms of difficulty. I feel like Astaroth is... Like, I think Astaroth is the same equivalent difficulty as Asmodan in Diablo 3. It's too easy? I don't know. I think that they're... Most casuals die there? Yeah, the fight was an absolute joke. I mean, sure, but like, what fight in a leveling campaign isn't an absolute joke? Well, Kitava? Do you want to see me killing Kitava? This league? Let's see me killing Kitava this league. Let's pull it up. Let's see how Kitava goes. Okay, here we go. Wow. One ability. Uh-oh. bitch. To be fair, I did dodge that. 2 abilities. Then the heart spawns. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. Yeah, they sold this from New World. I actually think Kitava is the best boss in the game. Oh wow, I almost took damage. I just healed it. Actually, probably not best boss in like the whole game. Like he's the best leveling boss. Well, it's easy because it's well telegraphed. Like I think that's a good kind of easy. 2 abilities there. If you're good at it, yeah. Wow. This is the end of the fight. So like I'm just not getting it, guys. This is alright, this is the last act, Kitava. Here we go. Oh, he's dying even faster. He's taking damage so fast that like he doesn't even like he's bugging out. Oh, I forgot about meta build. Oh, so now. Oh my god. There's always who said Kitava's hard? You can't win. You just can't win with these people. Oh my fucking god. Guys, why can't we just accept that the leveling campaigns in ARPGs are fucking easy? And especially they are fucking easy if you've played them 1,000,000 times. What are we doing?
The most important thing every video game needs, and it's challenge. If I'm not challenged, you know, then I don't see a point. I don't see a point to playing the game, and that's how I feel about Diablo 4. I might have been willing to grind to World Tier 3 and deal with the game's lack of difficulty up to that point if it weren't for the second crippling flaw, the skills. Now, at first I was having a blast with this game, and every time I leveled up, I was super pumped to spend the next 5 minutes looking at the skill tree and carefully considering what I would put my point in. I felt like my playstyle was constantly expanding until I unlocked my ultimate. Once you do that, the game becomes extremely repetitive as your playstyle is set in stone from then on, and you're only investing points in passive bonuses and stat increases. Sure, you can respec and swap out skills, but you're only allowed 5 abilities and a basic attack. Once you max these abilities out, you can only move laterally, not vertically. You can't expand your playstyle or your arsenal of tools. You can only swap things out. Does that make sense? Yes, this limitation.
I wish there was more customization in the talent tree. I think that there's too much customization in the Paragon tree, and I don't think there's enough in the talent tree. It's like too much in the Paragon tree. Like it's massively fucking complex, whereas the talent tree is like just so obvious that I just think it's kind of boring.
Does create trade-offs and forces players to think carefully about what to invest in and what type of playstyle they want. But I remember Diablo 2 doing this exact same thing and letting you have 8 abilities and a basic attack. And shit, 2 weapons you could swap between. Shit, man, even the original Diablo let you have, what, like 30 different abilities and magic spells? I guess this 5-skill limitation in Diablo 4 wouldn't bother me so much if it weren't...
You should have played a bard. You've only got 2 skills.
So tedious to change build, right? If you get to a super high level in Diablo 4 and decide to change your playstyle, you better have enough gold to change it back in case you hate it, because there is no loadout system, which I think would work if you could purchase like loadout slots and you could swap those out at the stash. I'd probably keep playing the game if that was a thing. But right now it just feels like Diablo 4 is insistent on restricting the most fun aspects of its gameplay.
That is a very good fucking point. I completely agree with this. Abso-fucking-lutely. There is no reason, like the Paragon respecs and like having loadouts, etc. This should absolutely happen. I completely agree with this.
For balance? Balance for what? PvP? Who the fuck cares? WoW lets you use like 500 different abilities. Balance for PvE? That's a laugh. We just established the game is too easy up until you hit level 50. Maybe it's the forced player.
I think the game is too easy until you do Uber Lilith. I think that's the problem. I think the game has no challenge at all until you get to the last boss in the game, and then every attack she does one-shots you with questionable hitboxes. I don't really think that, I don't think Elias is that hard. Bro, somebody says the Whirlwind Barb. I know. And every other class is better than that. So what does that tell you? You've done a 90+ Nightmare Dungeon? No, but what's new about that? Is there anything special in a level 90 Nightmare Dungeon that's not in a 60 or a 70? What's different? I'm pretty sure it's the exact same boss, right? Yeah, there's more zeros at the end. Right, okay. So there's nothing. Right.
To make trade-offs, and that seems more likely, but come on, man. It's boring.
The main cornerstone of D4 is play your way.
Between all of our different systems, you can really create a custom character in ways that was not available in previous Diablo titles.
You're a liar! You're a liar!
In the eternal conflict between the high heavens and the burning hells, Diablo 4 offers you more choice than ever before.
This too is false.
Because
I'm curious, how many builds did barbarians have in Diablo 2? Like, how many, like, effective, like, good builds did they have? 10? People are saying 10 plus. Other people are saying 3 to 4. Less than 5. Yeah. Same as this game. Yeah. Like, barbarians have Whirlwind, Hammer of the Ancients. They have Thorns. And I think there's, like, one more. Is there one? Double Slash. Yeah, Double Slash. Bleed. Yeah, Rend. Yeah, there you go. So I think that's about the same.
We have
other
all
classes
of these different, ways
though.
to make your own character. There's a lot more possibility compared to previous titles of how you want to play, how you want to build your character.
Liar! You see, I had this fantasy of being a lightning-throwing, shape-shifting druid. I wanted to have a hybrid between those two builds, but I had to settle for just the lightning. Why can't we have more hotkeys? Is it a technical limitation? Like, because they're making...
I definitely agree with this. I think they should have made your ultimate ability something that was off the talent tree that you get to decide independently in the same way that you can with Lost Ark. I really like how Lost Ark has a separate button dedicated just for your ultimate ability. It's made for console, so you're saying that console can't have another, like, you can't, like, console, like, controllers have, like, why can't you just hold like R2 and L2 at the same time and it does your ultimate? Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Like, Final Fantasy 14 works on console. You think they can't, like, 6 buttons is the most they can add on a console? Get the fuck out of here. No. You can use control on Lost Ark, yeah. It's just ridiculous.
A game for consoles too? Well, that doesn't make sense because Dragon Age Origins, Fable, and other RPGs have had workarounds for that issue. But let's look at another top-down RPG that's also on console. Divinity Original Sin 2, one of the greatest video games ever made. You can invest points in the memory stat to unlock more skill slots. There's no limit, and you can do this with 4 different characters.
Oh, and so this is on controller? Okay, so this completely proves my point. Yeah, they should make a special slot just for your ultimate ability. Because, like, I just want to be able to use, like, that one ability. What's the ability they call, like, Iron Maelstrom? I think that's, like, the coolest barbarian ability. It's so awesome.
It's literally, like, that easy. Or at least it would be if when you leveled up, you can invest points in attributes, but you can't do that in Diablo until level 50. What the fuck? What were they thinking? Look, these are 2 radically different kinds of games, but the point is, as someone who's played a fuck ton of RPGs, I have a lot more fun with this than this. The limitations on skills and the backwards-ass design of scaling difficulty have basically killed any long-term enjoyment.
I don't, like, this is an issue, but it's not a big issue as somebody who plays PoE. And PoE, you can play most PoE endgame builds with a garage door opener. Let's be real. But it's the building is what matters, building the character. So I don't really care about having more buttons, but I just want to be able to use my ultimate abilities.
I could have had with this game. You blew it! Diablo 4 is plagued by so many what the fuck were they thinking type of issues. It's almost comical.
What the fuck?
You know how when PC players play a first-person shooter and they lose their mind if they can't control the field of view? That's exactly how I felt playing Diablo 4. Like, bro, why is the camera so zoomed in? They got custom game.
Yeah, it's always sad whenever you're playing and you go into a boss fight and you're like, oh wow, now I can finally see what's going on in the game. And like you realize what they've taken away from you.
in Warcraft 3 that lets you zoom out further than what the base game lets you. And dude, zooming out is one of the biggest features they flaunted when they were promoting StarCraft Remastered. I just don't get it. Look, I'll show you, okay? Here's the FOV in the original. Character ain't too big, looks great. Here's Diablo 2, same thing.
I think you
Even
actually
Diablo,
have a very large field of view in Diablo 2. Like, look at this. Like, this is really nice. This is great.
Even Diablo 3 somehow got this right. And then, well, what the fuck? Jeez. Throughout my playthrough, I kept spamming the scroll button in vain, hoping it would zoom out.
Yeah, he's actually right about this. I didn't even notice it was this bad. Wow. Yeah, that's... Holy shit.
Never does.
Yeah, he's definitely right about this. Absolutely.
Phone. You can zoom out? I've been playing for 20 hours, and now when I'm in hell near the end of the goddamn game...
Yeah, finally. Like, yeah, it's like now, it's like finally I can see what's happening on the screen.
Finally zoom out? Why couldn't I play the rest of the game like this? Why does it only zoom out at parts where the developers want to show off the level design? The level design's beautiful, by the way. Why do I even have to complain about this? It just shouldn't be an issue. Just let me zoom out.
It's so weird.
I figure we might as well discuss the side content Diablo offers. Well,
I would discuss the side content. However, I don't really know what it is.
Most of it is pretty fun initially, like the dungeons, some side quests have interesting bits of story, and the strongholds are fun, lengthy battles. But these activities get old real quick. It's pretty obvious they had a quantity over quality mentality to ensure there was a lot of content for players to...
Can't wait to do that content again for Season 1. That's going to be so fun.
Grind and complete. So there's 5 main areas in the game, and by completing the side content, you earn renown, which lets you unlock important things like extra skill points, more potion capacity. It's pretty much necessary to max these things out after you beat the campaign. Problem is,
I think the issue with the side quests is that I would have done the side quests for my own enjoyment, but the reason why I didn't do them for my own enjoyment is because I had to do them in order to complete the campaign, and in order to complete my renown. So like it turned the side quests into like an obligation that I need to min-max as quickly as possible.
Once again, as a result of the live service, Blizzard intends to reset the renown you've earned with every season. Why is this a problem? Because most Diablo fans fucking hated grinding for it.
I don't... Oh, there it is. There it is. Let's get it. I don't know why they are holding on to the idea that refarming renown will be fun.
It won't be.
I don't want to do the same side quests.
I don't
again.
either.
They're fucking annoying and
Nope.
they're a waste of time.
True.
I don't want to have to re-clear the same pointless dungeons for no reason.
You've probably seen people say stuff like,
Absolutely.
I don't want to have to grind renown again. If I have to grind renown again, I'm not playing anymore. And I'm sitting over here thinking to myself, so if the side content is that bad, if it's so boring that you never want to experience anything like it ever again...
It's not that it's boring. It's that I don't want to have to do it. It's a very different thing. Like, the content is okay, but it's okay the first time. It is boring. So, no, I will make the argument of this. Going through the side quests, they are all voice acted. Some of them are actually quite good. I like the side quests, like where you have to fight the girl who's like possessed by the demon and she gives the thing to her mom. Like, it's not that they're boring in that way. It's that I don't want to have to do them twice. I mean, I love doing, I'm trying to think of like another quest line, like some of the Warcraft quest lines. They're nice to do, but I don't want to have to do them regularly. Like every 3 months, I have to redo the campaign quest line for the Shadowlands. That's what the issue is. I think that doing it once isn't boring. That's my point. It's not boring the first time. I think it's actually okay, and it adds texture. It adds texture, and it makes the world more robust. I genuinely think that the side quests are adds to the game and not negatives. But having to do them every single season is a massive fucking minus.
And that's not content, dude. Those are chores. You're at the grocery store right now.
Absolutely.
Checking off a list. You know, maybe these activities are worth re-examining and redesigning to make grinding renown a fun experience so that players are open to doing that again. In the promotional videos, Blizzard kept reiterating how much content there is. and that players will never run out of things to do.
It's been created to feel full of things to encounter, full of secrets to discover, full of characters to interact with, full of stories to find.
You have so many activities that you might run into.
Diablo 4 offers so much more for players to do than ever before.
We've really crafted the world to feel like there's always something just around the corner to find.
Every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for
You'd be out of rage by now, let's be honest.
you to experience.
There's over 120 dungeons to play through and find.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
There's going to never...
the amount of dungeons they have in the game, I think it's about like 10. And some of the dungeons have a different boss at the end. The boss, you could say, is randomized. There's like, yeah, 10 to 12 dungeons.
Be an absence of something to do.
It's really just going to be a way to keep coming back and experiencing more Diablo 4.
It's usually a red flag when I hear developers talk like this, because what they're actually trying to say, if you translate it, is our game is going to have endless amounts of boring, tedious, and shallow activities. They focus...
Well, the worst part about that is that now you have Diablo players that are going and they're trying to ask Blizzard to add more boring, tedious activities because they're bored because they played the game 200 hours. Like, I am losing my fucking mind seeing people say this shit. It's driving me fucking crazy. Because I don't want to see them turn... I don't want to see us turn them into Legion. Oh, you're bored? Okay, here's artifact power. Have fun. Absolutely not. So, I actually, again, I don't think farming renown the first time is bad at all. I don't. I don't think so. I think it's fine. But it is fundamentally one-time content. It's one-time content. And Blizzard knows that doing quests is one-time content because that's why they let you skip the campaign. What are we doing? What are we talking about?
It's on the scale of content instead of its quality. They prioritize the grind instead of the fun, the exciting, and the new. I don't know, man. I guess I just don't get it. I don't understand the appeal of having my progress and my character reset every few months and then having the devs try...
Oh, I think that's fine because that's the way ARPGs work. And I understand why he feels that way, and I don't mind the seasonal approach because actually, now that I think about it, saying that's the way ARPGs work is kind of like just an appeal to tradition, which is like not very good. I don't mind that. I think that's fine because it creates renewed excitement in the game and they're supposed to, you know, change the flavor of the game. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, the argument we always say this way, yeah, I don't think that it's that big of a deal.
To pass it off as a feature and not a corrupt save file. You know, getting to level 40 and saving up enough money to buy a mount in WoW Classic was a big deal. I felt so accomplished after I did that, and that I could explore the world much more efficiently. But
I spent all my gold on plate gear because I said, listen, boys, yeah, I might not get there as fast as you, but whenever I get there, you're gonna know it. I was like, fuck, it's 16.
More importantly, Blizzard didn't take
I bought all my
mount
plate
away
armor.
after 3 months and say, go do all that shit
I think my
again,
mount's like
asshole.
50 or like 45 or something.
What's next on the agenda? Stats and loot. The bread and butter of most RPGs and the main reason people play them for hundreds of hours. On some occasions, you do get a nice reward for completing a quest or defeating a boss, like this amulet that summons a barrier or the Mother's Embrace ring you get from Lilith. But these are extremely rare in the campaign. Now, it might just be me, but
I mean, like, I think that the one type of friction that feels really bad in the campaign is out-leveling your legendaries. That's what feels really, really bad. I hated that. Because then it's like, oh, I don't want to, you know, imprint this because then I won't have it at a higher level. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, but it did kind of feel bad.
Find the majority of loot drops in Diablo 4 to be terribly unexciting, to the point where I hardly read what most items actually do. And at a certain point, I just walk past chests because they rarely hold anything of interest. I think
I open most chests because they have a chance to spawn an elite. But yeah, I can see that.
The loot is extremely boring for a few reasons. Number one, it all looks extremely generic. Maybe it's because I'm playing as a druid and just the druid items are boring, but when I look at the loot in Diablo 1 and 2, it just looks way fucking cooler. You got like the skull.
Oh no, you have these. These are in Diablo 4. You just have to go to the store. So if you open up the menu and then you go to the shop, so you'll see those items on the shop. Yeah, no, they're in Diablo 4, guys. Yeah, what do you mean?
Shield or Arcane's Valor. I mean, look at the helmets and how colorful and different they are. But in Diablo 4, when I find a pair of boots, I feel like it's the same fucking pair of boots I've already seen 100 times. Am I the only one who feels this way? Am I missing something? Am I tripping?
I like the way my barbarian looks in Diablo 4. I do. I think he looks cool.
You know, maybe it also has to do with the fact that every item takes up the same amount of space and the icons all look so similar that in my brain it all morphs together. There are very few moments where finding a piece of loot is genuinely exciting in Diablo 4. And part of that is because I'm also not a huge fan of RPGs that dump a bunch of meaningless numbers and stats into the menu.
Well, to be fair, those shouldn't be meaningless numbers and stats, but they are, because Blizzard doesn't know how to balance their game. Resistances just don't work. Oops. They just, we did I cannot believe people are okay. It'll be in season 5 they'll fix resistances. Yeah, no, it'll get delayed from season 2.
And
because of COVID.
Remember how awesome it was in WoW when you got that first item that boosted your stats instead of just armor?
Oh, yeah. Dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt. Level 18? Yeah.
I think part of the reason this clip became a meme is his excitement mirrored our excitement. And that was for a belt that he found at level 18. I have never been even close to this excited for any item in Diablo 4. When appraising the value of an item in an RPG, it really helps to understand the game's mechanics and what certain stats
So this is a problem, is that in order for you to understand the mechanics, that would require Blizzard to understand the mechanics. And therein lies the problem. They don't. They don't understand their own mechanics.
Actually improve. If the stats and numbers are too convoluted, then players aren't going to understand or feel any tangible benefit from increasing them, right? Again, you look at items in WoW, it's like plus 17 stamina. What does plus 1 stamina do?
10.
Plus 10 HP. Okay? You can easily wrap your head around that. But because the sense of progression in Diablo 4 is so fucking skewed, now you find an item that's like plus 9 to all stats. And you're like, what the fuck? That sounds awesome. I'm only level 20. And then you'll look at what 1 point of strength does. And what does it do? Gives you 1 point of armor. Okay, well, I have 3,000 points of armor. So this is worthless to me.
I mean, I think at max level, and like the thing is, like if he had stuck around and theory crafted the game a lot, he would know that, you know, obviously your main stat scales at a different level than other stats do, and having main stats and all stats is actually usually the meta for at least barbarians, because it allows you to hit different paragon bonuses, etc. But like, while you're leveling, which is like mainly his experience, yeah, it feels like shit. Main stats suck. Not worth staying around to figure out their trash system. And that's the thing that I'm making, right? That's the point that I'm making, is that I tried to hammer this so much on the beta. I said, please do not let this game's leveling experience feel like shit. And I said the leveling experience for the Druid and the Barbarian especially feels like absolute fucking garbage. Blizzard didn't fix it, and now we're watching a video with 1 million fucking views. This video has 1 million views, number 13 on trending, because nobody wanted to fucking listen. They said, oh no, it's good that the game is bad early on. That way you have to earn being able to have a good time. Well, guess what? Nobody spends they already earned it. They had to work fucking a whole day for this. It's $70 fucking dollars. That's insane. I'm so mad. They tried to copy Pewee and failed. The difference is that, like, I don't even want to.
I can't get over this. Like, strength doesn't improve your damage or nothing. What does strength typically do in an RPG?
Makes you hit harder.
Want to use this big ass weapon? Strength requirement. You want to do more damage? Strength. Bro, even in Warcraft 3, the strength stat did more than what it does in Diablo 4. And that wasn't even an RPG. I've never played an RPG like this where the core stats felt so fucking useless. So meaning.
Play retail, wow. So you got 2 you got damage, and you have health. Do you want damage? Okay, strength. Health, stam. Agility? Nope. Intellect? Nope. Spirit? Nope. Gone. Yeah, I mean, that's just really how it is.
To increase. This is apparently what the entire Paragon board is all about. Yeah, and let's talk about that shit. How do you balance a game that has skill trees this big by making each point basically worthless? Diablo 1 did it
and it's still not balanced.
Better. I cannot for the life of me understand what they were thinking. The reason I bring all this up is because so many of the stats on items just, I look at it and I'm like, well, this doesn't mean anything to me, or it doesn't feel important. League of Legends champion.
Yeah, overpower. Like, I think that they, I mean, we have it in like PoE, right? Like, light radius. Oh, just thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. That's just what I needed. Thorns. Yeah. There are a number of stats in PoE that are literal shit. But, like, I feel like there should be, like, I feel like the Diablo, like, so these are the stats that I think Blizzard should get rid of with Diablo. Remove close damage, remove distant damage, remove, overpower damage, remove healthy damage, and remove injure damage. All of these stats are fucking boring. I think they are absolute fucking garbage. They don't need to exist. They're not fun to scale. They're not interesting. They're weird. Shrine duration. I actually don't mind shrine duration. I think that's fine. And if you want me to be honest, I think they probably should remove vulnerability. I think that's probably a good idea. Because vulnerability is clearly, it's too strong for versus everything else. It makes the entire game, like, exist around it. It's too good.
Champion design suggests that giving players fewer but more meaningful passives is far more desirable than a bunch of passives that offer minimal changes, because you're not going to notice most of this shit at all, especially when the enemies are...
Well, I don't think Ackman even knows this. Resistances literally don't work to the extent that Blizzard made a fucking announcement saying, guys, hey, you know, we had some numbers and, the numbers just didn't add up. And so, we gotta wait for like 6 months until it's ready. It's my bad. Oops. Yeah, I still cannot believe that. By the way, guys, plan on playing a sorcerer for season 2. Because Sorcerer and Necro scale off of resistances, and they're going to balance Sorcerer and Necro survivability off of not having resists. So what's going to end up happening is in Season 2, whenever they add resists, Sorcerer is going to be even more tanky because its main stack is Int, and Int scales resist. And it's going to be the same thing with fucking the other one, Necromancer.
Scaling with you. There's so many different damage modifiers, complex number calculations, like damage to close enemies.
Damage to stunned enemies I think is very boring. I don't like damage to stunned enemies at all. Basic skill damage I also think is kind of boring, but it's not that bad.
Damage to distant enemies. Well, where's the stat for damage to enemies at a moderate distance? Why don't you have that as well? Why is it necessary to have like 8 different stats to calculate how much damage something does? Why do resistance...
Well, it's that the stats that calculate how much damage it does, the way that they scale off of each other doesn't feel good. It felt way better in Diablo 3.
Reduce incoming physical damage as well as magical damage. It's just like, I just think this is...
Yeah, and I think also armor should not reduce magic damage at all. Armor reduces physical damage. Resistances resist magic damage. That's the way the game should work. Armor should not have anything to fucking do with magic. Just how I feel.
Like the worst stat system I've ever seen in an RPG. It defies belief to me. So again, going back to the original, enemies didn't respawn and levels were finite, so you were encouraged to kill everything, pick up every item, and sell the shit you weren't using. You could sometimes buy a really good item with gold, and in the later stages purchase elixirs to boost stats, and of course stock up on potions. But Diablo games, in my opinion, even the first 2, always had a way of making gold feel kind of worthless. That has never been more apparent than in Diablo 4. It's like you'd only have 2 options: buy the shittiest gear you'll never use for dirt cheap, or drop all...
I don't know about this one. I mean, how many of you guys have bought a really good item off a vendor? I have. Yeah, and like he didn't play the game long enough to like to do that. But like, yeah.
Of your money on one overpowered item. I hate having just these two choices. So when you keep checking the shop,
I think gold actually has a great value in Diablo 4. I have no complaints with gold in Diablo 4. I think it's fine.
Inventory in Diablo 4 and it's never anything good, or it's something that requires you to drop all your money so you can't respec, you just stop checking. This blows my mind. The entire concept of purchasing items and equipment in an RPG is superfluous. That's a big fucking problem. I never once in my entire playthrough purchased a piece of equipment from a store.
He's actually making a good point here that these items would be much more better if you literally just took a 0 off. They simply cost too much for a player while they're leveling up to invest into them. I would never think to buy an item off a vendor during a leveling process because of that.
Yeah, sure, I did things like upgrade my potions or craft elixirs or upgrade my gear, but I never bought anything. In fact, this item has more item power, but the ring I
should go with this one. We should keep this.
Currently have equipped has higher resistances. So like why the fuck would I ever buy this or that or that? Imagine creating an RPG where the in-game currency feels worthless. At one point I stopped trying to pick up gold entirely if it was 2 seconds out of my way. And again, because the value of items scales and everything is progressively getting more and more expensive, I feel like I'm only able to afford 1 or 2 items at any particular store. So I'm not about to drop all my cash on something.
Yeah, it's too much. Like, I would never buy an item off a vendor while leveling. They should change that, because you should want to, like, the idea of buying a cool item off a vendor, I think that's cool. That's good. That's what it should be. I don't know why it's not like that. Dude never rerolled a single item. Well, the thing is, like, he's giving his perspective as a player who stopped as soon as he got to World Tier 3 because he was bored of the game. So, like, that's his perspective. He's not giving his perspective as a level 100 Uber Lilith destroyer. Like, yeah, he stopped at 48.
And I'm just going to end up outscaling in an hour or 2. I think you've royally fucked up the in-game currency when taking 3 seconds to double back and pick up a pile of gold feels like a waste of time. So many facets of this game feel superfluous to me, and I'm not saying they are superfluous, it's just how they feel to me. So in a nutshell, my playstyle eventually developed into, okay, I'm skipping chests because those are worthless. I run through all combat in the open world because it's unnecessary.
I don't like how there aren't... I think there should be, like, Uber events that come from, like, chests and shrines. I don't like how there's, like, the events that spawn, there's only, like, 3 events that spawn, and that's it. Like, there should be a chance whenever you open a normal chest that, Duriel spawns. Surprise, bitch. There he is. And he's really hard. He's really fucking hard. But you know what? If you kill him, you get, like, a guaranteed unique item, which is going to be garbage because all the uniques are bad. But, you know, you get one, and it looks cool. 1 in 5 million hour chance. Yeah.
If gold isn't in my path, I don't go back for it. I skip through sections of dungeons so I can complete them faster. I skip dialogue and side quests so I can grind the renown faster.
Yeah, that's the problem, is I wouldn't have skipped the side quest dialogue if I didn't have to grind the renown, because I could do it at my own pace.
I don't go into the cellars anymore, and it's just like, dude, I'm just skipping the game. I'm just skipping past all this shit. This is the game. All right, Diablo 4, you've got one
I think, by the way, like, this is what's going to happen with any game. You see this with Path of Exile too. Like, it always makes me, like, upset whenever I see people do PoE maps and not pick up Chaos Orbs. Even though I know that it's, like, it's not worth it because they're running some fucking, you know, like, winged scarab, cemetery, 100% delirious map, but I see them and it's like, oh, you're right there, just get it. But, like, that's just the way that people play ARPGs. Like, it's just you're going to continue optimizing your gameplay.
Chance to redeem yourself. And that's what this story. Is it any good? Well, I'm pleased to say that the opening cutscene is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is.
It begins with some grave robbers who are in way over their heads. They stumble across a power, the likes of which they can't even comprehend. And immediately the game establishes that sense of terror and fear that was sorely lacking in Diablo 3. Then your character arrives in a town, you clear a dungeon of demons out.
I love the beginning of this game. It is so fucking good.
For them, you head back and start celebrating with the townsfolk when all of a sudden, oh shit, you're poisoned. This guy brings you to a shack where they perform some kind of satanic human sacrifice ritual, and it's like, okay, all right. You got me invested. So while there are some decent moments here and there, after the introduction, the story takes a fucking nosedive like Amelia Earhart. The beginning and end of Diablo 4 are the game's strongest parts, narratively, likely because there are only 2 pre-rendered cutscenes that sandwich the rest of the story. Almost everything that happened in the middle is just a blur to me, which is strange because the setup for the plot is very interesting. You've got Lilith and Inarius, an angel and a demon who created Sanctuary. This is the first time we've seen like an archangel and a demon form some kind of an alliance. They seem to be the only entities on each faction with a desire to end the war between heaven and hell, or at least escape it. One of the major issues with the story is the parts that don't include Lilith, Mephisto, or Inarius are terribly mundane. Characters are swapping in and out, and they get killed off, you know, the scene after they're introduced.
I think that the story was okay, it was fine, but I didn't think it was like groundbreaking or amazing or anything like that. I'm trying to think, like, what would I like in the story? I think that the story will only be good based off of what happens in the expansion story. Because the story sets up an incredible foundation for, like, Mephisto to have been manipulating this entire thing from the beginning. But, like, we don't know if that's the case or not. Because I think that, yeah, it's going to need a little bit more context.
Some of them I even forget their name, like this guy who was in the tree. Nafane, I totally forgot he existed until I went back and watched my own footage. I think Diablo 4's story is further proof to me that Blizzard's style of writing has deteriorated severely in the last decade. You know, if you compare the end of act cinematics in Diablo 2 to 4, I mean, it's a major difference.
Now, we are truly alone.
This is one of the things that I really liked. I liked how this guy died. That reminded me of Diablo 2. Bleak, random, hopeless, pointless, meaningless, and it was just, you're dead. He died like an idiot, yeah.
Angel and demon, father and mother are dead. I heard later that he was defeated.
Still up the wall? Are you serious? Yeah, I liked it. Because it reminded me of Diablo 2. It's just that nothing else was like that either.
Hellforge. All except one.
The big difference is in Diablo 2, they actually show the events that Marius, the narrator, is talking about, as opposed to just like some boring static shots of like a horse walking through the snow. It's why I seen like this.
Lilith and Astaroth had made a deal. And we were the ones who would pay the cost.
Is nowhere near as interesting or engaging as this.
Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Everything happened exactly as Lilith wanted. We just danced to her music.
It's why I'm more interested in this.
Oh, I failed, Tyrael. I couldn't do as you asked.
And not so much this.
Donan was shattered. His mind on grief, not her.
I think that Actman really has a point on this. I think that he does. Is whenever you side by side it, Diablo 2 just completely clears it. It just totally fucking clears it.
Not What answers?
Look what the stone has done to me.
Playing Diablo 4 is like dating a pretty woman. The kind that the longer you talk to her, the more you realize she has the personality of a tampon. Wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. Yes, there are hundreds of NPCs in several different towns, but the world design of Diablo 4 is a byproduct of the gameplay, less so the story. Now, what do I mean by that? What are those words that are coming out of your mouth, Act-Man? Let me explain. The open world isn't there to service some kind of overarching or branching narrative. It's to create a big-ass map that the developers can litter with tons of activities to keep players busy and keep them grinding. Yeah. You might have noticed that almost none of the optional dungeons in this game have any sort of story or history behind them. But I find the most immersive game worlds are those that tell a story while I'm playing through them.
That's a very good point he brings up. I think this is definitely true. Is that, like, there are a couple of the dungeons that you do have to do a quest in, but the quest isn't really transformative in any way. Here are the dungeon quests. You do the dungeon, and there's a mob that you kill, and that's the quest mob. That's it. There's not anything really unique in it or anything else.
Now, if you want to understand what's so wrong with Diablo 4's world, we need to look back at the first game, because it's the polar opposite of everything Diablo 4 is trying to be. I think Blizzard knows that Tristram is the most memorable location in the series,
That's why I put it
because
in
in every sequel they find a reason to take you back there. Thing is, Blizzard doesn't seem to understand why Tristram is such an iconic and memorable location.
The music.
Oh yeah, the music does some pretty heavy lifting, but the main reason comes down to this phrase: less is more. Bigger isn't always better. Just ask my gargantuan penis. Diablo 1 took place in a single location, Tristram, and there were 8 characters that lived there, a couple cows, and a cathedral that led down to hell where the bad guys were. Each character offered a combination of advice, exposition, and insight.
So I actually think that some people might argue that this is because it was a product of its time, but I would draw a direct parallel with Diablo 2 with Halls of Torment. Is that I absolutely love the area that you begin in Halls of Torment because of this exact same reason. And this game came out this year. So yeah, I think this is something I've complained about with Blizzard in the past too, like, you know, unable to do less is more.
For the player, whenever you got a quest in Diablo 1, you could ask each of the 8 residents about it. This added important context and massive build-up to each quest.
I saw what Farnham calls the Butcher as it swathed a path through the bodies of my friends. He swung a cleaver as large as an axe, hewing limbs and cutting down brave men where they stood.
I know more than you think about that grisly fiend. His little friends got a hold of me and managed to get my leg before Griswold pulled me out of that hole. I'll put it bluntly. Kill him before he kills you and adds your corpse to his collection.
By the light, I know of this vile demon. I don't know what he used to slice open his victims, but it could not have been of this world. Beware if you plan to battle this fiend.
The Butcher is a sadistic creature that delights in the torture and pain of others. You have seen his handiwork in the drunkard Farnham.
Big cleaver, killing all my friends. Couldn't stop him, had to run away.
So everyone in town is telling you this guy is a big fucking menace, but from their own unique perspective. This added realism to the world of Diablo and its characters. It created build-up and tension to every quest and every boss fight. There's a reason Blizzard keeps bringing back the Butcher in newer Diablo games, and it's because this quest from the first game is just that iconic. But why?
The spirits of the dead are now avenged.
Well, part of the reason is for every quest in Diablo 1, you get to consult the same 8 characters. This makes the plot easy to follow as it's not being communicated through like 40 different characters.
Yeah, why is it that it's the best? I think that a lot of fantasy designers nowadays are unable to stop iterating. And I think, again, going back to Halls of Torment, I think that's one of the appeals of the game, is its simplicity. I think the best example that I can use, I'll use 2 examples of 2 movies. The first one, my best example, is Conan the Barbarian. Simple as fuck. Completely simple. There's nothing crazy about it. There's nothing like abstract, really. I mean, there's a bit of abstraction, but like not a whole lot. And it was just like very raw. There was not a lot of crazy stuff going on in terms of like magic and all this other stuff. It was raw, grounded, focused, to the point. And I think the other one that I would use is Willow. Willow was also like a movie that was very simple in a way. And I think that the simplicity in a story like that is oftentimes what can make it appealing. And I think that a lot of times, like, writers try to write things with, like, 7 different layers of intention and focus, and, like, with Neyrelle, for example, in Diablo 4. There's, like, all of these different emotional ties that she has and, like, focuses that she has. Like, is she, you know, like, good or bad? Is she a Haradrim? Is she, like, going to be, like, affected by, like, Mephisto? Like, I'm not really sure, right? I have no idea. But, like, if you compare that to, I think a good boss is like a Razageth. People like Razageth in Dragonflight because she was just an absolutely crazy fucking bitch. That's it. Just an absolute, completely crazy bitch. And there wasn't really a lot to unpack there. Like, there wasn't anything going on. It was just pretty fucking simple. And I think that's what sometimes is better than adding in a million layers of complexity to try to show off that you're a good writer.
Diablo 4 is like the exact opposite. It feels like once again the designers had to justify this open world design by having you constantly jumping from one area to the next.
Yeah.
No one person, quest, or area is given enough screen time to become truly memorable aside from a handful of moments. Prime example of this style of writing is the Tree of Whispers. It's an ancient tree decorated with the severed heads of those who pursued its knowledge. Now that sounds fucking awesome, but this place has barely any build-up to it at all. You can't really ask characters to prod their knowledge of it. Lorath and Donan might have a couple lines, but it's nothing deep. So it makes this ultra cool area of the game feel far less important than the world is trying to make it out to be. What it boils down to is, ironically, the original Diablo, which takes place in a single town consisting of 8 characters, tells a vastly more interesting, relatable, and immersive story than all of the towns and people in Diablo 4 combined. Now, maybe that's just nostalgia squirting out my ass, but let me convey this point with a question. Can you name a single blacksmith in Diablo 4?
Good one.
That's what I thought. Remember
Good one.
Griswold?
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Of course you do. Now run with me on this for a second. Instead of having one blacksmith who's like an actual character that you can talk to, who also repairs your shit and sells you stuff, we now have 75 soulless, empty blacksmiths scattered across the land of Sanctuary, none of whom play any role in the story or contribute at all to the world building. This doesn't apply to just the blacksmiths in the world of Diablo 4. It applies to all vendors in the game. They serve no purpose outside of gameplay, which I guess it's fine. Like, it's lazy, but it's fine. But do you see the conundrum? Since Diablo 4 is an
I can see what he's saying here. Like, I definitely can. I don't think it's a big deal because they just serve the purpose of gameplay. But yeah, it's definitely not a good thing.
70 blacksmiths and leave only 5 or whatever, then it becomes tedious to find
Yeah, I can
them.
see his point,
and Blizzard
yeah.
clearly didn't want to go through the effort of writing each blacksmith to be an actual character, and I don't blame them for that.
Sure.
My point is that in so many ways, Blizzard seems to sacrifice world building for an open world. Now, call me crazy, but I think...
Sacrifice world building for an open world. I feel like somebody who did all of the side quests and listened to it more would probably not feel that way as much. But because everybody was incentivized by their rewards to complete them as quickly as possible, I think that people would feel this even more. There's 213 side quests though? Yeah. And I think also they probably should have narrowed that down. Make blacksmiths great again? Yeah. I did every side quest. They actually open up the world really good. Yeah, but why would somebody do them if they don't give any good rewards and you just have to complete them for renown? You see what I'm saying? Right? Like, and that's the whole problem.
Vendors,
they're turned into like
play
an
important
optimization
role in a video game, especially if that game is an RPG.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Welcome to the Circus of Value!
Got something that might interest you.
No, I think all NPCs should play some kind of role in an RPG or offer a slice of life. But outside the characters in the main story, most of the people who inhabit Sanctuary aren't memorable or important at all. And therefore,
I think that having like a game that's MMO light, like kind of how Diablo 4 is, I don't think you can expect every NPC to have a story. I can see his point. And you're definitely not as attached. Like, I don't feel like I'm really that attached to any of the characters in Diablo 4 that much.
Neither is Sanctuary itself. I don't know, man. The scaling difficulty and restrictive skill trees make the core gameplay feel extremely easy, boring, and repetitive, and with some slight changes that they'll probably never do, would improve the game vastly. The loot is uninteresting. Most of the game's content is shit I just ended up skipping trying to get to the fun part, but I never really got to the fun part. In the end, for all of Blizzard's efforts to make Diablo 4 a massive open world game with tons of replayability, content, and depth, it ends up being no deeper than the puddle in my backyard. And that is why Diablo 4 is so bad.
I think this was, he brought up a lot of good points, and I think that also, like, while I disagree with some of the points, and I do think that if he had played, like, for example, like, gold having no value, like, that's not true if you play the game to, like, end game. But the issue is that, oh, well, if you play it for 30 hours, then it's different. Well, oh. Like, whenever I played Halls of Torment, for example, I had fun on my first run. The first run that I did of this game, I had a lot of fun. The game should be good right from the beginning. And I think that is something that Diablo 4 lacked a lot, especially with playing Barbarian and especially with playing Druid. I do think Diablo, I really like Diablo 4. I think it's a good game for what it's meant to be. Now, I understand that there's a lot of people that might disagree with that. I like it. I think it's a good game, and I think also, like, the way that I rate the game, the way I rate a live service game is very different than the way I would rate a game like Jedi Survivor or Tears of the Kingdom or Final Fantasy 16. I think that over time, Diablo 4 will improve and get better, and I feel like I got my money's worth out of playing it. I also put over 1,000, probably multiple thousands of hours into Diablo 3. I've put multiple thousands of hours into Path of Exile. So I am an ARPG player. So of course I'm going to like this game, right? But I am not blind to its setbacks and like its drawbacks. And I think that Actman brought up a number of very good ones. And I think that the biggest thing with like what he's saying is that these are friction points these are first impressions friction points. And those are the worst kinds of friction points to have. Because if people aren't having fun at the beginning of the game, they're not going to get to the end of the game to enjoy it. Like, whenever I was leveling in World of Warcraft, dude, at like level 7, I was fucking hyped. I was like, this is the best game I've ever played. Like, I'm going to put on some fucking Nirvana and just game out. I'm going to pop off. Like, there should never be a point where the game isn't fun at the beginning. I really hope Blizzard can improve the game, and I do really hope that they're able to listen to the players and actually, like, take this feedback into consideration. Like, with the leveling, and actually make Barbarians and Druids fun to play. But yeah, this is Actman Video. Give it a like. I love his videos. I think they're amazing. All right, here we go. Diablo fanboys tried to defend Diablo 4.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and today it looks like everyone agreed with all the things I said in my Diablo 4 review.
Wait.
It looks like everyone agreed.
Yeah, pretty much. It had only 4K dislikes. That's pretty good.
With all the things I said in my Diablo 4 review. I can't believe this video has a 100% like ratio, and I just gotta give props to YouTube for all that. But on the real, I'm very surprised with the reaction to that video. I'm happy with how it turned out and the conversations it sparked. So I figure, you know what? This review was a bit more controversial. So like my COD World War II review, let's do a throwback, okay? Let's take a look at some of the responses from Diablo fanboys. And oh boy. We've got some great takes. We've got some thoughtful rebuttals to points that I made. We've got really, really bad takes.
Show me your nightmare 100 put in hardcore, then we talk. If not, your opinion is suck. What an idiot, bro. Like, that kid's probably 12.
Some funny comments and some truly unhinged opinions.
Yeah.
There's going to be quite a bit of cope. Why do you keep calling D4 an RPG? You know it's not, right? It's a different genre. I'm struggling to take you seriously when you're making this mistake. Why do I keep calling...
Oh, I thought it was that because it's an FPS. That's right. Makes sense.
Diablo 4 an RPG? Because... It's a... You know, guys, there are so many cool classes in the Diablo series. Barbarian, Necromancer, Sorcerer, Druid. I wonder what...
Nobody cares about Rogue. Let's be honest.
What sort of role I should play in this game.
Yeah. Are you high right now? What?
You've been spending too much time in a skooma den? Right. Diablo 4 isn't an RPG, guys, and Mario Kart isn't a racing game.
No.
Sure thing, pal. Whatever you say.
Sure.
Gears of War is an educational Netflix documentary about climate change. Got it. Great. Looks like you want to play an MMO instead of an ARPG. You compared Diablo to WoW so many
MMO's an RPG. Compared WoW to WoW so many
freaking times. I compared these games because they're both made by Blizzard.
Well, I think you should be able to compare any two games. I mean, like, if one game does something better than another game, then that's just how it is. For example, double jumping. People didn't used to have double jumping. Now, like, a lot of games have double jumping. It doesn't matter whether it's like a Demon Hunter double jump. It doesn't matter whether it's like a double jump in, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy. A lot of these games have double jumps because people like it. And then also roles. Like, for example, like ARPG roles. The roles started, I think Lost Ark had it, and then now Diablo 4 has it. These are kind of the same genre, but like not really. Diablo 4 took that from an MMO.
They're both RPGs meant to be played for a long time with the end-term goal of obtaining the best loot. So I compared the loot and why I find grinding and playing WoW fun and not D4. Your point has a very basic flaw. You are comparing D4 to many single-player games, but D4 is never an action RPG. It's an MMO in its bone.
What are you talking about?
So the solution to your critique is simple. Don't play MMOs.
We are under attack.
What?
I don't think there's any criticism in the game that you couldn't have levied. Like, MMOs have the same problem with scaling too. That doesn't even make sense.
Anybody know what?
And also, MMOs don't have scaling. Like, for example, like New World doesn't have scaling. Like, it doesn't even, like, even if you take the argument in both directions, it doesn't even make any sense.
Genre of game this is? It's an RPG. No, it's an ARPG. No, it's an MMO. Now,
I think people get way too attached to like the name of a game, and then they have like this like list of traits that every single video game that is under the label of ARPG has. And if a video game doesn't have those traits, it's not an ARPG. I think this is so reductive and constraining, and it's bad for being able to talk about games. It's so fucking stupid.
One thing I want to say is...
Not so fast, Act Man!
Who are you?
Me? I'm your sexy alter ego. And unlike your dumb virgin face, I actually get bitches. You know why? Because I like Diablo 4.
Oh,
but
wow.
You know what I like even more than Diablo 4? The sponsor of today's video, Naraka Blade Point.
Naraka offers a unique spin on the classic Battle Royale format and robust PvE content, focusing almost entirely on melee combat. Instead of hiding in a bathroom for 20 minutes like you work at Weenie Hut Juniors, you'll be in...
I used to do that in PUBG. Like, I remember, like, a couple times I dropped military, and I saw the circle was going to close in on military, and I jerked off for, like, 20 minutes, and I came back, and I was in the final circle, and I lost. Yeah. I ended up dying anyway, but I did make it to the final circle.
Engaging in fast-paced sword fights. And there's tons of different weapons to play around with, like daggers, katanas, long swords, great swords, and more. It's also not mindless button mashing, as all 3 types of moves have a counter. So playing around these moves and knowing when to parry, when to charge your attack, or strike quickly is essential. Naraka is now free to play, and they are celebrating their 2-year anniversary with over 20 million players to date. And check it out, look, Jesus. That's me, I'm in the game. Naraka is also available on all major platforms.
Yeah,
so
I
go
can
play
tell.
it today. Download Naraka Blade Point using the link in the description and pinned comment. And thank you, Naraka, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Didn't play on hardcore and you picked Druid?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't even make it to World Tier 3? And I have expected this to be your first Diablo. This is by far the worst game review I've ever heard.
Which you have heard of.
But you have heard of me.
That's got to be the best game review I've ever
Yeah, there we go.
seen.
So it would seem.
Man.
You are hater. Diablo bad. You are the bad guy to play.
Bro, where do these people come from? Oh my god. What are these? This is like a... It's like... I don't even understand.
Bro, why do you sound like Wirt?
Chamber Butcher, the From Spell Portal Telecast.
Doesn't matter. You still bought and supported Blizzard. You deserve a bad game. Well, at least this guy said the one thing we can all agree on. If it's so bad, why the hell you still playing it?
He's not.
If COD World War II is so bad, then why do you have a gameplay of you playing COD World War II on the background?
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme. Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
They had to put level matching in to make it easy enough for a game journalist to play. because World Tier 1 wasn't easy enough. Now we're gonna get into the good shit, okay? Can someone explain to me why it's okay to make reviews on stuff you have not experienced? How are you going to complain about the endgame of Diablo 4 when World Tier 2 is the highest you have played?
I don't think he really talked a lot about the endgame. I feel like he might have mentioned, like, yeah, it doesn't look like the end game is that exciting, but, like, I really don't think he talked about the end game hardly at all. Like, he mainly talked about, like, scaling, the way the world was, I think he mentioned always online, and, like, a few other things, but he didn't really focus a lot about that.
Someone explain to me why it's okay to post comments on a video that you clearly didn't watch or listen to?
Yeah.
I never criticized the endgame.
YouTube should have a feature like that, where, like, you have to watch a certain amount of the video in order to comment on it. That would be funny. I don't think they'll ever do that because it would probably reduce their engagement. But if you can turn off comments, I don't know why you couldn't do that. You have to, like, at least watch, like, 30 minutes of it. Or not 30 minutes, so like 30% of it. A timestamp? Yeah, it should have a timestamp of how long you watched the video, yeah.
Because I never played it. I criticized everything before it. And if I didn't enjoy what I played up to that point, then I ain't gonna enjoy the end game. If you don't like the dungeons in WoW, there's a pretty good chance you're not gonna like the raids. But here we are today.
That's true. Like, it's also like, if the game doesn't motivate you to play endgame, then why the fuck would you even... Why would you keep playing? It doesn't make sense.
Asking for changes and complaining on something that you have not experienced. Don't publicly stand on your stage and give opinions on stuff you have never experienced. This whole video would be different if he actually got off Tutorial Island.
What? Yeah, I know. People just, like, they get so into that. And I don't really understand, like, why. Well, I think it's maybe because, like, it's a way for them to just, like, invalidate what somebody else's opinion is. But, like, if a game doesn't motivate somebody to get to endgame, doesn't that make the game kind of bad? I mean, like, so, like, have you ever, like, started watching a TV show or watching a video or playing a game and, like, you didn't like it, but you didn't finish it? So are you then not allowed to say you didn't like it? What's the logic here?
8. I was stuck on Tutorial Island? I was playing RuneScape this whole time? This is one of the more baffling yet surprisingly common takes you'll see from Diablo fanboys. Instead of like outright defending the quality of D4's campaign and content up to level 50, they just say, well, that's not the real game. You didn't experience the actual game. Okay, well, if that's true, and Diablo 4 does hold the Guinness World Record for longest video game tutorial at a whopping 30 hours, then can I skip that shit? Can I get to the real game that people keep telling me is so awesome?
It's funny to me, too.
It's crazy. Like, sometimes you'll be able to run a dungeon, and then after you finish running the dungeon, you can do it again.
Diablo 4
turned you into a prisoner.
I mean, it's strange to me, too. But we talking about practice, man. We're not even talking about the game, the actual game, when it matters. We're talking about practice.
Why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to go through all this bullshit?
Thank you. Yes, you should never have to. You should never have to earn being able to enjoy yourself in a video game. It's like such a ridiculous thing to think.
Then, do you guys think this dude knows that he's actually agreeing with me and saying that everything leading up to the endgame wasn't that great? Well, he takes it a step further than I do. He's asserting that I haven't even experienced Diablo 4. This isn't even content to him. Why make a video about something you didn't even experience? Oh, cause clickbait. You see what I'm saying? This is pure cope, dude. These people genuinely think Diablo 4's campaign is so boring, uninteresting, and irrelevant to the core of Diablo that in their mind, they don't even consider it to be an experience that the game offers.
Yeah, it's because these are people that are hardcore Diablo players. They're Diablo farmers. They do the campaign. They skip everything. They don't watch the cutscenes or cinematics. They don't know any of the characters' names. They have no idea what they're talking about whenever they talk about the campaign. And like, that's just what it is. And that's totally fine. It's okay. But like, a lot of other people do care about it.
And yet they're defending it. It's opinions like these that make me want to host a tournament between Pokemon and Diablo fans to see which fan base has lowered their fucking expectations more. I don't know why you guys are trying to outdo each other, but holy god, with takes like these, the Diablo fans are pulling ahead. Dude, even with how down bad people were for Scarlet and Violet, you never saw someone come out with a hot take like, the gyms? The Elite Four? None of that stuff matters in a Pokemon title. That's not the real game. The real game starts at the Battle Tower. If you said
it's like where you're playing other people. It's just like, it's so weird.
That to a Pokemon fan, you would be strangled in your sleep. Guys, we're talking about a campaign that has a story. We're talking about dungeons, side quests.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
You know he thought this shit up. You know
not
this is
game.
making people mad.
Not the game that I
feel like Diablo 3 wasn't like, as I said, like Diablo, it was I mean, I don't know. I feel like Diablo 4 is better than Diablo 3. That's my opinion.
Go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice? We're talking about practice, man.
All this stuff that you experienced prior to level 50, it's in the game, so it matters. It's part of the experience.
Yeah, it's like, I remember whenever I started playing WoW, like, I had fun playing WoW the first day I played WoW. Like, I didn't have to, like, get to, like, level 25 to have fun, or, like, get to level 60 or 40 or 50 or anything. Like, I had fun the first day I played the game. And I feel like there are very few games that I genuinely did not enjoy. Like, there are times where, like, I didn't enjoy playing a game on stream because of, like, drama or something like that. But in general, like, a game that I actually just didn't have fun playing, and then later on, I started having fun playing it. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Because I feel like every time I played a game and I didn't like it, and I came back, maybe tried it again afterwards, I didn't like it. Final Fantasy 14 mentioned?
You know it, boys. Here we go.
I don't know. I think A Realm Reborn is... I liked A Realm Reborn. I thought it was great. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was great. I liked it.
Try and pretend otherwise is just advocating for an objectively worse Diablo game for you and everybody else. And I don't know why anybody would advocate for that unless they're not actually a fan of this series. If you agree with me that...
Bleak Faith is different because Bleak Faith literally got fixed. Like, they literally hot-fixed the game like 10 times by the time that I finished it.
Everything prior to the endgame is bad, then stop defending it. Because you deserve better. Diablo fans.
Yeah.
I am not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you.
bro, you will be...
Yeah, that's actually so true. Like, if you make excuses for a bad game, you're going to get a bad game.
Secretly going to be playing Season 1. This was clearly made 5 views. Yes, pass me up because your logic is off and I'm a fan, so what? But doesn't change fact? Garbage.
You don't know Wath World War II is stare at liking World War II, then make that video. Why dare you?
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
That's a good
Every
one.
stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
Bro, I hate to burst your bubble, but I ain't going to be playing Season 1, okay? I'm not going through the world record tutorial again, all right? What I will be playing is Diablo 1 Beelzebub mod, because holy tits, this shit is fucking awesome. Real quick, I'm going to recommend this mod for anybody that wants to play a fun, challenging ARPG. Beelzebub mod has the style and gameplay of Diablo 1, but with all the best innovations from D2. It also restores a bunch of cut content and quests. Let me show you guys one of my favorite parts of it. Look, they added a stash to Diablo 1. Check this out. You get 50 tabs of storage right from the start. Now,
wait, I thought you had to spend money for stash tabs. Wait, so you're wait, hold on. You telling me that a mod for a game that came out 20 years ago can have more than 4 stash tabs? Hold up. Bro, there gotta be, what's the catch? How much money we gotta spend? What is it?
But Diablo 4 has a similar storage system, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyways, campaign is easy. Nightmare Dungeons will actually test your build and skill. Diablo shouldn't be judged by its campaign. So I just want to make sure where these takes are coming from. I didn't play much Diablo 3, but from what I'm hearing, that game must have had the worst fucking campaign yet made by man.
I thought the campaign in Diablo 3 was fine. I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay. It was a solid 7 or an 8 out of 10. It was not a 10. I thought it was fine.
Kind. Like, it sounds like it was so horrifically god-awful that it turned part of the fan base off to the idea of a campaign entirely. Like, was it actually that bad? Or maybe you guys have spent far too much time in the end game. You've forgotten that there's a beginning and a middle game, that what you're playing at one point had a story. Bro, everyone talks shit about all the different COD campaigns, but one thing we all agreed on was that Black Ops 4 should have had one. Why? If you don't care about anything but the end game, that's fine. But you have to acknowledge that other Diablo fans play these games for different reasons than you. Where is that fabled experience? I replay Diablo games every year. If the campaign is not the core experience, then the game has failed as a Diablo game in my eyes. Nope. Nope. You're not.
Let me read it real quick. What's the fabled experience? Replay Diablo campaigns every year of well balanced. The campaign is not the core experience, and the game has failed. Diablo game. I mean, it's a mixture of things. Like, it's not the campaign does not define the game. The end game does not define the game. It's a pie graph.
And the game has failed as a Diablo game in my eyes.
I think.
Nope. Nope. You're not supposed to play these games for the campaign. Not allowed. We're shutting the doors on you. This is a gated community. You literally complain the game is too easy, yet when you encounter the first difficulty spike, you stop playing.
He said that he liked that. He said that was the only thing that he liked.
More like clown, man.
More like clown. Got him. Oh shit.
These people don't even know that they're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
So we agree that the first difficulty spike happens after you beat the game, right? That's a problem, dude.
I thought Lilith was kind of hard, but yeah, definitely.
Problem.
Tier 3.
You're wearing the clown mask too. Try playing the game after level 50. 75% of your complaints are moot right after the point where you stopped. So,
no, they're not. No, they're not. As somebody who's level 100, they're not. He's right.
So what you're saying is 75% of my complaints were valid up until the point I stopped.
So he's right about everything else, but if he played more, he would be wrong about everything else. Trust me, I know because I like the game. Yeah, I'm a fan of the game, so I think that he's wrong.
They don't know they're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
If you agree with me, then stop defending it. Imagine not even getting to the end game, making a review and thinking your opinion matters.
His opinion matters just as much as anybody else's opinion does. And this is what the weird thing is that if people are quitting the game before the end game, you've got to look at it from the perspective of the developer. This is a person who bought a game and probably didn't play it to a degree that they feel like they got their money's worth for that game. So this is a customer that had an unsatisfactory experience. That is problematic. It is tremendously problematic. It's foolish to think, like, a lot of video game players have this idea that you have to, like, earn the right to be able to play a game or enjoy a game. How outrageous, how stupid. Absolutely fucking not. If you buy a game and you have a problem with, like, the tutorial of the game isn't fun or it's annoying or it's bad, like, I've had, like, I remember I almost wanted to quit Wulong Fallen Dynasty because the tutorial boss was, like, ridiculously fucking hard. And I remember saying, like, and everybody was telling me, oh, it's gonna get way harder after this. You're just bad at the game. Nah, bro, I beat it. I beat the whole game. The tutorial boss is, like, the second hardest boss in the whole game. What the fuck? It's just stupid. Like, it's so dumb.
Next time, actually play the game because you missed a ton of actual issues.
Yeah.
What? The game is worse than I thought it was? There's some issues?
Yeah, you're so stupid for saying the game's bad. You don't even know that the game's bad. It's even more bad than you said it's bad, which makes your review wrong because you said it was bad, and it turns out that it's actually bad. Uh-huh.
I didn't even notice? You guys are terrible at selling me on this endgame content. I don't know what type of sales strategy this is, but it's fucking awful. I don't think you can provide a proper critique of D4 if you never played D3. So many things were already solved.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So you have to play Diablo 3? Why? So, is my critique of Final Fantasy 16 invalid because I didn't play Final Fantasy 15? Is my critique of Final Fantasy 14 invalid because I didn't play Final Fantasy 13? I didn't play Diablo 2, so I can't say that Diablo 3 was bad? What is the logic here?
Indeed.
So many things are already solved with Diablo 3,
and they just completely ignored them when designing D4. It's embarrassing.
He's totally right. By the way, this guy is completely right about this statement here. That, like, for example, debuffs. Debuffs were solved in Diablo 3. Blizzard decided to innovate the genre by making it harder to understand what's happening in the game.
Okay, so they solved problems in D3
Right, let
and
me read the rest of this. You're talking about attribute points and the limited number of skills. Yeah. I feel like your ultimate ability should be its own keybind. Like Lost Ark has awakening skills. Now, why do I think that? I don't know, because I think it's cool. That's why. Because I think it's cool to use ultimate abilities because they have cool effects and they're like cooldowns. Like, yeah, that's why. Like, I don't care about the balance. Like, who cares? Just make the mobs harder then. That's it.
Them when designing D4, it's embarrassing. Okay, so they solved problems in D3 and then reintroduced those problems in D4.
Yeah.
Again, I have no idea how Blizzard managed to gaslight so many people into agreeing that D4 is worse than previous titles, and then that is somehow acceptable. Bro has some pretty horrible takes. He didn't even make it to endgame and just played it as a story-driven game and not an ARPG. You guys...
I really hate these people that use, like, ARPG as if it's, like, some sort of defined thing that, like... I think that what they mean by ARPG is either Diablo 2 or Path of Exile. That's it. Yeah, ARPG equals PoE. That's it. Yeah, they're not even really thinking about, like... And this is what I was talking about before. And it was the same that, like, MMO players used to have this thing where anytime that solo content was added into an MMO, they would be like, well, I guess it's not an MMO anymore. Oh, you're adding solo content? Into an MMO? I thought this was an MMO. Oh my god. I'm so glad that, like, people are moving past that. Hopefully ARPGs will have the same type of renaissance because it's so annoying reading that. Funniest part about these comments is the end game is literally worse. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah. It's like I think the character design... Like, I think, basically, this is my opinion about, like, character design in Diablo 4 is I think that the skill trees are too simple and the Paragon trees are too complex. I think that I think they should make the skill trees a little bit more complex, Paragon trees a little bit less complex. I think being able to rotate shit and move it all around, it might be a bit much. And I think it's so complex that you can't, like, I don't think that a casual player can realistically perfect a Paragon tree without investing like a tremendous amount of time. So because of that, I think what happens is that people just look it up. And I think that's what happens when you make a game very complicated like this, is that it's not like people like PoE, for example. Like, most people just copy a build guide. Like, that's it. Like, and I do a lot of times too. Like, I use a build guide as a foundation, and then I build off of that. But a lot of people just use the build guide, and that's it. And like, there is good things with that, but there's also bad things too, because they're not really, at that point, they're not really playing the game. They're just following the Brady Game strategy guide for how to beat the video game. That's effectively what's happening.
You guys legit have campaigns and stories that are on par with the best of StarCraft and Warcraft, on par with the best of Halo and Call of Duty, and you think that shit is unimportant? You think that's irrelevant? What the fuck happened to the Diablo fan base? How could any...
It's like, yeah, I completely agree with this. Like, by the way, it's like Halo 2. Like, the campaign in Halo 2 was a massive fucking part of the game. Massive. Halo 1, massive fucking part of the game. Halo 3, massive fucking part of the game. And you know what? The multiplayer was fucking insane. Like, hey, dude, Halo 2 was the first game that brought online multiplayer to just like the mainstream. Like, yeah, we had CS, we had Unreal Tournament, but like Halo with like Xbox Live, bro, that took a circle that was this big and it made it this big. And then Halo 3 did it that much fucking better. But guess what? In both of those games, the campaign was also a big factor, and it was S tier as well.
If you possibly arrive at that conclusion after Diablo 2, this is just insane to me. No wonder the games are so bad. You guys have no fucking standards whatsoever. The problem with this review is that Ackman approaches D4 as a casual ARPG player, but then again...
Why is that a problem?
And I thought D4 was supposed to be tailored for the casual ARPG player, which not only leaves Diablo in a weird place as an RPG, but also an ARPG. Well, that's the thing.
Again, labels, Andes. Oh, let's apply a label to this. That way, we have to make sure that it follows my my headcanon list of attributes that it must have. Oh, fuck. What are we doing?
Because I'm not a casual ARPG player. I'm a single player enthusiast. I'm a lone wolf. I like to play solo and immerse myself in the world, the lore, and challenge. I love Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Back in the day...
Well, that shit, bro, like Gauntlet Dark Legacy, that was a multiplayer game. I remember I played that shit with Jeff and Austin. Like, we beat that whole game.
You beat these games, and then they were over, so the only thing to do was play them again, and that's what I did, and that's what I do today. When I beat Diablo 2, I don't grind bail 100 times. I either play a new difficulty on the same character or start a new character entirely. But see, like, having said that, there's gonna be Diablo fans that want to gatekeep the series from me because that's how I enjoy it and play it.
Well, this is the same, like, WoW has like a huge problem with this in their community too, is that they're like, well, unless you do Mythic Plus, you're just like not a real player. Unless you do Mythic Plus 20s, you're not a real player. Unless you do Mythic Raids, you're not a real player. Unless you do Mythic Raids at like a Hall of Fame, you're not a real player. Unless you do Arena, you're not a real player. Like, it's just the most cringe fucking shit, man.
Because I don't play it in the most hardcore way possible. So allow me to do a little gatekeeping of my own. I guarantee you, if some of these Diablo fanboys went back and played the first game, they would lose their fucking mind. Yeah, why don't you go back to the game where every time you open a chest, there's a 33% chance that it just explodes in your face for no reason? Yeah, go back and fight the zombies on level 5 that permanently reduce your HP every time you get hit. Yeah, go back and fight those guys as a melee build. Why don't you try clicking on a random shrine that fucks up your...
I actually watched a video on them.
Build and takes away your stats? Yeah, go back and experience that, then we can talk about gatekeeping. The goal of modern RPGs is generally to create a fake feeling of depth so that newer gamers and non-gamers think they are playing something epic. They know hardcore gamers are going to grind it out and drop it. They also know if they can string casuals along with a system that seems deep but is actually shallow and simple, means they will play for literally ever. Couldn't have said it better myself. That sounds like a business proposition. You know what I mean? That sounds like...
There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with making a casual, easy game for casual players. It's completely okay. Everything is wrong with that? No, there's not. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, completely good.
the business model. And it's exactly how I felt the longer I played. I was like, okay, this started off really fun, but the longer I play, the more shallow it feels.
Yeah.
Excellent comment, J-Dog. Jesus Christ, it's like looking in the mind of a complete simpleton. 4 stats on an item is too complicated. It's not the amount of stats an item changes, it's what they change, right?
Yeah.
I don't care about something like plus 420.69% overpowered damage to a vulnerable enemy at a distance on a Monday in the month of November while tap dancing. I don't give a shit
There
about...
are way too many conditionals, and they're not fun to scale at all. He's completely right. He's completely fucking right.
A dumb stat like that, okay? I much prefer tangible bonuses like bonus chance to hit or crit, increased armor, strength, vitality.
Dude, I feel like... maybe I'm gonna sound like a dumb asshole, but like... I remember whenever I played a Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, and like, there's like crit, damage, and there's like attack speed. And it felt really good to get one of them, because it would make the other ones do more damage. The trifecta. And then you would get the quadrifecta whenever you had the main stat on the item as well. Remember that? That was huge.
Bonus move speed, mana, attack speed, 5% chance of finding magic gear, you know? I feel like this is done really well in Diablo 1 and 2 and WoW. Also, side note, in Diablo 1 they have some really funny items like Tin Sword of Dyslexia, which gives you -5 dexterity.
That's ableist.
I can't wait to find the Mask of Obesity. You have to pay to identify items, by the way. So you can just you can get an item that's literally worthless. A lot of people pointed out that later areas of the map do have a base level, and in my review I made it sound like you could go anywhere at level 1 and all the enemies would be at the same level. Technically, this isn't really true. However, the way that I played the game, every single quest and piece of content I experienced was at my same level.
And so it was designed that way. It was designed for him to have that experience.
The point essentially still stands. And then there was people saying I was over-leveled for the campaign, which made no sense because the campaign was at my level. Like, I didn't fucking grind.
Somebody says that Actman actually stole all of his opinions from streamers and other people. Has it ever occurred to you that, like, if you show an apple to 10 people and 9 people say it's an apple, and then the 10th person says, hey, I think that's an apple, maybe they didn't steal it from the other 9 people. Maybe they just took a look at it and they said, this looks a lot like an apple.
In a game, I would do side content and then some campaign missions, and I would just go back and forth. You know, a very natural way to play, but somehow that made me over-leveled without me even knowing it. Furthermore, even if you start
and also, by the way, almost everybody's opinions about this game is informed by other people's opinions about the game. Like, I've watched other people's opinions, and I thought to myself, that's a good point. Maybe I'll have to, like, think about that myself. That's normal. Everybody's opinion is like that.
Character and want to go straight to Howitzer or whatever, there's no reason to, right? There are no incentives to go to these areas before you're at that level. You only go when the campaign takes you there, right? In Dark Souls 1, you can go down to New Londo Ruins and grab a Firekeeper Soul. It's a nice early game strat. There's an incentive to go into an area that you're not supposed to be in yet. And that's the big difference. That's the type of world design I'm talking about. Like, if there were tougher dungeons in Fractured Peaks that offered players alluring rewards, you know, those players might consider doing these tougher dungeons before they're at the same level for it. Like, that's the type of dynamic player choice I'm talking about. And level scaling just completely removes all of that. So I stand by all my points on how bad scaling is, but I wanted to clear up that technicality. I knew there was something fishy here. Played D1 and 2, but skipped 3. Now, how many times have we heard any of these D2 nostalgia crackheads have a sane argument about why D4 is bad, except for it isn't the same? Not once. I don't know, man. You kind of hit the nail right there. Like, they are crackheads because they've been playing the game for over 20 years. So if I were making a game where I wanted people to play a long time, that's the demographic of people I would consult.
Yeah, you would want to talk to the crackheads. That's a good point. And also, like, what I think is funny about this is that almost all of these arguments don't actually refute any statement that was made. They're just like, you are wrong. You is wrong. You say wrong thing, not right. Nope. Like, there's never like a,
you know, you're making this point about scaling. I think this is wrong because, you know, whatever, right? It's never about that. It's always these general statements that, you know, nothing but yeah, but arguments. Yeah, there's no substance to it at all.
For input. They are crackheads.
It's an ARPG.
You'd think their opinions on endgame content would matter most. You didn't actually put enough time or effort in the game to understand it.
This is your very own Elden Ring hot take.
Overall, it's disappointing to see you post a review of a game you barely got into, then gave up and made a bad review. What piece of media do you tell people you need to dump 30 hours into this before it gets good? What piece of media? This is like saying you watched all of Dragon Ball and you barely got into Dragon Ball. You didn't watch Z or GT. You know, it's just fucking stupid. Anyone who doesn't like Diablo 3 doesn't deserve to rate Diablo games.
Well, I guess I don't either.
Anyone who doesn't like Wanda Gamelon doesn't deserve to rate Zelda games.
Legend of Zelda 2
is not bad at all. You
Link's
are just
Adventure.
a tool. Damn, give it some time to add more. No, Rob Farr, they said this about Overwatch 2. No!
Yeah, it's true. They got you again. And again, like and this is coming from somebody, like, you've got to keep in mind, like I've said multiple times, I think Diablo 4 is a good game. I like Diablo 4. But it's not a perfect game, and there are problems with the game that I hope they solve. And I feel like I am a reasonable person. I understand that as a live service game, it's going to take time for them to perfect it to be at the level that people feel is acceptable. That's the way most live service games are. And that's fine. But like, god damn, like, it doesn't mean you can't talk about it. The reason why it gets changed is because people talk about it.
No, you're falling into their trap again! Rob Farr, don't! Rob Farr, give me your other hand, Rob Farr. I can't hold you.
I can reach it.
Your channel is like that guy that goes into a party, stirs up a ruckus between everyone, and then leaves to the corner of the room to watch hell ensue and everyone argue while he eats chips enjoying himself. Good luck being that guy. Your takes have as much thought behind them as your blue and yellow swirly tattoo.
Again, keep in mind, zero substance arguments. No point, no examples, no counter argument, nothing. You're dumb and you're like these other guys that are annoying because you are annoying. Yeah, plus personal.
This is definitely one of the best roasts I've ever received. Allow me to counter with one of my own personal favorites, Danny Dome. It must have been a sad day when you slithered out of the abortion bucket. I disagree with a bunch of stuff you said in this video. Strength was meaningless in Diablo 2 as well. Strength literally increases.
Wait,
strength was meaningless.
Strength was meaningless in Diablo 2. Strength isn't meaningless. What is this guy talking about? Strength scales your damage multiplicatively. It's the second best stat to have besides vulnerability, and it also gives you armor, which is one of the best stats in the game. What are you talking about? Like, strength isn't... Strength is good. Only for barbs? Yeah.
In Diablo 2 as well. Strength literally increases your damage in Diablo 2. What are you talking about? I don't think there is a way to have an open world game like this where every single NPC has a meaningful backstory and dialogue. Then don't make the game open world. Not every single NPC, of course some are just gonna be in the background, but like, Witcher 3, anybody? Knights of the Old Republic? Anyone? People are not going to sit down and read the backstory of every single blacksmith in the game. Well then, don't fucking write it like it's a codex. Present it in an interesting way, maybe. Maybe tie it to a quest or something. Oh, I don't know. Level scaling seems like it's necessary for couch co-op. Getting rid of it probably does more harm than good. This is one thing I do want to point out, that it's cool that you can play Diablo 4 with someone in the same...
No, I actually agree with that point. I think level scaling is more positive than negative. I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I just think, again, Diablo 4 is made for a very casual audience, and for that casual audience, level scaling is more positive than negative.
Room, but if level scaling is necessary for couch co-op, then why is it turned on when I'm playing solo? Show me your NM 100 plus in hardcore and Uber in hardcore, then we talk. If not, Your opinion is suck.
Suck my dick.
There are quite a few comments of people saying, well, if it's so easy, why didn't you play hardcore? Okay, you're conflating difficulty with punishment. There's no fundamental difference between playing normal and hardcore. The only difference is that if you fuck up, you can't play that character anymore.
Yeah, well, I don't... Yeah, why would anybody do that?
It's not more...
Yeah, and by fuck up, he means Blizzard servers go down.
Challenging, it's more punishing. First thing you complain about is being online constantly. Just another offline cheater trying to mod and hack their game? What the fuck? Sounds like this is his first Diablo game. So many players who have no idea how a Diablo game works complaining to get...
Wait, wasn't Diablo 3 the only other Diablo game that has online only? Like, I don't mind online only. I don't really care. I feel like it's not a big deal. Like, most people have working internet connections. Who gives a fuck? But, like, Diablo 2 isn't online only. I don't think Diablo 1 is either.
It changed. Yeah, D4 was my first Diablo games. These ones don't exist. Dang, that's a very strong opinion coming from someone with 0 Diablo videos on a sponsored video for a trending topic. But surely you made it to endgame? Care to post a video of your level 100? Do you have to post gameplay videos before you can critique a game? You should have tried Necromancer. The moment I realized I'm stuck with 6 skill slots and 2 of them are to summon, it made me really lose interest in the game.
Very true.
I heard that. Is that true? The Necromancer?
Yeah, Necromancer. It's not even 2 skill slots because you have your Golem as well if you want to do summons, and then so you have your Golem, you have your skeletons, and I'm missing one. Where's the third one? Golem, skeletons, mages? No, because you summon skeletons with mages as well. So it's just 2. Okay.
Just have to sacrifice 2 slots for like skeletons and golems? That sounds really fucking dumb.
Barbs have to sacrifice 3 slots just for a fucking buff.
My problem with Diablo 4 is everywhere I go, I hear season this, that, and the other. But it's all hurry up, get the map opened, get the statues, get the waypoints, the skill points, get the points, get the things. Hurry up, season 1 is coming. Go, 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 keep playing. Only to find out if you want anything out of seasons, you make a new character, start your game progress all over, and haul ass through the seasonal content before the next season comes out every 3 months. Want to know why
It does seem problematic, right? That Diablo 4 is targeting a extremely casual audience with a very rapid seasonal progression model. It's like, so how are you going to get all these people that are like these super casual dads to play the game seasonally every 3 months? Right? I mean, I could definitely see that.
The design is the way it is.
There? Yeah.
Diversity. I think that's the last reason why the design is the way it is. Diablo 4 is actually a woke, propagandized mess.
That's because I can see why he says this. It's because there's women in the game. Big problem. I know it's annoying, but you know that's how fucking companies are nowadays.
Subtle hints at progressive ideology litter every scene.
Well, I think he's bringing up the point that there are black people in the game. Yeah, because like that's, you know.
I think that's going to do it for today. We saw some good takes, some bad takes, some truly unhinged takes. We saw a lot of gatekeeping, a lot of people coping, agreeing with me that the game is bad, but it's somehow saying that it's okay.
Right.
What do you think? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Like the video if you enjoyed it. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
Okay, I think that was pretty fair. The truth is that a lot of the comments that people make in these videos, so many of them are just completely unsubstantiated. Totally unsubstantiated. This is a very good video, and I'm really glad to see people calling out this lazy, brain-dead discourse. And like, you know, Diablo 4 is the gift that's going to keep on giving, by the way. Like, something's going to be wrong with the season. Something's going to be wrong with other stuff. Like, it's going to be so problematic. It's the only fact argument that matters. Yeah, I played and I had fun. Well, the thing is that if you played and you had fun, then you don't need an argument for why that is. But if you tell somebody else that they're not entitled to the way that they feel, I think that you need to have an argument for that. Does that make sense? So, like, he can have his opinion. It's not a big deal. Same as any of the chatters, etc. But whenever you come into someone's space and you tell them what they have to do, it's hard to create argument to his review. He was too much subjective and only saying this is bad and Diablo 2 better. No constructive criticism. Okay, let's do one right now. So, name one thing that was wrong with the video. Give me one exact point that was made in the video. Let's see it. Name the video. Diablo 4 is bad. Okay, what's your counter argument? It is only bad for him because he says he likes a different type of game. It's not objective. Should be named why I didn't like Diablo 4. It shouldn't be named that. So, have you ever gone outside and said it's hot outside? Or have you ever gone outside and said that it's cold outside? Whenever you said no constructive criticism, what you really meant was no constructive criticism in my opinion. It was just that he is just a Diablo 2 Andy in my opinion. Right? Because like you're making multiple statements. So this is the point that he's making, right? Is he saying that you are unable to make an objective statement on the game because it is based off of your subjective opinion. But my argument is that people make objective statements all of the time because it is a given that Actman's opinion is going to be on his channel. In the same way that you say it's hot outside. Well, what if somebody that's from Arizona is there and they say it's not hot outside? That's just your opinion. What if you say it's cold outside and somebody from Alaska says, well, it's not cold outside? It is the subjectivity is implied by him expressing his opinion based off of a review of the game. Of course. True got me. Okay. Diablo 4 somehow got worse, and so did Blizzard. Here we go. People been wanting me to watch this. We're getting around to it. We're getting into it. Let's do it.
Well, thank God we built you. What a blessing for the community. Do you understand that it is actually statistically harder for a team to be this consistently bad than it is for them to occasionally accidentally be good? The probability is staggering. Do you have any idea how low our expectations are? You are
I don't believe this, because if he was a real sports fan, he'd be setting a car on fire. Oh, no, never mind. He watches, I think this is like football. It's not soccer. Never mind.
Factory of sadness!
So, are you willing to admit I was right about Diablo 4?
Mm-hmm.
I accept your apology. I tried to tell you guys. I tried to warn you.
I warned you. I warned you.
But did you listen to me? Oh, well, most of you did, but some of you didn't.
People were very unhappy about Actman's video, the first video, because they said, you didn't even do World Tier 4. You don't know what you're talking about. And the game gets so much better.
Some of you held on to hope. You poor fools. I was eager to see what Blizzard had planned for Season 1 and how this new season would go over with fans who were still playing the game. What I didn't expect is that Diablo 4 would get worse with the new season update. It would actually get so...
I don't know. I mean, like, I played Blizzard games for a long time. I could have expected the game would have gotten worse. Like, I feel like that's not really that hard to imagine. Like, that happens all the time.
Bad, to the point where diehard fans who were defending it before the season have now completely given up on the game.
Yep.
What on God's green earth could have possibly occurred to...
What's bad about it is that people aren't watching it anymore. Like, people aren't even going on to Reddit as much. People are just like, yo, like, we tried.
Sway sentiment so radically. But that's what we're gonna find out today. Let's run through some of the dumb scum...
I still think Diablo 4 is a good game for casual Andes. I do. I think it's a nice, good game for sitting on the couch, knocking back a couple of brews, and, you know, maybe clearing out some goblins. But in terms of it being like a long-term game for people to spend a lot of time on, ooh.
Shady, backwards-ass design decisions Blizzard has made with Diablo 4. This isn't for the faint of heart, guys.
Right.
Because things are much worse than we could have possibly imagined. Whoopi Goldberg has demanded a refund for Blizzard because Diablo 4 cannot be played on Mac.
I would have deserved a said you need a refund for another reason, but okay.
My favorite game, Diablo. And suddenly now Diablo 4 is not available to me on my Apple computer.
This injustice cannot be allowed.
Give me my Apple 4, because I paid for it. I was all excited for it. I went to play.
Who the fuck uses an Apple?
On it, and I'm telling you, this really pissed me off. Tell me next time, say we're done on Apple, but let me have the 4. Let me play on the 4 because you made me so excited for it.
We are truly living in the worst timeline.
Yep.
Anyways, let's get on to the real stuff. As we all know, every game these days needs a battle pass, otherwise it's trash.
Damn, so they really have a lot of these, huh? The Battlefield Battle Pass. That's cute. It rhymes.
Garbage. Nobody's ever gonna play it. So naturally, Diablo 4 has one. I
didn't even claim the items out of my Battle Pass. I didn't. Why the fuck would I care?
Might make it a masterpiece in many people's eyes. However, in most games with battle passes, you expect to earn enough currency in that battle pass to purchase the next one.
Yeah, but the thing is that Fortnite is a free game, so logically the free game should... Wait, what? The free game has a better system than the one that you paid for? Well, shit.
It's kind of a nice reward for players who don't spend money, but
I've been watching Summit play this game. I've thought about playing Halo again, man. I have.
Invest the time so that they can get the premium rewards in the next pass. Or, you know, you can use the currency to buy specific items, skins, emotes, whatever. They have crafted what is quite possibly the scummiest, dirtiest battle pass ever. If you complete the Season 1 pass,
I don't even know if this one is that scummy. I just think it's another one. It's just another dick in the salad. Is it a particularly large dick? No, it's just another dick.
You earn 666 Diablo fun bucks.
Yeah.
I see what you did there. 666.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's so cute. Except you can't purchase fucking anything with 666 coins in Diablo 4. Man, you guys should really hire a fucking...
How much does it cost to buy the battle pass in coins? How much does it be? 1,000? So if you buy a battle pass with 666 the second time, that would mean that you would have 666 times 2, which would be, let me just, like, sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't do it. Minus 1,000 plus 666. So you would be 2 platinum off of being able to buy a second battle pass in the 3rd season. Ooh. Oh, you're just so close. Come on. Don't you want to spend just a little bit of money? Don't you want to just put in a couple of bucks? But if you do that and you don't buy the special pack, you're not getting a bonus. So you're losing money unless you buy the expensive pack. So what do you want to do? You want to lose money? Oh my fucking god.
4th grade math student, because your math is awful. This, of course, is the same scummy tactic Microsoft used to use with Xbox points before they...
I'll have you know I have one of these little cards, like, glued to my wall. Xbox Live Gold membership.
pitched that concept in 2013. A decade old. Yes, it is that outdated. What Blizzard is doing right now. They create a currency, they create that currency's value, and then they make a fucked up conversion rate, so you never have exactly as many points as the thing you want to purchase.
I will say it again, and I will say it again after I say it this time. There is no benefit to the consumer that prices are not always shown in the local denomination of the used currency. And in fact, the only purpose these secondary currencies provide is to obfuscate the true price of what you are paying. And I think that something that is fundamentally built off of obfuscation and confusing the customer should not be legal. There is no benefit to the customer that there are premium currencies in games that make it harder for you to understand what you're spending your money on. And if it was up to me, it would be fucking illegal because it is fundamentally deceptive. And I believe that you should not be able to actively deceive your customers. You should not be able to do that. Then do something about it. Or call up Ted Cruz.
That is by design, so you will always feel the need to purchase more points. But Blizzard took it a step further than that. Oh boy, they have been thinking months and seasons ahead with how fucking scummy this is. As one Reddit user points out, if you try to use...
I fucking saw this, yes. I see, that's how I knew the numbers came out, because I read this fucking post whenever it was made. I read this fucking post. Yep.
Coins to only buy battle passes. Look at this math. With a price of 1,000 coins per battle pass, getting 666 coins means that on your second pass, you'll have 1,332. Great. You can get a battle pass and have 332 coins left over. However, on the Season 3 pass, getting 666 coins means you will have 998. Exactly too short of getting another battle pass. This is wild to me because even in
just spend a little bit of money and you'll get it again.
Call of Duty, they give you enough credits in the battle pass to buy the next one. Somehow, the battle pass gets worse though, because if you purchase the ultimate or deluxe edition of D4, well, it's safe to say you're probably a hardcore fan. You deserve a nice reward for spending that little extra bit of money. So they gave players a premium battle pass, one that Blizzard themselves said could be redeemed for any season. What's that? Maybe you don't like the current season gimmick of Malignant Hearts and all that? Oh, that's fine. You can redeem the pass later. However, if you scroll to the seasonal page, it will highlight the Activate Premium Pass option. So if you hit A by...
well, okay, so this is... All right, a little... Let me actually let him finish, and then I'll clarify after he explains it.
Accident. Oops.
Let's see if it counted.
It's this dude.
No!
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 No! I love how he tries to turn the game off. Bro, of all the things that you can't cancel, you bet your fucking ass buying the battle pass is one of them.
If that thing activated...
Did you make it crash, or did the game actually just crash?
The game actually just crashed. I hope it crashed and it didn't activate it. Like, if that's a one-click activation, fuck you, dude.
It crashed, you didn't close it? I don't know what I expected. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh,
no! Oh, no!
Fuck you!
No.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
You've just redeemed the battle pass. Oh.
Well, so it was better. It was like basically on consoles. This was not the case on PC. We checked. But it was the case on consoles that there is something that is referred to as a dark pattern. And a dark pattern is whenever your cursor or your selector is automatically located on the button they want you to press. And the dark pattern of the Blizzard Battle Pass thing was to automatically put pre-watched. Oh, fuck. He says this? Okay, well, I'll just let him
Boy, that's so unfortunate.
All right,
what a bad stroke of luck you just had. Tee-hee. Looks like Blizzard just made a little fucky-wucky with the battle pass in the UI. Isn't that so cute? Yeah, it's cute how fucking desperate you are for people to keep playing this game. You have to resort to using dark patterns. Are you fucking kidding me?
What the fuck's wrong with you?
How do your business practices continue to get more scummy? How do you get worse over time?
It's kind of impressive to the point to where I want to see what they do next. One day we will get the announcement for Overwatch 3. And that will be a beautiful day.
What is a dark pattern? A dark pattern is a UI that is specifically crafted to trick users into redeeming things, purchasing things that they otherwise wouldn't have, right? It's a UI without safeguards. When you click log out of RuneScape, it takes 2 clicks instead of 1. So you don't do that by mistake. This is the most basic fucking concept when it comes to user interface design, but it's surprisingly missing in this game.
Well, it's not surprisingly missing. It's only missing with the Battle Pass.
Now, Epic Games used a dark pattern in Fortnite that they ended up having to pay over $500 million for. $275 million to the FTC and $245 million to refund players that were tricked and duped into paying for things they otherwise wouldn't have. Obviously, this isn't as bad as what...
Oh, by the way, today also Apple lost a lawsuit and they owe $500 million to people whose phones were intentionally slowed down due to planned obsolescence. I read about that today. And so we've actually had a number of these consumer rights W's. This is awesome.
Epic did, but it's the same intention. This would be like if you hit the add to cart button on Amazon and it just purchased it for you and refused a refund. Nope. You click the one button. Nope. You're stuck with it. Blizzard is also refusing refunds, right? This is what they said. Once claimed, a Diablo 4 Battle Pass cannot be revoked. Customer service is unable to assist with removing or reissuing already claimed passes.
I don't know why they couldn't just... Well, I do know why. It's because it would cause them to lose money. What am I thinking? Of course they could undo this, but no, of course they're not going to do that. Like, yeah. What was... I'm so stupid.
Go fuck yourself. The amount of predatory practices in Diablo 4 is so outrageous at this point, I'm surprised Chris Hansen hasn't shown up.
You want to explain yourself?
It's not predatory. You already paid for the Battle Pass. You just accidentally...
Clicked it. Maybe read prompts on your screen. I mean, there's some truth to this, but it would be good if there was a confirm button, right? Like every single other online purchase.
Clicked it. Maybe read the prompts on your screen?
Objection!
Not predatory, you say. Accidentally clicked. It shouldn't be possible to misclick something like this. That's what the UI designers are for. That's what safeguards are for. Are you sure you...
Well, keep in mind also, on consoles, the default, icon was selected on Redeem Battle Pass. So if you just pressed the menu and pressed A, it would register the key press before you could even see what happened. So this is actually, that argument is actually not even true.
Want to redeem the Battle Pass?
Pressing button X dismantles the gear.
Oh, bro, he watched the video.
Isn't enough to prevent him from doing it. And so we actually ended up adding a safety mechanism that you don't just have to tap a button to dismantle your gear, Dustin. You have to press and hold the button. And the more valuable the piece of gear, the longer you have to hold it.
This was such a good video.
In their Season of the Malignant blog post, Blizzard says this: if you purchase the Deluxe or Ultimate Edition of Diablo 4 and want to redeem your Battle Pass for this season, navigate to the Season section of the shop and select the option to activate your Battle Pass. If it ain't predatory, where's the fucking option? This is one of the scummiest things I've ever seen Blizzard try to pull.
No, it's not. It's really not. I mean, they've done way worse stuff. Like, the Overwatch thing was way worse than this. Like, increasing the prices of the BlizzCon tickets to, like, $900 was, like, fucking insane. Let's see. Diablo Immortal. I would say this is in the top 10, but I don't know if it's in the top 5. I mean, you've got to keep in mind, like, there were some really bad ones. Oh, the AWC money. Yes, that was so big. Oh, my God. Actman's in chat. Actman, did you hear about this? The AWC money? This is a Warcraft drama, so I bet you might not have heard of this. No, I did not. Well. So Blizzard puts out a toy, and this toy is supposed to be an item that you buy to support the players of the AWC, the Arena World Cup, that's the PvP tournament, and also the MDI, Mythic Dungeon Invitational, the PvE Dungeon Tournament. And players said, and everybody, Blizzard said, that this money would go to the players, and it went to the players at a rate of 25%. 75% went to the company, which I sheepishly fucking defended because that's the same percentage that Dota takes for their contribution packages. I said, you know what? That's fine. This is industry standard. I'll let it happen because at least Blizzard is trying something. Well, Blizzard did try something. And what Blizzard did is they announced before BlizzCon, just a little bit before then, that actually the prize pool was only going to be the $600,000 because now that the players had spent so much money on the fan funding, Blizzard wouldn't have to provide their own funding because the players did it for them. So the money that Blizzard said that they were going to put up for the tournament, well, they don't have to do that anymore because the players already spent it. I swear to fucking God. Shout out to Snuts. What the fucking shit? Yes, and this wasn't even like, it was a WoW thing. And like nobody cared at the time because classic WoW was so popular. People were like, retail Lamau, who cares? Like that's what they get for playing retail. But like, I remember Snuts came up with this. He talked about it. And I remember I was reading about this. I think I even interviewed Snuts while I was getting boosted in BRD. It was one of the worst things that Blizzard has done. And they profited from it as well. Yes. And they're still selling the toys now. As far as I know, I think they're still selling them now. Oh, dude. It was a real situation. $600K. Yep. There it is. What's worse than that? I think Overwatch 2 is the worst one.
But once you start viewing Blizzard's decisions with Diablo 4 through the lens of maximizing player retention and revenue, then everything falls into place. It all makes sense.
So if you were a product person, you couldn't change the course of that company very much. So who influenced the success of PepsiCo? The sales and marketing people. Therefore, they were the ones that got promoted, and therefore they were the ones that ran the company. It turns out the same thing can happen in technology companies. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people. And they end up running the companies. And the product people get driven out of the decision-making forums.
Where's Jeff Kaplan? Oh, it's this guy. This guy says I'm a psychopath because I said Arthas did nothing wrong, which I still think he's completely fucking delusional about, right? But he is right about this. He's about this. I've seen this clip before. He's
and
right
later
about
we
this.
find out that they had dramatically slashed the budget for Warcraft 3 Reforged to almost nothing. And it's pretty clear to me that it came from the top, maybe even Kotick directly. They screwed the game that we all wanted to see for money because they thought there was no money in this.
And the companies forget what it means to make great products.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
It's sort of the product sensibility and the product genius that brought them to those.
Well, to be fair, I mean, J. Allen Brack was always kind of an idiot. Like, he was always kind of an idiot. So, I mean, it's not, I mean, I don't want to think like this guy was not some kind of genius for sales either. He's just an idiot.
To that monopolistic position gets rotted out.
Remember whenever he took over and like his hair went gray in a year? Jesus.
By people running these companies who have no conception of a good product versus a bad product.
That was bad.
We want to use mobile devices as the platform for a new...
You know what? I used to fucking defend Wyatt Chang here. I used to defend him, and to be fair, he makes some really nice YouTube videos. But that bullshit this dude pulled about how Diablo Immortal you can't buy gear was so fucking deceptive it made me mad. And I was like, oh, they put him up here as a sacrificial lamb and he had to announce this. They knew it was gonna go bad and they said, Wyatt, you gotta do it anyway. Fuck you, right? But you know what? That shit you pulled with Diablo Immortal, this is what you goddamn deserve.
Diablo,
you get
they have no conception of the craftsmanship that's required to take a good idea and turn it into a good product. And they really have no feeling in their hearts, usually, about wanting to really help the customers.
So my theory is Blizzard knew players weren't going to react well to some of the changes they made in the patch. So to keep some hardcore players invested, they used a dark pattern to trick them into redeeming the battle pass.
Right.
Oh shit.
And by the way, I can actually totally believe that Blizzard did this on accident. I can actually believe that. Because in every single way that they explain why coding for Diablo 4 works this way, I actually think that they could be that dumb. I do. I genuinely believe it is possible that they could have fucked up on that level. And before you say, oh, there's no way, remember that you are loading every item in every player's stash tab whenever you join the city. Just remember that. They don't make any money from that. They're just dumb.
Fuck. I was trying to click Season Journey.
Like the first time I got into Legendary in an internal build, I did this. I accidentally dismantled it because we didn't have any safeguards. And I was so angry. I was ready to go over and punch somebody on the UI team.
Well, I guess I have the fucking...
Yeah, that guy worked at Blizzard, but he got fired, so that problem happened again.
In Battle Pass now. God damn it. That is fucking sneaky, dude.
Yeah.
That pisses me off so much. I might as well claim all my fucking rewards.
Yeah.
You might as well redeem those rewards. You might as well grind out the rest of the battle pass, cause oopsie doopsie, looks like you redeemed it, fella.
Yeah,
better keep playing Diablo 4. Don't ever stop. Don't ever stop playing this game ever for any reason. Keep playing. Old Blizzard is dead. And if you're like me, it's time you finally realize that.
Well, Blizzard is dead.
Here we go.
It is a corpse. It is a corpse being puppeteered by Activision. And
maybe this is the reason why he was so unhappy that I said Arthas did nothing wrong, is because Arthas was the leader of the Scourge, and the Scourge reminded him of Blizzard.
Bobby Kotick. And it's going to be used as basically a factory to put the Blizzard stamp on things and stoke nostalgia to get sales. And that's it.
They really did do that.
That's it.
Running out of storage space is an issue that 100% of all Diablo 4 players will run into at some point.
Yep.
So naturally, the new season introduces a mandatory item that takes up more inventory space.
And it doesn't just take up a little bit of inventory space, it takes up a lot.
It exacerbates the issue even further.
And it doesn't go in your questing tab where nothing else goes. Oh no.
Diablo fans have universally praised the presence of malignant.
Oh, also, this was bugged, by the way. And you could infinitely farm the Wrathful Hearts. Like, that were supposed to be, like, super rare. You could infinitely farm them just by resetting the last quest. I did it, like, 50 times. I have every Wrathful Heart that I could ever need.
Hearts in the normal inventory slot. I have not heard a single person criticize.
Also, like, a compounding problem that this creates is that it makes every single item that you get effectively 1.5 times harder in order to achieve best in slot, because now you have a fifth stat that you have to match, which is the color correct malignant heart color, because you can avoid one color because you can put a Wrathful in any color, but then you do have to have one color correct one. Isn't that cute?
This at all. The lack of a gem tab has been universally praised by all Diablo fans.
So you guys remember how people were complaining over the fact that gems took up too much stash space? Blizzard fixed that problem. You want to know how they fixed that problem? I can guarantee you that almost nobody's going to be complaining about bag space because of gems. Because your bags are going to be filled with fucking malignant hearts. Holy crap. But look at this shit. This is like 3 dungeons. I'm not exaggerating. This is 3 malignant dungeons worth of items. Are you kidding me?
If this
No, they're not kidding. This is for your own good.
Company gave even a molecule of a shit about the fans, about providing the best experience for those fans, limited stash wouldn't even be something we're talking about. But why? Why is the stash space such a contentious issue? Well, it's the same reason they made teleport cost 2 seconds longer. Blizzard is trying to milk every single microsecond of playtime out of you. The less storage you have, the more time you spend micromanaging your inventory.
Look at my stash. I don't... Okay.
I would have believed that, but I actually think that they couldn't figure it out because of the lag. And I think that's even sadder. Because at least if it was a malicious plan, somebody in the company is smart enough to have a malicious plan. And whenever you use the word malicious plan, inside of that term does exist the word plan. Which is slightly reassuring, right? But in fact,
whatever, I guess we're supposed to spend even more time fucking around with our stashes.
Blizzard, can you just cut the shit? Why are you playing stupid fucking games with me and the rest of the Diablo fanbase? Why are you wasting your time trying to trick me and the rest of us into playing this game? Have you ever thought about making a good video game?
No!
And the game is so fun, I want to keep playing it? Whoa! Radical concept, bro! That's fucking crazy!
That chair has a
People don't
spine.
play video games because they're fun anymore. What? What is that nonsense? Enough nickel and diming us of our precious time. Just make a good video game. How is this such a radical concept?
I need to, dude, every time I see this, man, I need to play Diablo 2. I have to fucking play it. Oh my god.
Quality of life. What does that mean? I have no idea. But now because of Blizzard's dog shit game design, players have to figure out their own workarounds for this. They have to create mule characters to hold more inventory. Either that, or you just have to say screw it and get rid of the items you don't want to.
I'm actually to the point where I'm gonna have to start getting rid of perfect powers that are actually valuable. In Diablo 3, when you would complete a season journey, it would give you an extra tab. Can we get 1 or 2 or 10 for completing it, please?
People shouldn't have to...
No, how could they possibly do that? Because you have to understand that Path of Exile does that. But... Oh, wait, no, Path of Exile is free. Oh. Huh. It makes you think. Really makes you think.
Ask for a scoreboard in Battlefield games. They shouldn't have to ask for a Slayer playlist in Halo. And they shouldn't have to ask for adequate storage space in a game that is all about collecting fucking loot. And the worst part,
there's not a Slayer playlist in Halo? Wait, is this a joke? On release? No.
Oh my god.
It's like all Microsoft needs to do is buy Ubisoft and buy EA, and they will have completed the Infinity Gauntlet of studios that consistently underdeliver. They can snap their fingers and make a battle pass out of nothing. Snap their fingers and remove half the content out of a game and put it into a battle pass.
this is by design. This is intentional. Blizzard did use its community managers to soak up the sniper bullets fired from upset fans and force those community managers to give some dumbass excuse that is so stupid it would have been better if they completely ignored this and didn't even mention it. When you see another player in-game, you load them and their entire stash filled with all their items.
You know Joseph Pipiora got fucking... They were probably so mad at him internally. They're like, you shouldn't have told them that. Why did you tell them this? Now we look like idiots.
This is no different than when 343 said they couldn't add a Slayer playlist to Halo Infinite because of
UI limitations with the game right now and the way a number of playlists that are exposed. Now, I don't want to get biblical and religious, but I felt the exact same way about like God and original sin. What do you mean you can't get rid of it? You did it. What do you mean you have to, what do you mean? You made the system. Like, what do you mean we have to go have another guy get crucified for this? Why don't you just change the fucking system? Isn't this your fault for programming it this way? Isn't the UI problem a problem that you designed?
UI limitations. It's like, but you designed the game this way.
That's right.
You designed these limitations.
Yes.
No other online RPG I've ever played has ever had these issues. How the fuck does RuneScape?
Has any other online RPG had these issues? I'm sure there's probably one of them. Nobody plays it anymore, though.
Work. What?
New World. New World has these issues. What a great frame of reference. See, yeah, New World had these problems. Come on.
I know wizardry is that. My bank? Look at all these slots I have in my bank. How the hell does this game load this for every other player in the server? That is just insane, dude. Tide goes in, tide goes out.
Can't explain that.
You can't explain that. How the hell did you guys get WoW to work? How did you possibly...
They don't even know. They don't know how they got it to work. They accidentally got Classic WoW to work because Omar just figured it out. Because before then, nobody even knew how to make the game work.
Man, that is the greatest technical achievement in modern human history. Okay, so he's also saying that if we weren't forced to load other players and their stash inventory, right? Okay, run with me on this. If we weren't forced to do that, we could have a bigger stash. Oh shit! Oh no! What's that? Diablo 4 is an always online video game?
Yep.
Gosh! What?
Disconnect. You know what that means? You just lost your character. Somebody's going to the Hall of Heroes.
What a terrible coincidence. If only there was a way to make video games playable without an internet connection, but just technology hasn't gotten to that point yet.
No.
Hopefully someday. Oh wait, technology has caught up to that point because in the Beelzebub mod for Diablo 1, you get 50 tabs of storage right off the bat. If you can pick it up, you can store it. That's the philosophy Diablo games need to have. The Beelzebub mod apparently was also made by one guy. One guy.
Yeah, but like you can't expect Blizzard because there's so many people that work there and they have to get approval for everything that they do, and then they have to have a meeting for if the approval should be given. So like you can't expect 100 people to be able to do something as fast as one person, right? I mean, come on.
Managed to accomplish what 9,000 people at Blizzard couldn't. This is
Over
what
9,000 people? Is there even 9,000 items?
couldn't. This is what teams are working diligently to improve so that we can have more stash ASAP. Gee, if only you guys worked diligently on this in the 6 years of fucking development time you had.
Yep.
Oh man, were you guys snorting coke in the bathroom and stealing the female employee's breast milk again? Huh? Were you doing that? It's too bad there was not a single brain cell amongst the 9,000 employees who worked on Diablo 4, and not one of them thought to bring up the issue of limited storage space in an RPG about collecting loot.
Well, you could see how this would happen. because we watched the developers play the game. And if we watched the developers play the game, they didn't pick up any loot. So, actually, it's probably not an issue. As I said, the best insight into why a game is good or bad, all you have to do is watch the developers play it. PoE 2, there's 90 new bosses, and we're going to have a dev, which, by the way, doing it in front of like 300,000 people live is pretty stressful. And he died a couple of times. But he fucking killed it. And you know what? Remember the Final Fantasy? Yeah, the Devil May Cry guy for Final Fantasy 16? He just showed up. He's like, all right, yeah, I'll beat it. It's no big deal. And he even, by the way, if nobody watched that, he actually held his damage way longer than he had to just so he could kill the boss while it was staggered, while he was in limit break, by using the Remua ultimate attack as his final attack for combat. He actually could have beaten it way easier, but he didn't do that. Yeah, Yoshi P, who's the developer of Final Fantasy XIV, has a level 90 of every class, and his main is the hardest class to play, which is the Black Mage.
Not one. You expect me to believe you hired fucking vegetables to make this game?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Yep.
No. Obviously, that idea is so outlandish, it can't possibly be true. So the real reason the stash is so limited is by intention. And then they say they're gonna try to introduce a gem tab in later seasons. It's gonna take time. Why are you guys so efficient? Why do you guys work like a well-oiled machine?
I wonder what works faster. A local government trying to fix a road, or Blizzard Entertainment. Because I think both of them is a problem you can solve in one day that takes 18 months.
When you're making the game worse, but when it comes
to... It's like a black hole. Like, time and money, you just put it in and it just... Where'd it go? Well, you know.
Like easy no-brainer fixes. It's like, bro, give me 6 months for that, man. That's a tall order. Gem tab? Are you crazy? We can't just throw that together in 6 years. Come on, man. Maybe buy some items in the store. Maybe we'll work faster.
This is something that is clearly obvious, has been addressed since day one. Blizzard saying they know this needs to happen, but now we're saying that a gem tab isn't going to be there until season 2, maybe season 3.
Well, I'm surprised it's coming out in season 2, guys. I'm going to be real. I think they've got a lot of things planned for season 2, and the way things are looking, I feel like we're not going to get them all. Because, like, if they've got so many things coming out in season 2, that's going to be like an overload. So, like, they're going to have to move some things back to season 3. Now, they'll probably be ready by season 2, but for some reason, they're going to get delayed. I guarantee you, there's going to be some problem. What the fuck is this? Oh, I got one. Oh, great. I thought I didn't have one of these. I got these Dr. Peppers with real sugar. They're really good. So if you want diabetes, this is where to go. Okay, here we go.
Like, it just can't take 6 months to add a gem tab. Not when you have...
It's going to be longer.
800 million in revenue, but there's things like this that are just taking too long. I mean, this is 2023. There's thousands of games. You can't take a year to add a gem tab. If you're
you think that you can't? We'll see.
We'll
see, and then you're going to have the dads on the Reddit. What, man, gamers these days, I tell you something, I'm level 47 and I'm having a blast. What the hell are people complaining about? I play the game 3 hours every 4 months. It's great. It's the same as with New World. Remember that? Oh, people are complaining about the end game? Well, I'm fishing, so it's fine.
slowly, you're dead. You're gone. It's over.
So in my Diablo 4 review, I talked about how dumb and boring the stats and itemization are. Jesus Christ, I did not do it justice. I did not even scratch
I know he's about to show the list. He's gonna show the fucking list. I know it.
Tip of the penis on how bad and maliciously designed Diablo 4's loot is. Okay, you want to see how crazy it is?
I fucking knew it. There it is.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Holy fucking shit. Look at all these affixes. This section alone is just for calculating damage. Look at this now.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you also have, like, let me see if I can look at this. Yeah, you have, like, percentage added. There's a lot of these that are not included. Like, for example, necromancers have a lot of really useless stats that they can get that nobody wants. Like, minions inherit a percentage of your thorns. Nobody wants this. But it's there.
Look at this nonsense. Damage while shapeshifted. Damage while werebear. Damage while werewolf. Damage with werebear. Damage with werewolf. Oh. Hey, genius, how about you simplify all that into one that says damage while shapeshifted? Yeah. You could do that and it'd work perfectly. Yeah. Damage versus frozen. Damage versus dazed. Damage versus immobilized. Versus knockdown. Stunned. Trapped. Slowed. Tripped. How about damage versus crowd controlled?
I think they should have, like, daily damage. So, like, damage while Tuesday. Damage while Saturday. Weekend damage, weekday damage. Maybe paladins will do extra damage on Sunday whenever they put them in the game.
Oh, that's too simple, Act Man. This is artificial complexity at its most obvious and absurd. I have never seen such an asinine method of calculating damage in any other RPG in my lifetime. So the obvious question, once again, why is it designed this way? Well, if you've been paying attention, you should know the answer already. I'll sum it up for you in one Reddit comment. I feel like I spend more time looking at gear than playing. That is mission accomplished by Blizzard. That was their exact intention. That is why there are so many affixes and pointless niche modifiers that you don't give a shit about. Yep. So you spend more time looking at the loot, more time grinding gold, so you can spend more time re-rolling those affixes that you actually want. It's no different than what they do with loot boxes. They put a bunch of dumb shit you don't care about in the loot boxes to elevate the stuff you do care about, to dilute the odds.
Right, you want to have, like, the male characters, so whenever you get the gotcha 5-star anime waifu, you feel like a winner. Absolutely.
This is not good design. This is not fun.
Lost
it's not
accessories. Oh, yeah.
Interesting or satisfying. But again, remember what I said. If you try to understand the logic of Blizzard's decisions and approach these things as if they are trying to make a good game, you're going to be confused. None of this is going to make any sense to you because you have the misconception that Blizzard is making Diablo 4 to be a good video game.
So how do you go about actually advancing this season journey? You check out your objectives and you do things like, collect Gallo Vine, craft the chip gem. You're actually making me go out of my way to craft the gem. Like, at this point, you're just telling me, do this thing because I fucking told you to do it, and you're gonna do it because you're a bitch. Change your gear's appearance at the wardrobe.
I've never changed my transmog one time in Diablo. I've never done it.
Why is this an objective? Just go to your wardrobe, change. This is literally just a list of fucking chores, dude.
You have to look at Diablo 4 from the perspective of a morally compromised businessman whose only objective is to keep you playing longer.
Well, a morally compromised businessman who is the ringleader of a bunch of people that don't know how to play the game. They've been working on it for 5 years. No, they don't know how to play it. What's their favorite class? They like them all. Oh, okay. Of course they do.
And they will pull out every dirty trick in the book to achieve that.
Yeah.
Interact with 10 waypoints. Oh, now you know why they purposely removed your waypoints that you had in the Eternal Realm.
Good fucking point. Very good fucking point. I never thought of that.
So that they can then make it an objective for you to go back and collect them again. Are you fucking kidding me? And by the way, do remember their original plan was to have you to collect all of the Altars of Lilith again? This was their original plan? This is what they had planned?
Well, I didn't need 30 damage affixes to play D2 for 12 years.
Yeah.
Don't you think that having a good system will more likely retain players than artificially prolonging the game?
What you say is heresy.
You think you can just make a fun video game and people will play it for no other reason than that?
No, look at Baldur's Gate. Nobody's playing that game.
That is not what the data says. That is nonsense. Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring...
What a great example.
Thoroughly disprove this idea. This is why I'm so worked up, okay? Blizzard has zero fucking respect for your time as a player. And therefore, you should give them that same level of respect. Fucking zero. Damage with frost. Damage with cold.
Jesus. Damage to chilled. Good one. You guys forgot about that. Damage with ice.
Bro. Say psych right now, dude. So, with that being said, here's another $1 million question that only people with an IQ of above 160 can get right. Why did the preseason patch nerf damage across the board? So it takes longer. The only question needs to be asked in the campfire chat. Please explain why you believe the game is more fun after the changes than before. Why? Cause shut your fucking mouth. That's why. Shut the fuck up, turn your brain off, and keep playing. Don't ever stop playing. Don't ever stop playing Diablo 4 for any—
We want to, obviously acknowledge everyone's feedback in regards to reducing player power. We know it is bad. We know it is not fun.
Can you ask the dev team why they hate me so much, as well as other sorcerers? Again, you see this—
I was wondering about that, because Sorcerer was so fun to play in the beta. What the hell happened?
Same type of bewilderment from all the Diablo fans who are under this misconception that Blizzard is trying to make a good video game for them. They can't make sense of why the game is getting worse, more tedious, and boring. Some of the nerfs they made are such an oxymoron. I have trouble believing this is not an inside joke, like an ironic comedy of errors. Cooldown reduction often felt mandatory due to the raw power. We imagine cooldown reduction—
This was the worst change, by the way, because having CDR feels good. Like, that's always one of the best feeling things, because you can hit your buttons more.
Reduction will remain a highly desirable stat, but the penalty for not prioritizing it won't be as harsh. This stat is highly desirable by every single build, therefore we're making it worse, which in turn makes it even more desirable. This is the path we chose.
That's the thing. That's what was so funny about this, is like, I agreed that vulnerability as the end-all be-all stat was bad. And I think CDR is just like the mandatory stat for every build, for every class, is also bad. But making it slightly worse while it still maintains a 50% advantage above everything else doesn't even solve the problem. It just makes solving the problem that you already solved feel worse.
Instead of buffing other builds. But that's how Diablo 4 has gotten worse. What do you think? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. I'm gonna be limiting the comments to just 100 comments, so see, because when you click this video, it has to load all the other comments of everybody else who's—
you don't want to have like people run out of internet.
One, so I'm gonna limit that to 100. Okay, all right.
Thank you. Like, because on his phone, probably, like, if he has to load over 100 comments, it'll overheat the phone and it'll turn off. So we gotta stop that from happening.
Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
Man.
So stop holding out hope that Blizzard is going to come back.
God.
Everyone who founded Blizzard, all the principles that Blizzard was founded on, they're gone or they're dead. They've been desecrated. So let Blizzard go. That's my main message, is let Blizzard go. Appreciate what was created back when it was done, and stop holding out hope that it's going to come back, because it's not.
Jesus. Who's that guy? Oh, he was the developer on Warcraft 3. Yep, he was the developer on Warcraft 3. Yeah, there's the video right there. It's an Actman video. I know I haven't had a chance to watch this. Make sure to give it a like. This was a really good video. This was very entertaining. I liked it a lot. You got to admit, Blizzard really nailed the immersion, because it really makes you feel like you're in hell.
Well, the funny thing about that is that none of the nightmare dungeons are even in hell. Did you guys ever think about that? It's not even ever in there. Ashman wants to jump on voice chat. Yeah, I know. I just DM'd him. Yeah. Bro, I messaged you on Discord if you're still listening.
Yo,
what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Did you like the video?
I fucking loved it, man. Like,
you love to hear it, dude.
It's one of those things where it's like, especially like that guy at the end, man.
Stop.
It's just so depressing.
Dude, I know, like, because you're even older than me, so you have probably had more experience with Blizzard than I have, but like the first Blizzard game that I played was Warcraft 2.
Same.
And like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but like the funny thing about Warcraft 2 and like Blizzard games is I could go up to my mom and be like, "Yes, my lord," and she would know exactly what I'm talking about because she heard that shit all the time.
Do you remember the book? The Warcraft 2 book? Yes, like so whenever you bought the game manual.
Oh man, I was but a wee lad at that point.
Oh, it was so good. Like, I remember looking through it, reading all this stuff about the different characters, looking at the pictures, like the actual Metzen artwork and everything. I don't know what happened, man. Like, it's just that, well, actually, nothing happened. Nothing has changed because look at Baldur's Gate 3. Look at Elden Ring. Nothing has changed. It's not like you can't make a game like this anymore.
You can't. You know what's really funny? I've been putting together. Also, hi chat, love you chat. You guys are fucking awesome, by the way. But I've been putting together a video about like the whole Baldur's Gate 3 raises an unrealistic standard, and there's like some tweets that have been like, oh, this team with 400 plus developers and 6 years of development time and all this funding and this game is just such an unrealistic standard. And I was like, you know, I feel like I just got done talking about another game that had 6 years in development and 9,000 people working on it. And well, nobody's saying Diablo 4 is like an unrealistic standard. Why is that? Larian has a fucking fraction of that team. Why is that?
And a fraction of the resources and a fraction of the IP. I mean, Diablo's a much bigger IP than Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate's big, but Diablo is massive.
I don't even know if Baldur's Gate is big because, like, when I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, the last actual Baldur's Gate game I can remember, like, off the top of my head is 2004 Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 for the original Xbox. I played that with my friends. It was fucking awesome. But like, you know, people try to assign this like huge value to the Dungeons and Dragons IP, but that's like an IP that's more renowned for its tabletop game, not its video games.
Well, also,
you know?
like, there were other games that have used the Dungeons and Dragons IP since then, and they weren't massively successful. So the idea that the Dungeons and Dragons
and I don't even
IP,
know what they're called.
Yeah, because like I remember I looked at one, but it had like 125 players. Yeah,
R.I.P. Which makes it even more impressive how successful Baldur's Gate 3 has been.
Yeah.
Chat, can you guys believe that this guy hasn't played it yet?
Oh fuck.
Can you believe that? Come on, you knew I was gonna throw you under the bus, dude.
I know. I
dude, your viewers are gonna fucking love that. Your viewers are gonna fucking love it.
I know they will. And I farmed like 15 videos about Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't even played the fucking game. The top post on my Reddit is about that. It's so bad. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Kind of. Yeah.
This fucking guy. Okay. Also, chat. Perhaps the greatest sin is that this man has not beaten Diablo 1 or Diablo 2.
So
therefore, is he truly a man? Is he even a man?
So I was watching. I didn't know Diablo 1 looked so good.
That is partially the Beelzebub mod. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm gonna, I have been working on a Diablo 1 review, and like I've been trying to work. I want you to have a part in that if you're willing.
I am
Be
down.
A quick part.
Like, as I said, I had like the stuff with my dad and everything, but as long as I can record something, I'm down to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can, that would be great. If not, no pressure. I'm honestly really sad to hear about that.
Appreciate it, man.
You know?
Yeah, it is what it is.
No, man, I mean, family's more important than whatever the fuck we're doing on these websites.
As always.
Honestly. Yeah. But quick cameo. It could be pretty funny, but I've been working really hard on this like Diablo 1 review, and I want to watch you play through it. I want to watch you play through the Beelzebub mod.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that are really cool about it. One thing is that like 70% of Diablo 2's story was figured out in the first game. And they also there's a bunch of cut quests from the first game where they mention like Belial and Asmongold, you know, characters that don't even show up until Diablo 3. Like 16 years later. They had these characters already figured out in the first game in 1997. It's kind of fucking Asmongold. Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, I always wondered about that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're apparently mentioned in the books as well. Yeah, I didn't even know that. I thought that like originally Diablo was like, you know, Gauntlet or something like that, right? There wasn't really any lore to it, but apparently it was all fleshed out even then, which is still kind of impressive.
Yeah, and in the Beelzebub mod, it's like it's kind of like the KOTOR 2 restored content mod where they restored basically what the original vision was. So Andariel is like a villain that you normally would only meet in Diablo 2 and later in Diablo 4, but she was actually planned for the first game. So there's a quest that they restored where you fight her in the first game, which is really fucking cool. Chat, did you guys know about that?
Was there a character model for Andariel in the game files, or was it made by the mod creators?
Yep, it was. I believe it was made by the creators. I could be wrong.
Okay.
There might have been like some text. Well, there was like some audio recordings for like the quest itself. Yeah. You know, so like the characters in the town had all these dialogues, and maybe the mod guy, you know, crafted it around that. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like that would have been a pretty hefty task.
I mean, originally, didn't Andariel originally have wasn't she originally topless, and then they made her wear a shirt in the Resurrected game? Is that true?
I don't know, but if that's true, that's one of the greatest tragedies in gaming history. Am I right, fellas?
What did you think about the story of Diablo 4? Did you finish the campaign, right?
Oh yeah, of course, of course. I thought it was really strong right off the bat. But as time went on,
the first hour was fucking amazing. I love that first hour.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Dude, when you encounter Lorath for the first time and he walks into the house with like the deer corpse around his shoulder and he's like, if you're gonna break into a man's house, you might as well stay for dinner or whatever he says. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm so down with this game. I'm 100% down after that line of dialogue. And then it just kind of like got worse after that.
I feel like there were some high points, but there were also a lot of unnecessary points, a lot of boring points too. Like, it was weird.
I'll say this, Asmon, you can kick me out of here at any time. By the way, I don't want to be a bother to you or your chat or anything, so just let me know if you want me out of here at any point. All good.
Do you stay up late as well?
I do. I do.
Good.
Yeah.
Smart.
It's 2 a.m. over here. You're in Texas, man.
It's 4 a.m.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm not even done. Yeah, I'm not done with the stream yet either.
You're not even done, man. Gotta keep trekking along.
Well, usually I decide when I go to bed whenever the sun comes up.
Yeah. But let me tell you about this. Let me ask you about this. Did you play like StarCraft 2's campaigns?
Yes, I played the first one. I did not play the 2 expansions.
I will forgive this transgression. But what I will say about like Blizzard's storytelling is that something I kind of noticed is that the high budget cutscenes almost feel like they're taking place of something that would have been like the real story. Like it's almost a replacement for the real story, and it's trying to be like more of a spectacle than a story. Does that make sense?
Not entirely. How do you mean? Can you give me an example?
I mean, like, so in the original StarCraft and Brood War, they had all this political intrigue and like talks of betrayal and like, oh, you betrayed me, fuck you,
yeah,
oh,
like
you're killing my best friend. Yeah. You know, Kerrigan killing Kerrigan killing Phoenix, and then Raynor getting pissed off. But then in like StarCraft 2 and the expansions, the cutscenes are much more like spectacle oriented. They show you just like these big cutscenes of like the Zerg attacking cities, and you know, it's like, does that make sense? It's almost kind of more Hollywood-esque.
I noticed this a lot with the Diablo 2 cutscenes, is that they remastered, and I honestly think everything they did with Diablo 2 Resurrected, I played like a couple of hours of it, and like everything I've heard about it, all the cinematics and everything, it feels like a authentic recreation, right? It's not like a Warcraft 3.
Well, how would you know? You never played through it.
Well, that's what I've heard. And also, it looked good, too. It looked the same.
Dude, Blizzard has always been good about cutscenes, but keep going.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying is, like, Diablo 2's cutscenes, it was astonishing to me, like, how just, like, absolutely bleak and fatalistic they were. It was amazing. It was like the difference between watching a modern fantasy movie and going back and watching the original Conan the Barbarian.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost like watching Game of Thrones season 1 through 4 and then swapping to like season 7 and 8.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The dick jokes.
Like, well, not even the dick jokes. It's just like the substance of it. Like there's like a real story that's trying to be told. And, you know, the two pre-rendered cutscenes they have in Diablo 4, they're really, really good. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. They're really fucking well presented. But, like, when I watch the ending of Diablo 4 in that cutscene, I'm just kind of like, what is happening? You know, what is going on? Like, this is really cool, but I don't feel like an emotional connection to this the same way I did when Marius is, like, fucking realizing that he's a dead man, you know, at the end of D2. Spoilers, by the way.
It's not personal, right? It's not as, it's not as raw. And it's just like, and that's what I liked about it, is like there was no real reason why Marius followed the guy. Oh, why does the wind blow? And it was just like, yeah, you don't need a divine reason for why this is happening. It's happening because it's happening.
That's the thing that makes me want to like recreate those scenes, but in my own like corny, cheesy way, you know, like I'm just memorize the dialogue, you know?
Yeah.
Why did I follow him? I don't know.
Yeah.
Why do things happen as they do in dreams?
Yeah.
Like that's such a good fucking line. Like, why do things happen as they do in dreams?
Yeah.
You could ponder that question for like an hour.
And it's so bleak. And it's just like, and also there weren't like a million NPCs. Like, I think that like you made this point in the first video that like in Diablo 2, every single NPC, or I think it was Diablo 1 maybe, every single NPC had a role to play. It mattered in a way. And in Diablo 4, I think that I recognize like maybe 5 NPCs. That's about it. Like there's no personality to the characters.
Yeah, I kind of got to that point. Like I got to that point in Diablo 4 where I was like, wait a minute, I can't even name a single like blacksmith or, you know, ring jeweler, or I can't name any NPC aside from the ones that are in the main story. That seems like kind of a problem if this is a massive open world game that I'm supposed to feel invested in.
Did you go back and play any more of Diablo 4 after you took a break from the game, whenever you made the first video?
No.
So you haven't even seen World Tier 4?
No.
I will like to let you know that you're not missing out on anything.
It's funny how often I've heard that. I hear people say like, oh, you you haven't played World Tier 4. Well, you don't have a right to criticize the game. And then those like same colleagues of people are like, yeah, World Tier 4 fucking sucks. This game fucking sucks in the end game. And it's like, dude, you're not selling me on the game. You're not selling me on this.
Well, that's the best thing is like, I think that Diablo 4 is a great game for casual players, like casual dads with 3 wives, 9 kids, and 5 jobs. Definitely a good game. But like as a hardcore like ARPG player, I just can't see somebody continuously playing this game. And like if you look at the Twitch viewership, it has gone down so fucking much. It's actually insane how much it's gone down.
Well, what's kind of funny is that so I have a couple buddies, like real life buddies who I've known since like elementary school, and they're like what you and I would probably refer to as more casual gamers,
I've got a number of the same.
But like I got a buddy Max who was like hardcore into Diablo 3 and he played that shit for a long time. But like he played Diablo 4 for a bit and has like since checked out. Like he played Diablo 3 for years and he was a pretty casual player, console player, didn't have a high-end PC, but he loved Diablo 3. But like Diablo 4, he just checked out, within a month or two or however long it's been.
It's sad that it seems like people are more excited for the new patch for Diablo 3 than to play Diablo 4 right now. It's insane.
Well, hey, man, I mean, nostalgia never goes out of style. So you always got content. If you want to go back to D1 or D2, I'll hop into a match with you on D2, man. I'll just don't pick Druid because I'll be Druid, okay?
No,
don't steal my thunder.
I have to play Barbarian. I have to.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's a requirement.
Dual wield, we're going to play on the hardest difficulty.
Yep.
I'm going to abandon you and let you die and lose all your gold.
Yep, I'll complain about the whole time so the game sucks. Thank God for Diablo 3. That's right, the real money auction house. I finally be able to play the game. Yep.
Yeah, just put your credit card in your fucking computer and get the best items.
Hey, I got like 200, 300 bucks off of that thing. I'm not complaining at all. Okay.
Hey,
I was happy.
I'll be real for a second. Like, okay, it's pretty shitty for the game to have that overall.
Yeah.
But like you as like a real individual person before all this like Twitch
really
stuff.
Nice for me.
Yeah, I can imagine that just being like a moment where you just raise your arm and you're just like, fuck yeah.
I
actually made money.
Yeah, I took all my friends to Panda Express and I paid for all their meals. And I'm like, guys.
Oh my God, that must have been the best meal.
Yeah.
That must have been the...
I remember it. It was a good fucking day. Well, okay, all right. So tomorrow, the new PoE League comes out. Have you played PoE?
I have not, but I will say that I was talking to Darth Microtransaction one day, and he told me to look at the skill tree for Path of Exile.
Right.
And I just fucking like lost it. I was like, what?
Do you have my stream open?
Yeah, look at that. Yes.
So no,
what
hold
is that?
Whoa, hold up. You have to understand.
Is that?
No, this is another one.
No, what do you mean another one?
That's
what
right.
What do you mean?
There's literally another one. This is the you were talking about the skill tree. This is the Atlas tree, which is different. And that doesn't count.
My mistake. Yeah. I apologize to everyone who is offended right now. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I think PoE right now is, like, pretty much the best ARPG on the market if you want to play it very regularly. Like, there are some things that Diablo 2 does, or Diablo 4 does better. But, man, in terms of, like, raw gameplay and replayability, PoE is where it's at.
So, here's a major question for PoE. When you open, like, the skill tree or the Atlas tree, does it show you all of that?
Oh yeah.
Or do you just?
You scroll out, and like also like it's so like for example, this is actually not as complicated as you might think, but the problem is that
but visually it does look super complicated. If you're like a new player, yes, exactly. Like I'm sure I could learn the ropes of it. I'm sure I could pick it up really quickly. or relatively quickly, but just like being a brand new player and just looking at that, like there's a circle with like 15 symbols around it.
Yes.
Just like right in the middle somewhere.
Yep.
You know, right below that. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a really good game. It's super fucking fun, but you're totally right that like I kind of wish that they could make it a little bit easier for people to like originally pick up. Like for example, like these two, like, and there's like all these meta level techniques, right? So like for example, this one right here is a tunnel over to here, and like this is some other special thing, and like there's like different strategies you use, and some of these top ones like make the bosses stronger. It's a lot to learn, but the thing is with PoE is that a person that has 2,000 hours has an advantage over a person who has 1,000 hours.
And that's what you fucking expect, and that's what you want as a player that like in Yep, and that's exactly what you want as a player that puts that much time into it. However, as like a new player, it would be a lot more digestible if like certain sections of it were just, you know, if it was limited a bit more, and then you get enough points, and then you open up certain tech trees, and then it opens up more, kind of like a map, you know? Because when I look at that and I'm a new player and I haven't played the game, I'm like, Jesus fuck.
Well, it's so much, right? It's like homework at that point, right? Because like a build guide video, you can watch a 30-minute build guide video for PoE, and there's no gameplay. That's it. It's
you
just
know what,
Asmon?
The best way I have found to play RPGs is not with a build guide, but with a brain guide.
Ooh, with PoE, you're gonna have a bad fucking time.
I will persevere through it.
Oh, I hope so. I tried doing that my first time. The funniest fucking thing is whenever PoE 1 came out, it was whenever Diablo 3 first came out, and everybody hated Diablo 3. So everybody was saying about how PoE was amazing and Diablo 3 sucked. And now PoE 2 is coming out, and everybody's talking about how PoE 2 is amazing and Diablo 4 sucks. It's literally the exact same thing.
It is really funny.
Yeah.
It's also really funny because have you seen Divinity Original Sin 2?
I have been pressured to play that one as well.
Oh my God.
I have not played it.
Oh my God.
I've never played it.
Okay. Dude, this is the reason I love talking to you, because you're like as big a fucking nerd as me, if not like twice as much. Divinity Original Sin 2 is so fucking good. But the thing that drew me to it is I saw a trailer for the game, and I was like, oh my God, this looks like Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
it does have that
and I didn't really like Diablo 3 at the time, so I was like, oh my God, this looks like Diablo 3, but kind of like more what I'm interested in. And then I hop in and then I play it, and it's like so fucking radically different, and it's just awesome, and you have so many options, and it's kind of like what Baldur's Gate 3 is. It's that same level of like you can fucking do too, anything. Yep. And the funny thing about the whole this is an unrealistic standard is that like they already perfected the fundamentals in that game.
Yeah.
So people act like Larian Studios just popped out of the fucking ground like it's Groundhog Day. They didn't. They've been working on top-down RPGs since fucking like 1998.
Yeah, it's like they've done that, and they also went bankrupt almost like 2 or 3 times.
They did. How did you know that? That's a point in my video.
Oh yeah, well I mean, I spent a lot of time on the fucking internet, right?
I know you do, homeboy. That's why I like you, dude. That's why I like you.
I appreciate it. I mean, the thing is, like, I think that like they almost went bankrupt 2 or 3 times, and there were times people didn't even know if they were going to have a job next week. That's how bad it was. But like they stuck it out and they made it.
One of the crazy things I read is that they almost went they basically made the gamble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know how many people like Attack on Titan. I can't remember his name right now. Commander Erwin, you know. They made a Commander Erwin type gamble where it's like
I've only seen season 1. It was in season 1, right? The bald gun,
God.
Right?
Yeah, dude, this guy hasn't played Diablo 1 or 2. He hasn't watched season 2, 3, or 4 of... I'm sorry, Asmon. You do as you will. You do as well. Anyways, this was a Commander Ervin type gamble where they basically put their entire company on the line, and they weren't sacrificing quality. Like they would have been bankrupt if Divinity Original Sin, the first game, didn't sell well. Yeah. But they didn't cut corners on it, which I find is just so fucking respectable. And that's why it's so awesome that this company is getting all the respect, praise, and money that they so thoroughly deserve.
Oh, absolutely. And also, like, everybody is going to use Baldur's Gate 3 as a frame of reference for what, like, you know for a fact the next AAA game that comes out with a Battle Pass, Day 1 DLC, and, like, all these microtransactions, you know they're going to get shit on so hard. And, like, it's the same thing that happened after Elden Ring. It's like, why would somebody want to play something? And it's good that, like, the reason why I was so happy about it is that it showed that there's, like, financial viability in making and delivering a solid, good game.
Exactly. And, you know, that's kind of, like, in a way how I've always looked at my channel is, like, if I just make good videos, people will want to watch them. Like, if I watch my own video and I find myself laughing and entertained, then that's all that matters, you know? And I don't need to try to make money in the same way that, like, Blizzard doesn't need to try to make money. If they just make a good game, then people will play it forever. You know, it's really not that hard, in my opinion.
I don't think it's that hard either, but apparently it is. I mean, look at Warcraft 3 Reforged. They couldn't even make a good old game.
Oh my god,
I mean,
dude,
it was sad. It was just fucking sad. I didn't even play it, man. I was gonna go back and play it. I just saw how bad it was. I was like, no way.
The worst part about it is that, like, the game that existed before, I don't know if you heard about this, but they replaced the client.
I watched the Grubby video about it. Yeah.
Yeah, they replaced the client, so they didn't just make a bad replacement. They forced that replacement on the old game.
Man, I can never think of them doing that.
Dude, I was so fucking pissed. Yeah. Like, oh my god, I could go on and on and on, but you know, I'll say this, there's like a handful of moments in my life as like a video game consumer, as just like a gamer. There's like a handful of moments where I experience a new game and I'm like, holy shit, this is the fucking future. Like, this is it. One of those was the first time I saw Oblivion, right?
Yeah,
do you remember the first time you saw Oblivion?
2004, 2005, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you remember that, and you were just like, "Oh, okay, fuck, this is the future."
It was fucking nuts, man. It was so good.
I remember the first time I saw Warcraft 3 gameplay after playing Warcraft 2 and StarCraft, which looked like child's play.
Warcraft I went over. Insane for its time.
It was. And I remember like, you know, and at that point I thought it was just orcs and humans, and then I went over to my buddy's house and I see undead summoning ziggurats, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
like my mind was blown. Like there are very few moments, like, at least in my lifetime as a huge fucking nerd, where I'm like, dude, this is like the next level. This is it. Like Halo 3, Oblivion, Warcraft 3,
like Halo,
you know,
2 was like such
World of Warcraft,
massive step. Yeah, World of Warcraft was a huge one.
Hey, you want to hear some interesting facts?
What's that?
I've got a hot take for you.
Okay.
You didn't play the first Diablo, but no. Diablo 1 revolutionized online gaming more than Halo 2. That is a fact.
I think that you're probably right. I don't think Halo 2 revolutionized gaming at all. I think it just brought it to the mainstream.
It brought it to the mainstream on console.
Exactly.
But Diablo 1 was the first Blizzard game to actually integrate Battle.net into the game itself. Whereas most games like Doom back in the day had a separate client. They had a separate server, like a website or something you had to go to and figure that shit out. Whereas the original Diablo, when it came out, it launched alongside Battle.net, and you could load into multiplayer through the game itself, as opposed to a separate service.
Holy shit.
I feel like you're right. People are saying CS 1.6, but I'm pretty sure Diablo predates CS 1.6.
Diablo 1 was like January. It was like December 31st, 1996. Yeah, it was like, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep, there it is. And let's see here.
What was 1.6?
Yeah, let me see.
Let's see. Let's see if I'm right.
Yeah, that was like years later. That was after Diablo 2.
Dude. So part of this Diablo 1 review is that like Diablo 1's influence is so widespread that people don't even attribute it to the original source anymore. You know, so Diablo 1 doesn't get any of the props that it deserves for some of the things in the modern gaming landscape.
It's kind of like how everybody uses like purple for epic and like the World of Warcraft tier of like rarity, and it's just like assumed now. Of course purples are epic. Of course blue items are rare.
Yeah,
Of course
exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, nobody talks about the first fucking Street Fighter game. Nobody talks about Street Fighter 1. Nobody cares about that. Nobody's ever played it.
Yeah, I never hear about it, ever.
But we wouldn't have Street Fighter 2 without it.
No, yeah, and it's important to know like where things come from. I mean, it's the same thing with like even the bad WoW expansions that are going to be like some positive things about them, of course, right? But like, I don't know. I feel like at this point, if Blizzard makes something good, if they make Diablo 4 better, I'll be happy. Like, I'm still trying to finish everything in Diablo 4, but I kind of stopped playing because it was just like, there were other things to play. You know?
Did it feel like you were kind of wasting your time, or like you didn't really know why things felt more time consuming than they should have been? Did you ever feel like that?
I felt like, I mean, like sometimes I didn't, like for me, whenever I feel like I'm wasting my time playing a video game, I immediately stop playing it.
Yep,
like
me
as
too.
Soon as like I have like that break in my mind where it's like, okay, I'm no longer interested in this game. Like I feel like I am reminded of the fact that I am playing a video game and I'm losing my time. I completely lose interest in it.
Yeah, me too. Also, by the way, again, just let me know if you want to send me off on my way.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm getting ready to probably play a game or maybe watch one more thing. But,
yeah. Don't feel bad about just saying, like, because I know I'm on your stream. I mean, you know, just want to respect you is all.
Yep. Have you seen this game Wayfinder at all?
I don't think so.
It looks like it's okay. I'm probably going to try it out at some point. Like, apparently they had, like, some microtransaction bullshit, so I don't really know exactly what to expect, but the combat and the gameplay looks okay. I'm just waiting, like, I don't know why we can't get a good MMO to come out that everybody plays.
Well,
that's all.
Did you play Wrath of the Lich King in Classic?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
well, that dumb question, fucking dumb question.
Yeah.
I don't know why I asked that. I didn't actually play it. I got to like 67 in Burning Crusade, and then me and my brother just kind of stopped playing for whatever reason. But how was that? Was it good?
It was insane. It was like, you know what was so crazy about it is going back and like playing the game and then logging on every quarterly earnings report, and instead of Blizzard announcing that they're losing subscribers, everybody in trade chat is like spamming, bro, we just hit 9 million players. We just hit 10 million players playing the game. And it was like, dude, it felt so fucking good. It felt like you were at ground zero. It was amazing.
It felt like they make good games again.
It felt like you were in it. And not only did you make good games, but you were in the good game. You were playing it. It was happening right now.
I vaguely like this is such a vivid memory. I can't remember where you said this, but I remember you saying this in a video. Like this exact thing.
Video. I was watching a Nixium video and he talked about it and he reminded me of this. And I had not
that you would be in chat. Yeah. And like people in the chat would be celebrating how many people were playing the game.
Yep.
Which is like the best fucking promotion any company could ever ask for.
No, the best promotion is whenever Fox or NBC does a special report on why your game is ruining children's lives. Because
you know what I've found, Asmon, is that every game that the Christians hate is always fucking awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean,
if the Christians hate it, it's a certified banger.
My mom did not let me buy Diablo 2 because she said, what the fuck are you thinking? It literally has him on the cover.
I know, dude, but you should have been like, Mom, I want to kill Satan.
Yeah,
I want to kill the
she
devil.
Didn't buy that. I tried. I really did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so sorry, man.
I know, it would have been a completely different world. I mean, it's crazy to think. I mean, like, the games that you grow up playing make such a big impact. Because, like, you grew up playing Halo, right?
Yep. And course. I would say the two, like, biggest things were Bungie and Blizzard. Mm-hmm. Like, I played Warcraft 2 and StarCraft before I ever touched Halo.
Yeah,
you know?
I used to be a massive simp for Bungie. Like, just the biggest fucking simp. Like, I would buy their shirts.
Didn't we all?
Oh, yeah, it was so good. Like, Halo 3 was fucking insane. Like, even I thought Reach was pretty good. At that point, I was, like, already, like, really kind of addicted to WoW, so it didn't really happen that much. I didn't play it that much. But, like, Halo...
Reach was really good.
Yeah. And it's just, like... What is going on? Is Halo Infinite good now? I see Summit playing it every once in a while, but I don't know why he's doing that.
It depends. Here, do you want to see something cool that I have?
Yeah,
this is a one of a kind.
Okay.
Relic.
What the fuck? Oh, I can't show it on the stream, but Ackman literally has a Master Chief helmet, the Mjolnir helmet.
Well,
is that
not
Marty
just that.
O'Donnell?
That is Marty O'Donnell
Holy
right there.
Fuck, you have a signed Master Chief helmet by Marty O'Donnell.
That is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief right there.
Holy fuck.
That is Jen Taylor, the voice of Cortana right there.
Oh my god.
And Asmon.
Yes.
This is the best part. The rest of these signatures were signed in Bellevue on release night of Halo 3 because I lived in that area. And one of my old friends gave me this helmet when he got married.
Right.
And he was like, I got to get rid of some things. You know, I know you do this YouTube channel and I know you would appreciate this more than anybody.
God.
This is a one of a kind relic. Okay, you can see this. You can see this. Let me see if I can. It might be reversed, but do you see the date right there?
9/26/07. I think that was about the date of Halo, right?
That was the release date of Halo 3.
Let me see if I can...
My buddy walked into a random fucking pizza shop. Random fucking pizza shop after buying the Halo 3 Legendary Edition, and there was a bunch of Bungie members in there. And he was like, hey, you guys want to sign this? Some Bungie member's wife signed this just for shits and giggles. Yeah. Check this out.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you can see it. It says, okay, all Bungie wife, baby, right there.
That is fucking hilarious.
This is a one-of-a-kind relic, dude.
That is
this is
nuts.
Like... Did you see when XQC flexed his watch on H3H3?
Get your bands up? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I was like, bro, you don't want to fucking flex material goods on me, bro.
Yeah.
This is one of a kind, motherfucker.
I mean,
you want to flex that watch on me?
That shit is fucking rare. Oh my god.
It's not just rare, Asmon. It's one of a kind.
It is. It actually is unironically one of a kind, yeah.
Unironically signed on release date of Halo 3 in the city that Halo 3 was released in.
And Marty O'Donnell doesn't even work for Halo anymore, does he? Or Bungie?
I got it signed. Yeah, I got it signed after the fact. I got it signed by him in 2017.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry to derail the conversation from how awesome you are.
No, you're good.
By the way,
you're good. I'm going to probably watch one more video and then probably play a game before my chat malds out about another stream of zero gameplay. Yeah, another one. When do you think the Baldur's Gate 3 video is going to be out?
It needs to go out in 2 days.
Oh, shit.
Actually, no, tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
The 19th. Yeah, so we'll put that together real quick. You know, I'll say this. So, Asmon and I talked about this, about like reaction stuff. I fucking love his reactions. You can react to it on stream. I think just like wait 4 days before posting it to YouTube.
Oh, I got you, man. I got you.
Dude,
Absolutely.
a lot of creators feel like it's like stealing views or whatnot. And sometimes maybe it is, but for me, it's like I'm a very creative person and I just love watching people react live to it. I love seeing like your reaction and chat's reaction. You know, that just makes me happy, just that to see that people are enjoying the videos and they find the jokes funny, or they find the points compelling, or they connect with me as like a hardcore Blizzard fan or whatever. Like I really don't give a shit about money at the end of the day. It's just like, are people happy watching the videos? That's what matters most to me.
I mean,
you know?
Netflix just did it. They re-uploaded my stuff on the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial thing.
No fucking way. No way.
Did. Yeah, I don't even know.
Did they actually?
Yes, they actually did. And so, yeah, I know how it is. I do. Yeah,
are you gonna copyright that?
I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
What? I kind of want to watch that.
Yeah,
now,
as long
you're
as people
involved.
are looking at me, I'm happy.
Yeah. So, as far as like YouTube goes, you know, just like give the video itself on my channel to like bloom and blossom and be a nice, beautiful flower. And then you and your chat, you can have the time of your life with it. You can react to any and every video I want. Just give it like, you know, a few days.
Oh, I do. I love the videos, man. I think they are amazing.
I know you do, dude.
And like all the React drama and everything, the one thing that I was thinking, I was like, man, I should go back and I should make videos so people can react to my fucking videos. You know, that's what it kind of made me feel like doing. It's like, I need to record more of my own fucking videos.
Asmon, I will be straight up 100p with you right here, okay? If you depend too much on other people's content for your own content, then you forget what it is to make videos.
I remember I made a video. It was an 18-minute video of me running people over in Call of Duty Warzone with a truck. And I had more fun editing that video than I think I had fun streaming in a month.
The thing is, like, you have an especially rare gift that, like, you and Charlie Moist Critical share, in the fact that you can, like, turn the camera on, just record, and just talk. And like, 15 minutes later, the video is perfect, and it doesn't need any cuts or whatever. That is a rare gift.
Oh, I fucking wasted a lot of time figuring that out and fucking up. And the reason why I did that, by the way, I got really good at it, is just so I wouldn't have to edit. That's the reason why I got good at it.
But that's a good, like, when I record my shit, I have it scripted, kind of. I go ad-lib sometimes, but I make a lot of mistakes. Like, I always have to go back and cut the video, but the fact that, like, you know, I can watch some of your older videos when it's just you talking about life and stuff, and it's like completely uncut. I'm just like, how did he do this? How is he so real?
If it makes you feel better, let me see how many of the... I don't do it all.
Don't spoil the secret. Don't spoil the secret.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
just
get it.
let me believe.
I get it right on my first time, every single time. I never mess it up. Absolutely.
Yeah. But, you know, I, with all the React stuff going on, I was kind of like, you know, sometimes people, when they get, maybe too successful, quote unquote, and like a lot of their success is reliant on other people and watching their content, they forget what it is to make their own content. And like, I thought about with XQC, like there's a stream/video he did where he just went to the gym and worked out, and it's like the most wholesome fucking thing you've ever seen.
Did you watch him go to the skate park?
I didn't watch that, but when he went to the gym, and he looks like a twig. Yeah. But you know what? Like, absolutely 100% respect for even posting that. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
And
right. And like the thing is, that kind of stuff feels so good to do, and it is so fun to make videos. I used to love making videos. I wish I'm gonna start trying to do more of them, man.
Fucking
really
do it. Do it. People will watch whatever the fuck you put out there, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
They absolutely will. Right, chat? Am I right?
They
Press F in the
do.
chat if I'm right. Press F in the chat if I'm right.
I can't believe they do that. Yeah,
yep,
no, I know I need to make more
Look
videos.
at that. Look at that universal praise in chat. You are so lucky, man. You have limitless creative potential, and I'd love to see whatever the fuck you make on your own. Well, you know, I love the reaction videos, and I love like everything else you post. But sometimes like those videos where it's just you, you. Talking about some shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you know, there's some trees in the background and fucking nothing else. It's magical.
Yeah. Because it's authentic, right? It's personal. It's real.
It's so real.
Yeah, it's raw.
It's like you're not being like, here's my $600,000 watch. I'm a big fucking deal, bro. No, you're just a guy, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it, man. I get it, and I do need to do it, man. I go back and I watch some of these videos that I've made over the years, and they're so good. I need to make more of these. These are so funny. These are so fun.
Yeah, and if it makes you happy, and if it makes you content and satisfied, then absolutely fucking do it, man.
Yep.
Because I again, kick me out. Whenever you want, just say, get out of here, Eggman. I'm streaming. Okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Don't want to intrude. I'm just saying, like, dude, people love you for you. And you don't need to, like, watch someone else's content or play a game. You can just talk about, honestly, whatever the fuck you want.
I know. Sometimes I just spend the first hour of my stream ranting. Yeah, no, I know. I've been doing that for actually kind of a while. That's like part of the stream. That's like part of the normal stream, the stream culture, etc. I get it. No, it works very well, too. Well, look. All right, fine. I will kick you out. What's your fucking Twitch name? What's your Twitch name? I'm going to get everybody to follow you.
The Acting Male. I fucked up. I had the Act Man Twitch account, and then I forgot the password. So it's the Acting Male.
Do you want me to help you get the account back?
I don't know. I don't know what that would do, but we can talk about that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I really do. I really appreciate that.
Just I'll type you something.
And hey, if you want to play Diablo 2 sometime,
okay.
This guy right here, I'll carry you through it, man. Don't worry, chat. I'll make sure he doesn't look like a goofball. I'll make sure he beats Andariel first try. He won't be caught off guard by Duriel. He doesn't even know who the fuck that guy is. Yep. All right.
Oh, I do.
I'll make
Remember
sure.
I played the campaign in Diablo 4. He's the bad guy. Yeah.
This guy he thinks he knows who Duriel is, bro. He thinks he knows Duriel. Oh my god. Okay, thank you. All right. I'll leave you be. I'll stop bothering you, man.
All right, dude.
Good chatting
thanks
to you.
For the video, and thanks for the chat. I'll see you later, man.
Yeah, I'll give you any other video you want.
Peace, man. See ya. Bro, I had so much fun editing this shit. I really did. Like, this was the funniest fucking shit I had done in such a long time. But I have thought about that a lot recently. With like making my own videos, doing videos more back, you know, like back the way I used to do them. Okay, gentlemen, I have promised this video for an entire week. We are finally here. It is finally time. We are going to finally watch this video. The Decline of Blizzard.
And that is why Warcraft 3 Reforged is so terrible. I wish I never played a Blizzard game ever.
That's about right.
It too pains me to hear what Blizzard has become.
What the fuck?
You shall have your wish granted.
It's Gandalf.
Wait, no!
What the fuck?
funny. My mind is completely blank now. I could have sworn I was just upset about something, but strange. I don't really... Sit with me. I have a tale for you.
What the fuck
boy,
is this, dude?
Is it about video games? The fuck you think it is? Of course we're... What do you wish to tell me, old man? Well, long ago, when video games were much simpler, there existed a company called Blizzard. Over time, Blizzard released several outstanding games that won not only awards, but the hearts of millions. With every new title, Blizzard managed to outdo themselves. They were like Tom Brady, and for many years, Blizzard commanded great respect from gamers everywhere.
Sure did.
So what happened? The games were great, right? And they kept making them?
They were awesome.
I don't believe you can target a single mistake and say this is where it all went wrong.
What is this?
Although Blizzard was well loved by many gamers.
Yeah, they were.
At some point, something in them began to twist and contort until they were no longer the godlike beings we saw them as. There's got to be more to it than that.
Yep.
Tell me everything. If you insist.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I want to say like one big part of it is like, yeah, Activision or whatever. But one big part of it is the fact that there were always people that complained about and hated Blizzard. It's just that the internet wasn't around. It's like everybody hates every game now. Everybody hates every company now. So there's a point where you need to realize that as well. 2010-ish. Yeah, I think that's about right. You hate every game?
The decline of Blizzard is not a story. That was weird. The decline of Blizzard is not a story about a successful business that is now failing, but rather a business that continuously fails its fans. Blizzard was one of my favorite game developers of all time. My love for this company started when I was like 5 years old. And I've given them more than a decade's worth of support. Blizzard.
Yes, me lord.
Nintendo. Bungie. These were the companies I knew of growing up as a kid.
Exactly
all of them
same.
Were gods in my eyes.
Same.
Nothing makes me feel old quite like reminiscing on the first time I ever played a real computer game.
Yeah,
dude. Sitting there with Pajama Sam, Freddy Fish, Math Blaster, Dad bursts in.
I had Math Blaster back in the day. My mom fucking made me get it because I didn't want to learn how to do math. Like, I had all those old fucking games, man. Like, I still have like the old Duke Nukem thing.
Into the room, sits me down and says, son, you're almost 5 years old. But you've got a lot of manning up to do. It's time for a real game. Hands me StarCraft, and it was like, I'm Harry Potter grabbing the wand that was destined for me. I have so many vivid memories of playing the single-player campaign, custom games, loving the story, voice acting.
You called down the thunder. Now
this was really good back in the day. This was high quality.
About how awesome these games are. And hopefully I get to make a video about them someday. The storytelling was out of this world, but what really blew me away were the cinematics. That intro to Brood War. I love
the cinematics back then. You guys need to understand, like it's so long ago, it's hard to remember, but the cinematics back then, they were the same quality. They were better than the BFA cinematics because Blizzard was like so far ahead of everybody else. And I think as time has passed, other companies have caught up to Blizzard. But back then, there was like Blizzard cinematics, and then nobody, and then nobody, and then maybe other cinematics. Like, they were just so far above and beyond everybody else, it was fucking ridiculous. You have to remember, this was in the 90s that this shit came out.
That intro so much, I parodied it in a horribly irrelevant video. StarCraft was so awesome beyond what Blizzard created themselves.
Yeah.
And the map editor allowed for unique custom games that anyone could play.
I never did custom
Around
games.
this time, my brother and I somehow got our hands on a copy of
Diablo.
And holy hell, scares me shitless. So bloody and graphic.
Yeah.
Later I realized
I
in
could.
therapy just how traumatized I was by the butcher. I can still hear his voice now.
Fresh meat.
Addicting, satisfying.
I never got a
Diablo
chance
was
to
a
play that,
terrifying
man.
introduction to RPGs.
I wish I did.
Years later, Chapow,
Too bad.
Reign of Chaos, showed off
This
the
was my
power
game
of
right here.
Blizzard's battle drums.
This was it.
Frozen Throne comes out and it's like, okay, what have I done to deserve this blessing?
Yep.
An RTS with heroes that level
I
up.
would go over to my dad's house and I convinced my dad that he needed a $2,000 computer to check his email. And I actually just wanted him to buy the computer so I could play Warcraft 3. It worked, actually. It did. And so I played this all the time over at my dad's house on like Battle.net. It was fucking amazing.
And combat would set the foundation for what World of Warcraft would become. And you know this part of the story.
I'm Mr. T and I'm a Night Elf Mohawk.
Oh no.
What's your game?
World of Warcraft took the world by storm.
Yeah.
Earth and fire, heed my call. Much like RuneScape, WoW became a pop culture phenomenon.
Yep.
I'll never forget the South Park episode where Blizzard
I
and
watched this
Comedy
with my
Central
dad
collaborated
whenever
to
it
make
came out.
fun of the game.
Yep.
There was so much to love about Blizzard and their community, their identity. You know, just
that
the
was so
fun-loving
good,
spirit
man.
behind everything.
Dude, like, you guys remember back whenever, like, I remember Nixian brought this up in a video once. If you guys played back in the day, do you guys ever remember whenever Blizzard would do their earnings call and they would announce how many more subscribers they had, and like everybody would be talking about it in trade chat? They're like, dude, the game just hit 8 million subs. Dude, the game just hit 9 million subs, man. And then like 10 million, everybody was talking about it. It was just like such a good fucking feeling, man. It was like everybody had that I was there feeling about the game, and they were there. It was just, it's something you don't even think about anymore. But I remember having conversations about that whenever he brought it up, and it was like fucking, oh, we're down to 2 million guys. We're down to 1 million guys. Yeah.
Poor Johnny.
Now, even though this video is going to be more on the negative side,
God, that doesn't look like Arthas at all.
I have a special place in my heart and memory for Blizzard as they were. The great people who were a part of it, and the incredible experiences they gave me.
Yeah.
That I bought. And that's not to say they haven't done any good over the last
I didn't buy it, my
decade.
mom did.
Overwatch was awesome.
Yeah.
WoW Classic, an incredible trip down memory lane.
Sure was.
Look, I'm not saying Blizzard as a whole is a reprehensible anti-gamer movement led by Anita Sarkeesian, whose sole purpose is to destroy all your favorite franchises and usher in the age of the Burning Legion. It's
Yeah,
not that
something
extreme,
like that.
alright? Truth be told, I don't have much good to say about current Blizzard. And that's where I want to focus, on where they went wrong, how they destroyed their own reputation and image in my eyes, in the eyes of an old-time fan.
Yeah, I think I'll probably be agreeing with pretty much all this, dude. Like, you guys know I got the Warcraft 3 box. I've got even the Warcraft 1 box. I've got all the old boxes in my old room, man. And it's kind of crazy for me to think about. I think that the problem is that the games aren't innovative anymore in the same way that they were. So like Overwatch, I think, is kind of an exception. I think that Overwatch is a genuinely really, really good game. But other than that, it feels like they haven't really taken any big chances and done anything unique and different with the game, like game development in general. And I think that's kind of why they were doing so well. Overwatch is good. Overwatch is TF2 reskinned. I thought it was a good game, right? I mean, Overwatch is TF2 in the same way that WoW was EverQuest. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There he is.
When Blizzard tasted
Mr.
the cursed
Moneybags.
waters of Activision and merged with them in 2008,
Yep.
it wasn't a highly controversial move.
It was.
At the time.
I
COD
was
4
mad.
had just released 8 months earlier, Guitar Hero was the hottest fad since the Wii, and they hadn't milked any of those franchises to death. Back
Not
then,
yet.
Activision
Not
wasn't
yet.
the same money-grubbing company we know today. Or maybe they were, and they were just really good at hiding it.
But none
I remember whenever the merger happened, there were a lot of people that were concerned. And I remember, like, as soon as the first Storm out came out, that's whenever people started talking about it. Started talking about the merger. They're like, you know, it's Activision making them do it, and that's whenever the questioning began.
Us had the foresight.
But Activision did make good games.
Just how much
they made
this
great
would affect
games.
Blizzard's identity, their culture, and their games.
You did this to our people knowingly?
Oh, I forgot all about this one. Where you had to use your real
Our journey
name.
starts in July of 2010.
Yes.
Blizzard had a serious problem. StarCraft 2 absolutely killed it with its reveal, generating massive hype and sending shockwaves across all of Korea.
StarCraft 2
It
was
had been
really
12
popular.
years since Brood War. Fans could not wait. StarCraft 2 was coming out in 3 weeks, baby! However, Blizzard's official forums had become filled with vitriol and flame wars. Trolling and community toxicity was spiraling out of control, which diluted the discussions about the games themselves. Blizzard could not have this continue with the launch of StarCraft 2.
Absolutely
How do we
not.
change this toxic part of our community? One executive asked. Weight loss programs and general hygiene classes.
That's not
Another
gonna work.
blurted out.
Nobody's gonna do
I've
that.
got it. People won't talk as much shit on the internet when they can be held accountable for it. So let's force.
Well, Facebook proved that wrong. How the fuck did these guys ever think that was true? Like, what do you think? Somebody's gonna get fired for their job from saying that StarCraft 2 sucks? Like, yeah, it's the dumbest fucking thing ever. Yeah, so they forced people to use their real names. This is like a goal that they were gonna do. They were gonna make people use their real names on the forums and like force real ID.
Everyone who uses our forums to display their real name. Take that, trolls.
Yep.
Oh yes, that's a fantastic idea. Sheer
Amazing.
Would you like a raise? Why are you so smart? Suck your dick? Okay,
Wow.
but how do we change this toxic part of our community without spitting in their face?
Yeah.
This decision, of course, had the exact reaction you'd expect.
It sure did.
The
I
forums
remember
were
this.
flooded
This
with
is during
complaints,
Wrath of the Lich
and
King.
one thread reached over 11,000 replies. Look, I'm not
Jesus.
saying let the trolls roam free in the forests of Buckland, but why wouldn't you just get moderators and or create stricter guidelines for using the forums? Forcing
Imagine moderating your platform. Imagine paying money to make the platform better. Imagine having people curtail bad behavior. Imagine having standards that you hold people to, and if people don't meet those standards, the accounts are actioned. Imagine that. I can't.
everyone to reveal personal information would not
Yeah.
only discourage people from posting, but also punish people who did nothing wrong. Ultimately, this new change would have created more problems than it would solve. So, Blizzard scrapped it.
But there's actually a part of it there. One of the reasons why they scrapped it is, if I remember right, I could be misremembering the story, partially. But one of the executives at Blizzard had their personal information leaked, and like somebody called in like a bomb threat to his daughter's school. It was like some kind of like really, really bad thing. And then after that, yeah, he got doxxed. And it was...
Oh, Batjock.
I don't remember what it was specifically. But I think that they didn't even realize, like Blizzard didn't even realize how bad it was. Because they didn't know what could happen. Because like it was like 2010. So like that kind of stuff wasn't really common then. So it was all kind of uncharted territory. And they just didn't know what was going on. And if that's fucked up, man. Well, exactly. But the people did that. And it's not a good thing they did that. But like it certainly fucking showed them that it was a big fucking mistake to do this. Because it gives people this amount of power. And having that power is not good.
The fact that Real ID was even considered as a possibility, let alone planned to be implemented across the board, was really just such a bizarre, out of touch
It was a
thing
weird decision
to even attempt.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't know
there's
why they did this.
I work in a charity. If they see I am a gamer, it could affect my employment prospects. Gamers have been oppressed since 2010, baby.
Back then, it was still kind of a, it wasn't super normal to be a gamer. I know that might sound weird, right? But like, back then, like being a gamer was still kind of like assumedly like, okay, you're lazy and you don't do anything. Frowned upon.
But the outrage seemed to be only temporary.
Right.
If we only knew what was in store for us down the line.
Oh boy. There it is. Oh, League of Legends.
Blizzard has a long list of battles in the courtroom.
Yeah,
None more famous
Dota,
than Valve
Dota.
Corporation v. Activision Blizzard. This, of course, was over the legal rights to Defense of the Ancients.
I don't know how the
most
fuck Blizzard
popular
lost
custom
this.
game for Warcraft 3. And it was a battle for the ages.
Yep.
Two of the biggest and most successful PC developers duking it out. Who will come out on top? From what I understand, Valve worked with Dota developer IceFrog, who was later hired by them, and they wanted to trademark Dota as their intellectual property.
Yep.
Blizzard, of course, didn't want that.
I don't want it.
But Valve had already filed a trademark. Now, it's complicated, but for whatever reason, Blizzard and Valve settled out of court, with Valve keeping the rights to Dota All-Stars for commercial purposes, and Blizzard would be able to use it within their own custom games.
I don't
This
know what
appears
the
to have been
fuck
a
that-
mutual agreement, but
Yeah.
with hindsight, we see just how badly Blizzard was shafted. Nobody thought Dota...
No, they fucked themselves in the ass. Like, the thing is that if Blizzard had been on top of the MOBA genre, I really do feel like that, and like I never even have thought of this before this video here, but like imagine if Blizzard had been the ones that spearheaded MOBA gaming. That would have been fucking ridiculous. And I would have played MOBAs then. It probably would have changed like my gaming habits even too. Would have been bad? No. What do you mean? Not possible? I don't know. Like, yeah.
Fair, they did try with HOTS.
Well, yeah, like way later on. And like, HOTS wasn't about HOTS. If HOTS was a really good game, nobody would have played it because people are already too invested in the other games. I don't know, man. MOBAs sucked then? Yeah, I feel like, honestly, if Blizzard had been the ones that spearheaded MOBAs, like, maybe that would have been bad, right? But, like, assuming the same thing would have happened, like, the perception of Blizzard would probably be much different.
Would turn into the massive esports juggernaut that it is today.
It's massive.
But you have to wonder, how could Blizzard just let the magic lamp slip through their hands?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Aww. There it is.
Many fans lost faith in Blizzard's ability to retain the rights and provide the games they wanted.
Yeah. Not a good time. Oh.
World of War
2012 to current? Oh, come on, man. To current. Shit, dude. Shit. Here we go.
World of Warcraft has been Blizzard's main moneymaker for years.
Yep.
With a large, diverse, dedicated community. Throughout the Burning Legion and Wrath of the Lich King expansions, the game only grew in size. Cataclysm was a bit rocky, but it wasn't until May 2012 that Mists of Pandaria released, and a large portion of fans voiced their discontent. This was really the turning point for World of Warcraft and what turned many people off of that game. Blizzard reported that 14% of users had canceled their subscriptions, a loss of 13 million players after a brand new expansion that's supposed to build the game up. Shortly after this, Blizzard stopped publicizing their subscription numbers, as showing a steady decline might further exacerbate the decline.
Yeah, exactly.
There were many controversial changes to WoW over the years.
The thing is, like, they just made such a big mistake by, like, I feel like Raid Finder and Dungeon Finder were, like, really bad for the game. And I think that's one of the big differences. Also, like, the fact that Mists of Pandaria, the theme for the game just wasn't really something that resonated with players at all. And I think that obviously it was fine in retrospect, but like you compare it to Burning Crusade, which was Illidan. Everybody knew Illidan from Warcraft 3. Wrath of the Lich King, I mean, come on. Like, Deathwing was like really only it was like tangentially mentioned in like a few quests, and there was a book that was written about him, but that's about it. There wasn't really a whole lot of other stuff going on with Deathwing. So Cataclysm kind of came out, or not Cataclysm, sorry, but like Mists of Pandaria, that was literally an April Fool's joke and a hidden mission inside of Warcraft 3. Like, it was completely out of left field. Like, Cataclysm was kind of out of left field, but like Mists of Pandaria was it was like, what the fuck is this? Like, nobody expected that at all. So, same with the Diablo mobile game, appealing to China, I don't know. But overall, like, I do think that was a big reason why people didn't like it, was the theme. For me personally, that was the worst part about Mists of Pandaria. And then obviously having like all the different raid difficulties, all that other dog shit that I always talk about. You guys know how I feel about that.
Among many was the Dungeon Finder, an expedited way of finding players for raids and instances. Initially, you had to rally up a group of friends or other players and all commit hours to tackling these intense dungeons. And that was a lot of fun. It created so much community interaction. Many of WoW's community-oriented features were made more accessible at the cost of player agency. World of Warcraft started to feel less like a world and more of an automated experience. Why leave the main city if you can just hop into a queue and find a raid or instance anyways? In some ways, I'm willing to give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt for WoW's decline in popularity. Keeping a game alive for that long is going to have some speed bumps. And even
no, it's a problem is they started taking. Here's the problem with WoW, right? Is they started making WoW not appeal to people that play WoW, that like WoW. They started making WoW not WoW in order to make people that don't like WoW. And whenever they did that, they alienated the people that did like the game. And you have like this weird middle ground right now where they're catering to people and they're trying to make the game appealing to people that don't like it. And that's the problem that they did with Wrath. That they made Wrath, I think in a lot of ways, was made to appeal to people that did not like WoW beforehand. And that's why they made way easier raids. They had the Dungeon Finder. They had like all of this fucking catch-up gear. And like all of this stuff happened. It worked only in the short term. Because really, I mean, Burning Crusade saw much more growth than Wrath of the Lich King. And obviously it's part of the nature of the game being newer then. But also, like, subs flatlined in Wrath too. Like, even in Wrath, they flatlined towards the end of ICC. It's not a surprise. It took forever. But, no, I think it was a massive mistake. It really was.
Even though many fans have disagreed with the direction Blizzard has taken, at least they finally came out with WoW Classic. And both games seem to be coexisting peacefully.
Yeah, right.
But here's where we get into the real shit. Maybe it was just my experience, but I vividly remember the launch of Diablo 3 as being one of the single most disappointing game launches of all time, next to MCC. What? It was that bad.
We got in, like, I got into Diablo 3 pretty early on. Like, it took me, like, maybe an hour or two to log in, and then I played until the sun came up, and then, like, after that, everything was pretty much good. Error 37. Yeah, I remember Error 37 was the top trending thing on all of Twitter the night that Diablo 3 got released. It was such a massive fucking cock. Diablo 3, I feel like the problem with Diablo 3 is that there was no testing for any of the acts beyond Act 1. And there also was no testing for Inferno mode. So the fact is, like, people got through the core game in like a week. Then after that, they played Inferno that was not balanced at all. And Blizzard intentionally did not balance it because they're like, we just took everything and doubled the values for everything. And obviously that's not going to give you a it's not going to be enjoyable to play because it was just completely overtuned and super hard for certain classes and then only doable by certain, other classes. It was complete fucking garbage. And then on top of that, you had the auction house, which I don't think the auction house was that big of a deal, personally. But you had like the other acts, like Act 2, 3, 4. These acts, so if you guys remember, I don't know if you do, but back whenever the Diablo 3 beta was out, you could only do Act 1. So Act 1, even in Inferno mode, was pretty good. Act 1 was very well coded. There were no big bugs, or, well, I guess in Act 2, most of the bugs were bugs, but with the wasps. But in Act 1, everything was relatively clean up until Skeleton King. Yeah, you would get up to Skeleton King, and then it would be over. You never did the Butcher. But even the Butcher was pretty much okay. So yeah, as soon as you got into Act 2, you had like these mobs that would throw grenades at you, and they just one-shot you.
It was the wasps.
No, the wasps. So there would be like these little wasps that you would have to kill, and they would shoot little smaller wasps at you. But what would happen is not only would the smaller wasps basically one-shot you if even one of them hit you, but on top of that, they would just despawn. They would go invisible randomly because of a bug, and then you'd just die. So you'd just be standing there, the wasps would go away, and then they'd hit you while they were invisible, and you would die. It was fucking ridiculous. So I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Diablo 3, like, those were the big mistakes they made with Diablo 3.
Not only had basically all of the depth been stripped away from Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Not only did it feel like a poor man's version of Diablo 2, but it was also just straight up broken.
Yep.
I waited years for this game, and within 4 hours of gameplay, I was like, this ain't it, Chief, and never looked back. The always online and DRM features were heavily criticized, totally unnecessary for people wanting to just play single player.
Single player, is it? Says Diablo 3. Mind if we force you to play online anyway, in case you change your mind? Kind of do as it happens, Diablo 3. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of all my money!
The art direction...
I never thought being always online was a big deal, and the only reason it was a problem is because the online servers were dog shit. Like, I didn't really care about always online because I thought it was to prevent hackers. I didn't care about that. But the servers were just terrible. And that's why you would die all the time. Like, you'd rubber band, you'd get out of something, you'd rubber band back, it would hit you. It was just fucking terrible.
It was criticized, it didn't feel hellish. Gameplay story was awful. Excessive amounts of useless gear with 1% of that shit being actually usable.
Oh, some things never changed.
Everything was a bust. It just didn't feel
I'm
like
glad they took that idea and they put it in WoW.
Diablo.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Diablo 3 was the subject of numerous complaints by fair trade organizations across the world. In France alone, a consumer group reported that there were 1,500 complaints in 4 days. The organization, forgive me, K-Choisier, asked Blizzard to, and this is my translation, tell us when the fuck the game is going to be playable.
Oh yeah.
Be straight up, okay?
Yep.
Be a fucking homie. Blizzard responded by saying, there's a sticker on the box that says, internet connection required.
Fuck you!
The Fair Trade Commission alleged that Blizzard had violated consumer rights laws in South Korea. Hundreds of gamers from there demanded refunds, which Blizzard refused to grant until a month later. In Germany, the Federation of Consumer Organizations threatened legal action against Blizzard for their lack of transparency with the DRM, consumers' inability to resell the game. And then there was the auction house, a feature Blizzard implemented to make everyone's gaming experience much better, right? Wrong! If the gameplay wasn't shallow enough, this fucking atrocity of a feature made it so players could literally put in real money to buy the best gear.
I sold the sword on there for $150. I think it was actually a pole arm. I will never forget that. I'll never even forget where I was. Like, I went inside like the first level of the butcher's area, and it was like the first mob in there. I killed it, and it drops this fucking item level 63 like fucking one hand. I loot that shit, and I sold it on that auction house for $150, and I celebrated, and I took me and all the boys out to Panda Express, and I said, boys, we're rich now. We ain't gotta worry about no motherfucking money, dude. Get whatever you want on the menu. Like, that was so fucking good, man. And I don't really think they should do, like, the real money auction house was a mistake, but I think having the auction house in Diablo 3 was a good idea. I liked having the auction house more than not having one in Reaper of Souls. It actually made the game kind of boring for me.
This undercut the entire point of playing Diablo 3. The quest for gear comes from playing the game, killing monsters, doing quests.
Yeah.
That's what makes it fulfilling.
Yeah.
Not by entering your credit card information.
You just buy
It was one of
whatever you
the
want.
earlier and more egregious forms of microtransactions, as Blizzard took a cut of all the profits.
How convenient.
It took them 2 years to realize how damaging the auction house was, and would shut it down completely in March of 2014.
There it is.
At this point, we all started to worry
There it
and
is.
wonder, how could Blizzard continue to get into legal trouble? How could this company with a stainless track record bungle it so badly with Diablo 3? How could they betray us?
We didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Oh, Nostalgious!
As WoW
Damn, I forgot all
continued to
about
lose
that.
subscribers,
Yeah.
fans took it upon themselves to recreate the WoW game they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Many private servers popped up offering different iterations of WoW that were no longer playable.
Yep.
Do you think when Burning Legion came out that it was the best? Here's your server.
Yep.
Wrath of the Lich King? Here's your server. Vanilla? Here's your server.
Yeah, Nostalgious was
Nostalrius.
fucking huge.
It wasn't legal, but it showed a surprising demand.
Look at all those fucking people, dude. Holy shit, that's a lot of guys. So yeah, I mean, like, I never played Nostalrius, but I was very, very close to playing it. A lot of my friends played it. I just never went in there myself. I kind of wish that I had. In retrospective, I kind of wish that I had. But yeah, it was the first time, no lag. Well, I mean, like, listen. Blizzard, they've got the best servers, man. They got the best servers, obviously.
For that classic vanilla experience. At its height, Nostalrius had 800,000 registered accounts. Naturally,
dude.
having that many people
That's a lot
flock
of
to a
people,
service
dude.
that you don't operate is bad for business.
Yeah.
And in this case,
Copyright infringement.
the solution? Shut it down, boys.
I don't think Blizzard was in the wrong for shutting down Nostalrius. I mean, they had to shut it down for a million reasons, and it did infringe on their copyright. And it's reasonable to think that people that played on Nostalrius would be less likely to pay for your game. Like, I mean, there's anybody that actually thinks Blizzard is assholes for shutting down Nostalrius is a fucking idiot. But at the same time, it's a disappointment that, yeah, I think people just wanted to play Classic. That's really what it was. Copyright protection, yeah, I don't know, man. They should just make a better product. No, because then, like, it's not about that, man. Like, it's about people. Basically, I think if you, I'm not really a big fan of, like, a lot of the copyright laws. I feel like they're kind of intrusive and unfair. But I think that at the point where you're promoting a product and you're providing a product that takes away sales of the people who originally have the IP of it, then yeah, I think that that's not good. That's bad, and that's reasonable to want to get rid of it.
They pulled out their Warhammer, sent a cease and desist order, and Nostalrius was shut down. But that only seemed to further...
Nostalrius, oh, look at that, dude. Nostalrius, they shut down on their own. Like, the cease and desist happened, but Nostalrius just immediately complied with it. Like, they didn't try to fight it or anything. They just complied with it immediately. Yeah, it's my video, man.
Agitate the already upset fan base. A petition popped up begging Blizzard to consider a vanilla version of WoW. It received over 280,000 signatures.
Yep.
They couldn't deny the facts anymore. A lot of people didn't like WoW anymore, and they wanted the old version. And
it's crazy, like now we're getting into the point where, like, these are things that have happened that I remember. You know, that I was, like, there for. I was making videos about this shit. I think that's one of the coolest parts about this is, like, you go back and see my videos and, like, me complaining about it, etc. You know? Classic Andes get so mad. Yeah, I know.
Blizzard was upset because they felt fans weren't appreciating or understanding the work they were putting in.
Remember that one bug that really pissed you off that we fixed like 2 years ago?
No.
Still there in the past.
While it was within their rights to terminate the server, for 3.5 years, no alternative was offered by Blizzard. And this was made all the more worse
when J. Allen Brack, the new
Here we go.
CEO, answered this question.
Here we go.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No.
No. No.
And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Here's a lesson in healthy business practices. Don't tell your consumers what they don't want. Show them why they want what you're working on. Better yet, listen to what your fans are asking for and meet that demand. There's no point in showing this kind of contempt towards your audience unless your goal is to purposely damage your own reputation and goodwill. And
I think that like what J. Allen Brack said is like true for a lot of people. To be fair, like I think it's true. There's a lot of people that played Classic for a while, and I remember whenever Classic came out, like a month after that, the face. They said that like, oh, Classic made me appreciate BFA a lot more. You know, now I appreciate retail way more. So I think he was right for a lot of people. It's just that he wasn't right for everybody, and there was still a huge audience of people who did like Classic, right? And I think that like what I think this video, like what I would go a step further and say, you don't necessarily need to look and see, and I've said this before, right? You need to look and see what the people ask for and not necessarily give them what they ask for, but derive from what they ask for what they need and give them that instead. So I think what people wanted with Classic WoW, like, yes, obviously they wanted the original game, but many of the people asking for Classic WoW really wanted a return to form for World of Warcraft. Classic WoW is just the way that they express that.
Then J. Allen Brack started talking shit about Classic WoW.
Yeah.
How their expansions were so orgasmically good.
Remember when you had to like spam cities and say, need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon.
And now you don't remember the dungeon. Give me a second. Get a drink.
You would be a fool to want the older, obsolete, inferior version of WoW. Don't fucking patronize me. With the shutdown, the Nostalrius team went to Blizzard's HQ and gave an 80-page essay on the development of the server. It looked and sounded like Blizzard was going to work with some of the Nostalrius devs to create WoW Classic. That would have been awesome. Bred some goodwill with the community. And these developers would make great representatives of that community. It would inspire faith in the company. But they never actually worked with them. And it really shows the sinful pride of Blizzard. For a long time, they just couldn't accept the fact that fans didn't like the newer expansions and how WoW was changing. But they were the ones out of touch, not the community.
I don't think that it was entirely because of that. I don't think it was entirely because of that at all. Like, to me, like Blizzard, it made sense that they wouldn't want to do Classic WoW. But I just think that at Closed Fridge, stop. Just stop, guys. Anyway, so yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't want to do Classic WoW in a lot of ways, and I could see their logic for it. It's just that at the end of the day, I think that a lot more people liked Classic WoW than didn't. That's really what it comes down to. And private server, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Closed Fridge, can we time out the Closed Fridgers? Yeah, let's time that out. It's annoying. Okay, anyway, so I don't know, man. Like, I see what Blizzard was trying to get at with Classic WoW and like what their goal was with it, but at the same time, I'm not really I'm not convinced they made the right decision until they introduced Classic, right? Even though it made sense for them not to want to do it, I don't think that it was entirely because of pride. I think that they just didn't want to invest the time into something and then be stuck holding on to something and spending money on it, like kind of keeping it alive if it wasn't going to make them money.
Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
BlizzCon is the annual convention held by Blizzard.
Those were the
It's
days,
a massive,
man.
exciting event that showcases and
Those
promotes
were
all
the
their major
days.
franchises. Celebrities make appearances, famous bands close out the show. It's just epic.
Who's this guy?
This is a dwarf. And you know what? I prefer a little person. Well, okay.
Not many developers have an entire convention at their disposal. And it's just Blizzard's way of showcasing their power, getting fans hyped to consume product. But in 2018...
Which is good.
BlizzCon became the opposite of that. Hear ye, fans of Diablo. Behold, the new experience you've been waiting for. Diablo.
Immortal.
For immortal.
So we knew we want to use mobile devices as the platform for a new Diablo game. Because nothing brings a family together like slaying demons.
You want to explain yourself? What?
To this day, I still cannot believe that they did this.
Dude, I still haven't watched that whole scene.
I can't.
So I can't, like, I literally can't watch it.
I can't watch it. I'd rather watch Scott's Tots on repeat for fucking 100 days than watch the announcement of Diablo Immortal. Like, I don't want to fucking see it, man. It's just, it's so sad. And it's like they shouldn't, like, it was just so fucking bad. Fuck.
What are you doing?
People were confused, and through a series of hilarious questions in the faces of the developers, the situation started to get out of hand.
So how long has Diablo Immortal been in development, and how is it affecting other Diablo projects?
Yeah, good question.
Well, you may or may not have heard.
I can't imagine the embarrassment of having the crowd of people at your own convention turn against you. But
I feel like I felt bad for the guys. I really did, because like they weren't really, I mean, they weren't going out of their way. They weren't doing anything bad. I mean, I think that probably like they don't even make the decisions on like anything like that. So it just doesn't make any sense to hate on them. But at the same time, it's kind of, it is kind of sad. Fuck, man. I shouldn't see okay, dude. Let me go down to the other ones. All right, here we go.
It should showcase just how out of touch you are with them.
In particular, the majority of the games are PC oriented, with Blizzard, Hearthstone being one of the other mobile games.
Yeah.
Why bring it to mobile? Are you trying to reach a new audience of players?
What we remember about BlizzCon 2018 is the charcoaled remains of the PR department.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No.
Blizzard said they were surprised by the negative response.
What? The legend.
Now, either they're lying, or they are once again supremely and genuinely out of touch with their community.
Probably both. I would say probably both. They don't really know what the players want. It's hard for them to understand it. And at the same time, lying for sure though? Well, no. I don't think that they understood, like, I don't know why they wouldn't understand this, but they don't. I think that a lot of the developers and Blizzard and a lot of companies are like this. They're so insulated from their audience and their actual fans that they don't even directly communicate with them. So the only things that they ever get from their fans are like angry messages. They don't see the positive stuff. They don't see the good stuff. They only see like an angry person who's like tweeting at them on their personal account telling them that they suck. So they're insulated from the actual community. They're separated from the community by these community managers and like these other red tape fucking things that they have going on at Blizzard to make sure devs don't say anything bad. Then on top of that, you have Blizzard probably saying, yeah, obviously we weren't going to say that we knew it was bad, you know? I don't know, man. Because Blizzard's owned by Activision, I don't think that's really what the secret is, man. I'm not sure. Next expansion's going to hopefully be good. Yeah, I've been saying that for a few years now, probably about 10. I don't know, man. Numbers don't add up. Why? Classic's more popular than retail?
just because there are more people that are raiding in Classic versus raiding in Retail WoW doesn't mean that Classic's more popular, because Classic only has one end game. So like anybody who's a max level player is going to be doing BWL, versus most people that are playing Retail WoW don't even raid. So it's not an accurate comparison. Start a video game company. I don't really think that's it, but like that's a big problem. Is like the developers, they don't have like that community engagement that they used to. That's a big issue, right? Retail entities. It's not about that, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter which game's more popular. Just play whatever you want. But it's simply dumb to say that Classic's more popular. There are obviously more people playing Retail WoW. That does not mean that Retail WoW is like infinitely better than Classic or anything like that. It's just that there's more to do in Retail WoW. Like it's not, I don't know.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Blizzard, your fan base is mostly a PC gamer demographic.
Yeah,
those are the people who buy tickets to BlizzCon.
Yep.
If you want to make a phone game, make a phone game.
Of course.
But don't expect your fans to give a shit or not bombard you with questions like,
is there any plans to make this playable on PC, or is this strictly mobile?
That's one thing I was curious about.
Nothing!
Blizzard's ideals and principles were shelved in favor of tapping into the mobile gaming market. If you didn't think they were selling out with the auction house, you sure did now.
Did you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones,
got a phone.
right?
You can play on your tablet too.
Hey, that really sucks.
You guys not? That's the fucking. In 10 years, Blizzard will never live that down. That's the funniest thing about this, is like they will never live that shit down of the one day that they had that happen. I feel bad for them in a way, but at the same time, I kind of don't. You know, it's what they get, man. This mount was so bad. I know it was awful. Like, I felt bad for Blizzard, honestly. Like, the thing is, like, I think there's a lot of people, if they had announced Diablo 4 at the same time, and then they announced Diablo Immortal with Diablo 4, everybody would have been super happy, and they would have been excited to play Diablo Immortal and Diablo 4. But the reason why they were mad about this is the bait and switch. They were mad because they thought they were getting Diablo 4, and they got Diablo Immortal instead.
And not only that, but remember, before that BlizzCon, Blizzard put out a thing on Diablo saying, guys, we've heard some rumors, and you think that we're going to do like Diablo 4 news this year, and we're not. So they even they knew it was coming, and they tried to curtail the amount of backlash they would get, and it still didn't work.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So I guess, like, how could they say they didn't expect people to be negative about it if they made a press release saying that there weren't going to be the things that people were expecting? A little bit contradictory. Blizzard stocks fell 20% the days because of Diablo Immortal. I mean, like, I think Diablo 4, okay? Like, Diablo 4 does look really good. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, like, I don't see how Diablo 4 can compete with PoE. I don't see how it's possible. Like, PoE is just so far ahead in terms of ARPG. Diablo 4, obviously I think Diablo 4 is going to have superior combat and fluidity than PoE, because that's what Blizzard really specializes in. Only people who write positive messages about Blizzard will get beta access. We'll see what happens. But overall, that's one thing, like, Diablo 3 really has. Like, combat feels visceral in Diablo 3. Like, whenever you hit somebody with a fucking slam with that hammer ability, like barbarians, and the corpses go fucking everywhere, that feels fucking good. Like, the combat in Diablo 3 feels really good. Or at least it did back whenever I played it. I haven't compared it to anything recently. But PoE is very complex. So I think Diablo, if they're going to go, I don't think that they should try to compete with PoE in terms of complexity. I don't think so. Because the game is just so, they're so far behind. And also, as a AAA development studio, they're just not going to be as agile as Grinding Gear Games is. They will just never be as agile as they are, because there's too many people involved in the project for that to happen. So it would be a better decision for them to make basically PoE light and just kind of have that fill the void. It's the same as, like, you have games like Escape from Tarkov, right? Where it's like a very, very complex game, and because of its complexity, a lot of people don't get into it. And you have other people that like Warzone a lot because it's simpler. And you could kind of compare those two games. There's a lot of people that are positive about it, a lot of people that are not. People don't really hate Tarkov, they just don't want to play it. And I think that's the difference that Blizzard can hopefully go with. Blizzard can be Warzone, where PoE can be Tarkov. That is, in my opinion, the best possible outcome. Record profits.
Video
record
game
layoffs.
development is notorious for how hellish it can be. An extremely competitive market filled with stressful deadlines, long hours, hectic work weeks, and worst of all, uncertainty of consistent employment.
Hey,
when a game is finished and out the door, many employees have to wonder if they too will be sent out. Well,
dude, I remember that shit that happened, man. Like Marty O'Donnell. Remember that, McConnell? They fired Marty O'Donnell. This
Fuck's
dude.
that?
What do you mean? Who's that? That is the dude that made the Halo music. And I remember they got rid of this guy like right after they got finished making a game or something. I don't remember like what it was specifically, but I felt so sad about that because that's the guy that made the Halo music. Like I fucking loved that music. That guy is a fucking legend, man. And they just got rid of him. I was so sad to see it. Fuck. Before Destiny came out? It was before Destiny? It's Destiny 1? I don't remember, man. Let me see.
Be sent out. Well, Blizzard answered that question by laying off 800 employees in February of 2019. 800 people with families and lives and an income they need, benefits, insurance, gone. Well, employees, this has been real educational and all, but now it's time to part with that old Activision Blizzard saying.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my building.
During this time, Activision Blizzard reported...
I mean, like, I don't think it was a necessarily... Was it a bad decision to fire the people if they felt like those people weren't necessary? Like, I don't think that it's like, I don't know. It's like they always do that. Yeah, I mean, yes, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a business. They rehired the positions. That's the shady thing about it, right?
The kicker, right?
That's what I think makes it bad. But like companies restructure all the time. I don't think that it's fair to just kind of like demonize any company for doing layoffs if they feel like certain positions are redundant or not important anymore. Like that's what they have to do.
No, they didn't do. I don't think that's why. Like, I mean, it might be. I don't. I'm talking out my ass, but it could be like, you know, those employees were there for so long, and they would have gotten more benefits as time went on. They would have had to offer more benefits, and they didn't want to do that because it would have been expensive. So they just hired new people.
Yeah,
they said fuck that, and then they just hired new people.
Yeah, CEO bonus same every year, by the way. Well, yeah, I mean, like what I'm saying is that. Like the CEO bonus and this are like kind of two separate things. I don't think that businesses have an obligation to employ people whenever those people don't provide a tangible benefit to the business based off of what the business considers valuable. Like, I don't think that they have an obligation to do that. Because to say otherwise is basically saying that like businesses have to hire people, which is, I don't think that's fair either. But I think that really the shadiest thing about this is the fact that they rehired people for the exact same positions.
$7.5 billion in sales, $1.8 billion in pure profit. Crack the goddamn champagne bottles, what an accomplishment. You guys remember the Wii U? Yeah, it was pretty gross and flopping super hard back in...
I know what he's gonna say. I'll just let him say it.
2014. Nintendo was not looking good, and at that point the boss, Satoru Iwata, took a pay cut to keep his employees employed. That was at a time when Nintendo saw a 30% decrease in profits. People look to big...
Yeah, I remember whenever that happened, man. That guy's a fucking legend. Like, that guy was also... Wasn't he the one that coded Pokemon, like, Gold and, like, Silver or whatever? To have all of the old zones too, and everybody thought it was impossible. Like, that guy is a fucking legend. And yeah, it was insane. So
it's like it is different, but also I think that there's something to be said. I really like the I don't know if it's really like a Japanese like business values, but I could call it that, right? The Nintendo business values, at least. Nintendo, I feel like, is probably one of the most steady and solid companies throughout the entire like gaming restructuring, because what they've done is they've stayed true to what they are, and instead of trying to compete with PC games, they've done things different with the Switch. They've made the Switch portable. They made the Wii where you move your hands around. They're innovative in a way that PlayStation and Xbox aren't taking chances with. And because of that, they're focusing on their audience of generally younger gamers, making games that are more lighthearted for the most part. And they're still succeeding, and everybody still loves Nintendo. And that's very important to keep in mind. Like PR stuff, like it's not a big deal, but it does matter. It does really matter. They did it and it flopped. I think the Wii was successful. The Wii was very successful. The Wii U was not successful because it didn't translate, and it didn't. People didn't know it was a new console. Basically, that was my understanding. I did some reading about this, and I saw like a few like articles about it. People didn't understand the Wii U was a new console. They thought it was like an add-on to the current Wii. And that's why when the Switch came out, it was very, very popular. Like, the Switch is extremely popular now. I don't know how popular, really. I don't have any numbers. But I think that it's a very popular game, or a very popular console. Like, if I was going to pick right now, I'll give you guys this example, right? And obviously, this is the 20-minute tangent in the middle of a 40-minute video, right? I have every single Nintendo console ever since Super Nintendo. And I would have had the original Nintendo, but I wasn't old enough. So I started there. I have GameCube, Nintendo 64, fucking Wii, the Wii U, the Switch. I have everything. Every single fucking console. Xbox, I don't have the new Xbox. And I don't have the new, I don't have the PS3. I never got it. It didn't matter to me. But Nintendo, I always made sure I had a Nintendo. Because they were doing something unique and different. I have a PS4, though. I have a PS4, I didn't buy a PS3.
Companies for guidance. We want to feel good about where our money is going. Is it going to Bobby Kotick's wallet? Or is it going to the people down and dirty on the front lines who sometimes work 70+ hours a week? Nintendo made a statement about the importance of their employees. And Blizzard did the same. They were just radically opposite statements.
Yeah.
I get that a company may take on more workers than they need over time. And Activision Blizzard might not have been able to find a place for these 800 lost souls. But does that make it any less disheartening for a company to be celebrating its greatest success without sharing that with some of the people who made that happen?
In June 2003, the leaders of the Diablo project left Blizzard North. Feeling like they weren't involved with the big decisions anymore, and unable to guarantee their own employees' compensations and futures, the Blizzard North executives protested.
I remember this.
They even went so far as to tender their resignations unless they were heard. Unfortunately, those resignations were accepted.
In 2019, perceptions around Blizzard had completely changed. And in October of 2019, a professional Hearthstone player, the martyr Blitzchung, made...
This was such a... I remember the day this happened, everybody was going... Do you remember that, McConnell?
What was it?
The Blitzchung, the free Hong Kong thing.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God, dude.
That was rough.
That day, everybody, like, every streamer... like was just getting fucking harassed that was playing a Blizzard game because people thought that like they were doing a good thing by harassing a streamer for playing a video game. It's like that's one of the dark sides of internet activism, is that it rationalizes bad behavior for people, and it just makes them feel good about, you know, hurting other people and being assholes.
And that was not good, but at the same time, like, I got a lot of that whenever, because, like, obviously I was, like, you know, classic WoW streaming. There's a lot of people that were fucking, that were watching, you know, and it was fucking awful, man. And another day of people rationalize bad behavior no matter what. I don't really think that's necessarily it. You banned so many people that day? Yeah, I just started banning people because of it, because they were just, like, they were so emotionally invested in it. And I'll talk more about this, but I'll let him start.
A political statement in support of the Hong Kong protests while on a live stream.
Nuclear launch detected.
There we go.
Nuclear launch detected.
As Americans, we are naturally sympathetic to those who have had their freedoms stripped away unfairly.
They say a man never really knows himself until his freedom's been taken away.
Hell
Such
yeah,
is
brother.
the undisputed case in China. Now, I'm not trying to grandstand, but China isn't exactly the paragon of human rights.
No!
Yet Blizzard's monetary ties to China, like many other US companies, they have to tiptoe around China's strict guidelines to release their products in their country. They are very picky and very profitable.
China's actually a free and loving
something
country.
like that.
Not taking any chances, Blizzard banned his ass. Fuck those new casters. No payment. You're gone. You're banned. Hope you learn your lesson. Speaking out about human rights issues.
I don't think that... The thing is that it's very complex, because I think really what the problem was is that they were censoring for this company. And, oh, do you know? No, it isn't. Here it comes. No, it's not. So I'm going to say something that's probably going to be controversial. Okay.
Oh, don't.
I've got it. I mean, like, you got to have some common fucking sense. Okay. Yes, to a degree. I don't want to see people that go and the agreement was that they would not make political statements on the show. And he goes and he makes a political statement on the show and he gets removed. That's not, like, he violated the contract. Like, do you want to have every single thing somebody takes their hobby horse and then they fucking talk about it whenever they're on the show? No, I don't think so at all, man. And true, no, I mean, the thing is, like, there's no reason to act like not again. Well, that's because people are blinded by emotions and are not thinking logically. Do you want every single show that Blizzard does to be inundated with the casters and the competitors' politics? No. Of course not. I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. So I don't understand how this is somehow different. Now, the reason why it was bad is because Blizzard was doing it because it was not because it conflicted with their values, but because it conflicted with their profit. Like, that's all there is to it. So, for example, if someone had gone up there and they had said, and also because it was in China, it's like if somebody had said in Hearthstone that they believe that everybody should have the right to marry whoever they want, Blizzard would not have fired them. They would not have fined them. They would not have banned them from the events, okay? They would not have done this. So the issue was that it was selective as well, is that Blizzard takes a stand and pretends about caring about human rights, and then whenever it can cost them money, they fold. Which is like, okay, that's fine. If you want to decide that and you want to make your decisions based off of that, it's completely okay. If you want to be just a soulless, blood-sucking company, then be a soulless, blood-sucking company. But don't be a soulless, blood-sucking company and then post things about how much you care about different minorities, while at the same time letting other minorities get dominated by an authoritarian, totalitarian police state. Like, you can't have the two of them. I think that the hypocrisy was what was really bad. That's what I didn't like.
On our platform, this is not a political platform, except it is.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's convenient for us.
Exactly.
Now, I did a whole...
Not convenient, but profitable. It's profitable. But I know that, like, obviously is simping so hard? No, I'm not. I'm speaking logic. I'm telling the truth, right? And because... The thing is, like, the logical conclusion of what I'm saying is something that everybody would agree with, but because it's with something that they are emotionally invested in, they're not thinking about it clearly.
I don't think that there's any sort of weird shit going on. Like, there's nothing wrong with Blizzard not wanting political messages on their platform, but they can't say that and then only be okay with some political messages and not others.
Video on this subject, please check that out if you are at all interested. I summarize it a lot more in depth, so I'll be brief. On its own, it's a fucked up decision, but with the George Floyd protests, it also shows the real double standard and hypocrisy. You banned Blitzchung, docked his pay, fired the casters involved, all because he supported a protest in Hong Kong.
I never was against them firing the casters. I'll say this again, because they knew what he was about to say. How did they know what he was about to say? Because they put their heads down so they wouldn't be able to be seen by the government. They knew what he was going to say. And so obviously they colluded in allowing him to break the rules of the tournament. Like, it seems pretty obvious to me. Is that bad? Well, wait. But they're not production? They have no power over what he says?
Yeah.
But people disagree with that? Wait, why do you guys disagree with that?
They're fucking mad. They're questioning you and everything. Look at
Well,
chat
I don't
right
understand how that, like, they put their head down before he said anything. Why would they do that unless they knew what he was going to say? Or are we at least this far? They probably knew what he was going to say before he said it. That implies that there was some sort of collusion about this, and they willingly allowed this to happen. They did not tell production. They did not do anything like that, and they allowed it to happen, which put people in jeopardy, people's jobs in jeopardy. They probably saw him put on the mask. Maybe that could be it. I don't know. But I think that it's also completely possible that they talked with him. What are they supposed to do? Not interview him? It's not their choice. They could tell production, have production talk to him and tell him not to do that. Or tell him not to do that himself, because it puts other people's jobs at risk. There's a lot of people whose jobs, like, you guys need to remember this, right? Blizzard taking a stand against China loses a lot of people their jobs. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but what I'm saying is that it's not as black and white as you might think. This altruism that you might believe in is actually selfish in many ways.
And you have the gall to post this on Twitter, as if your company represents this statement wholeheartedly.
Of course
Racism has no place in our society or any society, except Hong Kong and China. Those societies are cool. Nothing's wrong with them. All is well consumed product. Even if you weren't just another company
like that,
morally grandstanding on these protests and this issue while it's current, it's blatantly hypocritical. Outrage was so astronomical at Blizzard that the United States Congress asked them to reduce the punishment. Motherfucking Congress got involved. You fucked up so badly.
They're just trying to get on top of it for clout. They don't give a fuck.
Boycotts were gaining traction.
I don't
Blizzard
believe that.
had yet another PR nightmare on their hands.
Yeah, right.
Base is under attack.
Our town is under siege.
We're being attacked. We are under attack.
They're destroying our city.
The town is under attack.
This sounds like me.
Now, they eventually reduced the punishment, but never actually directly addressed the criticism. Only vaguely stated that
we will do better going forward.
J. Allen Brack deserves a lot of flack for how he handled this situation. You're supposed to be
I don't like how they didn't mention the guy. I thought that was kind of silly to me. They didn't mention the guy. They didn't talk about it. They only referred to it. What do you call it? They only referred to it tangentially. Opinion on conduit strangers that are flanking destroyed. Don't farm them. You still have to. I don't know. I'll have to think about that later. But yeah, I mean, they didn't say it. They didn't say any. They didn't name the guy. They didn't name the event. They didn't do anything. Everybody knew what they were talking about, but they didn't do anything about it. And I thought that was kind of cheap. But I think that Blizzard, they just want to keep their relationship with China good so they can keep making money. Like that, I mean, that's what it is. Like the government, the US government isn't going to punish Blizzard for putting out a statement about Black Lives Matter, but the Chinese government will punish Blizzard for putting out a statement or a platforming statement about how free Hong Kong should happen. That's why it happened. And again, I'm fine with them being a soulless, blood-sucking company, but don't pretend like you have a soul sometimes and not others. The hypocrisy is what the problem is.
Leader. And at this point, Blizzard employees were probably feeling,
every decision you've made led us from bad to worse.
Shit. Oh boy.
Oh fuck.
Finally, we arrived to present day. Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I've said this before. I would say it one more time since we're in the video. Have you guys ever noticed how after they brought this game out, the WoW players stopped asking for reforging? As soon as they added this fucking game, boom, they're like, you know what? No, please, please don't reforge anything else, Blizzard. Stop it. Stop reforging. No more reforging. We can't take any more reforging.
Dream come true for me. You have no idea how badly I wanted to see the custom games and multiplayer revived.
I think everybody
and
did.
Get hyped about it as if Warcraft 3 was a brand new game.
Yeah, of course.
This is Blizzard's latest and most damning fuck up of all. With a chance to revitalize one of the most important video games of all time. With a chance to revive the community, get new gamers into it, into RTS games, a genre that has been dying. Blizzard left the Warcraft 3 community in a worse place than if they had never touched it.
It's actually kind of funny that they somehow made it even worse than if they had done nothing. It's like usually you're kind of, you go and it's just like a neutral effect. But with Reforged, I really do think that they made it even worse. I'll be right back. I need to take a piss.
Where are you going? Make sure to give Asmon a lot of money. Make sure to give him as much money as possible.
This fucking cinematic, what a disappointment.
How can
this
a
was
company
so bad.
actually deteriorate a product's value 18 years later? That's a topic for your business class. Especially since the game...
Making an 18-year-old game worse. That's impressive, man. It really is.
Game still had an active community, and you tore out features and content that they've enjoyed for years. The way Warcraft 3 launched is beyond belief, but illustrates just how far detached Blizzard has become from not only their past, but their fans.
We didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves.
No shit.
I speculate it was released in the state it was because of shareholder pressure, something that ex-members of Blizzard have said is tampering the way the company used to operate. Fans were beyond upset, and Warcraft 3 Reforged rightfully takes the crown for lowest review score on Metacritic.
Wait, really? It's the worst one ever?
No way.
I don't believe it, man. That's fucking incredible. And the beta is out. The beta's out.
There's even a parody website called Warcraft 3 Refunded that just made fun of all the bullshit Blizzard had peddled about this game. I won't go into every detail. I'll link some videos that do if you're interested. But here are the main points. 1. Blatantly misleading marketing led people to believe this classic title would have all its cutscenes remastered and remade.
Imagine that.
What we got was
servers are offline.
Not that. In fact, Homeboy
I want to just pause this real quick and show you guys.
Here actually showcases how the cinematography is less dynamic and interesting than the 2002 version.
Yep. Somehow.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
He's just standing there.
It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
Or this runs after him this time, right?
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
That was way fucking better, man.
It's like they didn't even try. 2. Tons of core features of the game from 2002-2003 were not re-implemented. Ranked ladders gone. If you play multiplayer, prepare to get ass blasted because there is no ranking system at all. 3. Art direction was butchered. Ew. Gross. What is that?
It doesn't. The thing is, like, it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like Blizzard. That's really kind of the issue about it. Is it just doesn't look like Blizzard. Period. The quality. It just felt so stilted. I think that's basically what it is. It just felt really, really stilted. And yeah, Blizzard didn't make it. You're right. Blizzard did not fucking make it. And I'm not surprised, honestly. Like, why not? Yeah, fuck it. Who cares? And Reddit has better. My Reddit has better art. That is, yeah, it is kind of true, man. A tier? Me? What do you mean A tier? Am I A tier? Okay. Awesome, thanks. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys.
Original Warcraft 3 does look extremely really dated, good. But everything is way more colorful and unique, recognizable. For classic Warcraft 3 and even StarCraft 1 had a system implemented to prevent people from being dropped from matches. If your connection was interrupted or a little shaky at times, you get like a 45-second countdown timer, and if your internet was good then, the match would continue. Reforged does not have this.
Being pulled early on, Lolai was trying to go for a greedy Ancient of Folk, but if this is cancelled, oh damn.
It's a bug.
That was not a bad BM leaving of the game. This was a disconnect once again. I'm almost 100% sure. Yeah, Lolai would never do this.
But he has enough mana. I don't need a blood mage.
That's a fucking bug, man.
You're benched.
What a surprise.
And looks like another drop.
Okay.
If your internet connection is...
Yeah, that was really, really fucking bad. I don't even know what to say about that. It's complete fucking dog shit, but, you know, it is what it is. Small indie company? Yeah, exactly. No LAN matches. It was just complete fucking garbage, okay? And I want to say also, like, the reason... That's why you guys coming into chats... This is why I don't do the streamer ratings, because people go into other people's chats and talk shit to them for what the other streamers rate them. That's why I never did the rating the girl streamers or rating other streamers, is because I knew people would do this. It's obnoxious. It is obnoxious. But like, I just want to make that clear. That is the rationalization for why I do not do it. Your child video source put out. I'll look at that later, but I want to look at this right now.
Isn't perfect, you will be dropped from matches instantly.
Yeah.
This happens even in campaign missions, where you get an automatic mission failed screen.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad. Warcraft 3 Reforged represents Blizzard's complete lack of empathy or care for their older games and the fans who still play them. They just pissed on their own legacy. And these problems barely scratch the surface. And now Blizzard is forced to take their sweet time fixing things that never needed to be fixed. In the pursuit of money and who knows what else, Blizzard has lost their identity, being one of the core titans of the industry. And seeing them fall so far, fall lower than the likes of Bungie, is just sad, man. The franchises they used to be known and loved for are not what they once were. Where they used to be dedicated towards the fans, now they are dedicated to the shareholders. It's no longer about what do the fans want, but rather what can we get away with. Blizzard's sin
actually is a really good way to look at it. What can we get away? Can we fuck them this hard, or are they gonna start complaining about it? I feel like all gaming companies are like this now almost.
No. There's some good ones. Warhorse is really good, as far as we know.
Yeah, I feel like if a gaming company gets big enough, it turns into this. That Cash App with 100 more gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Cash App. God damn. Thank you very much. Thank you, dude. Oh my god. I really appreciate that. Riot's the new Blizzard. I feel like all of these companies are going to have the same issue happening. Is that, you know, they go public, they've got shareholders, the shareholders are making the decisions through the board, and then basically decisions are made that are not necessarily healthy for the game, they're not healthy for the player base, they're just healthy for profits. That's what matters the most. And yeah, too big to succeed. I think that's what ends up happening. You're right about that. Let me finish the video, it's almost over anyway.
Are numerous. attempting to disclose private information of their users to solve an issue that could have been fixed by better moderation, introducing microtransactions that undercut the core design and fun factor of a game people waited 12 years for, allowing a rival company to steal the commercial rights to one of the most popular games of all time, changing WoW into something fans didn't want, failing to provide fans with the experience they had been begging for until an independent group rose up to challenge Blizzard.
Yeah, some random
completely
guys.
misreading their audience by
who,
building
by the way, have more stable servers than vanilla WoW classic WoW servers. Like, you guarantee, like, if there were that many people in Ironforge and classic WoW, there'd be people going like, you know, all the time, man. It was just complete fucking garbage, and it still is. I mean, this is... I don't know how the fuck that happens, man. I really don't.
Pipe at their convention for a game their fan base has never expressed interest in. Countless tone-deaf, out-of-touch responses to valid criticism, tossing out 800 employees like yesterday's trash during their most financially successful year. Punishing people who dare speak on important political and social issues, taking a stand with China, letting internal strife and protests run rampant within the company, tarnishing their own legacy with a careless disregard for the state of Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I don't know why they don't just go back and redo Warcraft 3 Reforged. Like, with Blizzard quality. I feel like they kind of owe it to the players, and they... Like, more so, they owe it to themselves. I mean, this is like a game that cemented their legacy. It's the reason why World of Warcraft exists is because of Warcraft 3. And it just seems like at a certain point, even if you lose money, it's too late. No, it's not. If they make a good game, people are going to go back and play it no matter what. It doesn't matter. Like, if they go back and they say, you know what, we don't give a fuck, we're still going to do this no matter what, people would still go back and play it. Even if, look at the, exactly. Look at No Man's Sky. I think that's a good example. Beta's updating. I am online in the beta right now. We're just waiting for the servers to come up, okay? That's what's going on.
These are just the monumental blunders, the ones that have affected me the most.
Yeah.
If you want to see current sentiment towards Blizzard, go to their YouTube channel, where the like-dislike ratio is up in the air, and most videos have comments disabled.
Oh my god.
And if you take into consideration that Blizzard said they were going dark on Overwatch 2 information, couple that with the Diablo 4 reveal, and it just seems like a desperate attempt to shift players' focus from what a shithead company they've been to, whoa, look at these new titles. But that's just my theory. Blizzard has proven time and time again where their morals lie, and it's not with the consumers anymore.
I don't think it never really even had to be with the consumers. Like, have you ever thought maybe that if you make a really good game, people are gonna buy it, and if they buy the game, then you make money? Like, I don't know, like, this is like a weird fucking way of looking at things, but if you make a really good game, people buy the game, and then you've got the game, everybody likes it, and it's good. Like, I don't see how this is like a complicated process to deal with. I don't understand that at all. I really don't. That's Dark Souls video. I've got another one after this we can look at while we wait for the service to come up. Go ahead.
I think the biggest problem here that I see is this is just a big problem with capitalism and how capitalism operates solely based on the interest of making money. And I think we need to overthrow capitalism at its very core.
If we did that, then we just have the same old companies making shitty games every year, I feel. Like, it's just that the problem is that there's not the passion behind the games. And I think that's really the problem. And, like, the focus, in my opinion, the focus is on these, like, short-term gains. And I think that's really one of the biggest differences between, like, the way that Nintendo does things and the way, like, Blizzard and these other Western companies do things, is that these Western companies, they're focused primarily on quarterly profits, making money right now, and they're not investing in a stable product in the long term. Whereas you have people like Nintendo that are okay not going with the latest trend and doing, you know, everything that's exactly, you know, the market demands, because they know that their strategy is good for the long term. And I think that there needs to be more of that long-term thinking and less of the short-term thinking, because the short-term thinking, I feel like it alienates a lot of people, and it also isn't healthy for a user base. So I don't know, man. From Software, Nintendo games are boring. Well, not everybody likes them, and that's completely okay. If you don't like it, that's fine. But there are a lot of people that do like it, and I think that's really what the thing is. Look at CD Projekt Red, Asmon. They're doing amazing things with their titles, and they do it for the customer's best interest. Well, there's a lot of people that do that. Let me finish the video first.
So now do you see the decline of Blizzard?
Yes. I do, but...
I do. But what, my son? What happens now? Will Blizzard ever redeem themselves?
I hope
Will
so.
I ever be excited for another title?
Yeah.
That is for them to decide.
It sure
We can
is.
only wait. But if I were you, Actman, I would let go of hope. Let go before it leads you astray, like it did to me.
Yeah. I think, like, look at the related video. Look at the, oh shit. Look at the related video here. The decline of gaming. That's what I'm trying to get at, is I don't think that what's happened here is something that's unique to Blizzard. I think this is happening with all gaming companies. Like, I feel like, yeah, this is happening with everything. Watch it. I might watch it, but like right now, I want to talk about this one right now. The decline of entertainment. I mean, like, we're waiting for the beta to come out. Like, I'll show you guys here.
So much for Nihilo.
It's still it's still fucking offline. Like, you knew we were gonna do the beta. Like, the beta's out. Like, did you get you got the beta, right?
No, I didn't get the beta.
Bullshit. You got the beta. There's no way you got into alpha, not the beta.
Hey, I only get into alphas. You understand, dude?
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Whatever. Every company is just pumping out BRs. Yeah, I mean, I feel like generally, like, gaming has gone, because now gaming is much more popular. And people draw this same conclusion with streaming also. They say that streaming has become more mainstream, and it's like more about making money than it is like making a good stream or building a community. People are more focused on making money rather than anything else. You guys see what I'm saying? And they update the alpha, the beta. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I don't know, man. Like, I really get disappointed with this, and it's sad to see it. But I think that everything that he said is completely true. That's really what it comes down to. Everything that he said is completely 100% fucking true.